Well, a very warm welcome from the Utilita Bowl. I say warm welcome, it's actually not quite so warm today. If you can hear the excitement in my voice because we're not all going to burn up in the next few hours, then you are exactly right. We are with you ahead of this Metro Bank One Day Cup group match Hampshire against Glamorgan. It's not the best match on the card, although it is the only match in Group B today. It is 7th versus 8th. There's the 5-minute bell in the background. The toss was won by Hampshire. They're going to bat first. There's a couple of changes in both sides. We'll go through those for you in a moment. But as I say, 7th versus 8th. I think it's fair to say, whilst both sides can mathematically qualify, it's looking a little unlikely. But while they can mathematically qualify, we can't say that both these sides are definitely out. But for Hampshire, they certainly need 3 wins out of 3 and need to vastly improve their run rate to give themselves any chance at all. Right, it's match day 5 of 8. Your commentary team today, a little later, as per these group games in these 50-over competitions. Yeah, Wesley Spearman will be with us. He's obviously working hard at the far end, like he normally does around this time of the morning. He'll be here later. Myself, Kevin James, is with you as always. We've got a new name and a new face in the commentary box for this game. It's Billy Stevens. Billy, very good morning.
Good morning, it's a pleasure.
Oh, hang on. Something's happened here. I can't hear you. Speak again.
Good morning.
No, you've disappeared. Right, we might have to change your microphone in a moment. I don't quite know why that was. We perhaps should have tested that out before we started, but we haven't. Right, just say hello again.
Hello.
Oh, here we are. Yeah, you are registering. I think that mic's just a little bit low. There we go.
Not being able to hear me is probably for the best.
No, not at all. So just introduce yourself before we do the two teams. Introduce yourself first. Why are you here, where you're from, and how you've got to this point. Briefly.
Well, I'm from the village of Greatley in between Salisbury and Andover. I play club cricket for a club called Amport, and a lot of them are Hampshire fans, and a few may well be in the ground. Today I've just graduated from Newcastle University with a degree in business and journalism, and I'm trying to, follow in your illustrious footsteps, the commentary part, not the playing part, because I'm nowhere near good enough to do that.
Right, so that's Billy. And the two umpires are making their way out onto the middle. Sue Wedfern and Casper Viljan are the two umpires today, nicely decked out in mauve tops. Right, the two sides. Do you want to go through the Glamorgan side for us, Billy?
Yes, I can. It's Eddie Byram, Zain El Hassan, Callum Nichols, Colin Ingram, Harry Wallace, Jack Hope-Bell, Dan Duthwaite, Alex Horton will be the wicketkeeper, Andy Gorvin, the captain, Thomas Edwards, who's just 17 and not 18, as has been wrongly reported in some websites, and Romano Franco. Yeah, the two changes from the side that lost to Derbyshire in their last game at Repton School. Colin Ingram, who's been having a rest in this tournament, is playing his first one today. And Harry Wallace, Henry Hurl and Will Smale have made way. Two changes in the Hampshire side. No James Fuller today and no Felix Organ. They've been replaced by Eddie Jack and Manny Lumsden, who have both not seen any action in the 100 competition thus far. They were both wildcard picks for MI London and Southern Brave respectively. They are here today and they join Ali Orr, Nick Gubbins, the two batters that are walking out into the crease as we speak. Toby Albert, Jake Lehman, Tom Prest, Ben Brown, Ashu Sharma, Andrew Neal, Eddie Jack, Kyle Abbott and Manny Lumsden. Those are your two teams. Hampshire come into this game having won 2 from 5. Glamorgan just the 1 from 5. They have 4 points. Hampshire have 8. It's 3 teams that qualify from both groups. And at the moment, Hampshire are a couple of wins away from Durham, who sit 3rd, but their run rate is vastly inferior. Hence why they need 3 wins and some good wins amongst that, Billy, I think. They certainly do, but Hampshire have a fantastic recent record in this competition, so in some way you wouldn't necessarily be surprised if they pulled it out the far. Won the competition in 2018 against Kent and runner-up in 2025, 2023 and 2019.
Yeah, this is a game between two sides who have enjoyed good success since COVID in this competition. Glamorgan 2 times winners, Hampshire 2 times finalists in the last few years. Right, here we are. We're underway as Ali Orr faces the first delivery, turns Zain Al Hassan away on the leg side, and Hampshire are 1 without loss. Glamorgan have very bright yellow tops, and Hampshire in their familiar 50-over kit of dark blue tops and trousers. Very bright, those yellow tops, Billy, aren't they?
Yeah, they stand out nicely and good dark blue numbering as well, so that's relatively easy to spot.
Yeah, we shouldn't have any trouble on that. Al Hassan, whose name you might remember from the championship game earlier in the season, made his maiden championship 100 as forward is Gubbins, plays that out on the onside, and Hassan fields. So we've had some good crowds the last couple of home games here. There's still one more home game to go next week against Derbyshire. 3,000 for the last game against Durham, which Hampshire were sadly convincingly beaten. And 3,000 for that, and around 2.5 plus for the Middlesex game as well, which Hampshire were well beaten there as well, as Gubbins pushes forward. Score remains on 1 without loss.
You mentioned about the pitches off air just before we came on. This one's just over to the right-hand side, and it is not, which is unusual for this stage of the season, not being used so far. Because as you mentioned, as we've seen throughout the 100, some of these pitches have been a bit low and slow, really. So we're hoping for some decent bounce.
Yeah, it was played on in that game against Durham. Bit of swing there for San as Gubbins plays that with the movement on the leg side. So yes, we're well to the right again, short boundary away to the west side of the ground. Much more cloudy today, much fresher feel as well. It's been, well, blisteringly hot. I don't think I need to say that to anybody really, because everybody knows it's been like that for a few weeks. But I can definitely say today it's fresher around the ground, and it's certainly fresher up here in the camera gantry. There's Hassan bowls and forward, well forward is Nick Gubbins. End of the first over. Hampshire, having won the toss, elected to bat first. They are 1 without loss.
There were a few rain spots on my windscreen as I drove here this morning.
Was there?
Which got me slightly concerned, and the windscreen wipers were grating because they haven't been used in months. And I had no washer fluid in the car, really, so it was all a bit of a problem. Last night, the colour printer didn't work for my notes.
Oh, dear. No. So there's all in black and white?
All in black and white. I had to change some of it to bold.
I thought it was the end of the over. I'll tell her that it's not. It's another good length ball. Gubbins plays forward to. Why on earth I thought that was the end of the over, I don't know. There must have been some movement out there, so I just took my eye off the ball. So that is the first over completed. Just the 1 run scored. So Billy Stevens, yes, with us for the first time. He's been doing a bit of commentary up at Durham, when you were up there at uni.
Yeah, quite a lot with Martin Emerson, which was really good fun. Kent and Lancashire games, thoroughly enjoyed that. I guess I'm going to get less chat about airplanes and rail travel with you today, Kevin, or maybe not. Have you got a niche that you like to slot into your commentary?
As regards doing something.
Any interest in playing? Well,
no, I'm not. I'm very dull, actually. I have no interests outside of cricket. No, as most people listening to me will know that as well. So, what you model aeroplanes?
No, I don't. He was talking about every airplane or train that
Oh,
would come by, which
oh, God, he does. Yeah.
Chester Street.
I think what threw me is when you worked with Martin Emerson and you said the word "fun" in the same sentence. I think that's what threw me.
Down the threat's going to come in to the left-handed Ali Orr. He's on 1, good for mark with that single. One fielder after deep square leg is coming around the wicket, and this is tucked off the legs. There'll be no run.
Was it Dan Douthwaite? There we go. Wasn't it him that got Ben Stokes out first ball in the game against Durham? Wasn't it?
I trust your expertise.
Yeah, it was, yeah. Glamorgan still lost by 3 wickets. It was up at Chester Street, but he got him out first ball. Which is more than we saw of Ben Stokes down here a few days ago, because he not only did he not bowl, he didn't bat either.
Douthwaite again, this is down the leg side and will be signalled a wide. So the score moves on to 2 without loss. Yeah, well, I wonder if the crowds were slightly bigger as well with the prospect of seeing Stokes, so they would have been quite disappointed.
Well, I think there was a bit of a Ben Stokes effect here, actually, if I'm honest. But apart from seeing him stop a few balls at mid-on, that was about it, really.
Did a very wide-ranging interview on a certain podcast yesterday, which was an enjoyable listen in the car this morning. Ali Orr faces up again and slightly squares him up, that ball from Douthwaite, but he deals with it nicely and fenced out to point, no run.
Yeah, some interesting comments on that, wasn't there?
Well, I think he said a lot and also nothing in the 2 hours or so he was on the podcast.
Was it 2 hours?
It was over the 2 hour mark, I think. I mean, look, it's always interesting to hear these insights, but yes, he was most of everything anyone wanted to know. Southwood comes in again. He says, once we're touching that, they'll go for a quick single. Allion moves the score on to 2 to bring Nick Gubbins to strike. Hampshire 3 without loss. He sort of said it's all for another time. So I'm sure all the people who would have been wanting to write sort of reports on it didn't get too much out of it.
Yeah, a couple of headlines. What was it? There's no drinking culture. Oh no, there's a drinking culture overall in cricket, but not in the England team. Was that what? Did I read that headline right?
Yeah, that's sort of what he was saying, but he wasn't necessarily saying it's a bad thing. I think he had said he's sort of conscious that in the past he'd had a potentially unhealthy relationship with alcohol. So he went into that briefly. Nick Gubbins on strike yet to get off the mark after 5 deliveries. He pushes this one back up to Dithwaite. No one.
Was something else? I'm sure there was another headline I read.
He was saying that he would fancy being England coach in the future. So
Oh,
he's been doing his level 3 coaching and various other things. I mean, the bit that actually was quite interesting is, do you remember how he had that absolutely horrific eye injury just before the start of the Test summer?
Yeah.
And well, he was doing that while he was coaching some youngsters, and he said it reminded him to be very conscious of net etiquette. This one was once more fielded off to Thwaite's own bowling. There'll be no run.
So, yeah. So he was on for 2 hours, and they were the 2 headlines, really, weren't they?
That sort of thing. Yeah. Anything interesting about his night outs, various other things? He said, "Well, that's for another time."
Yeah. Well, that's for his book. He will write.
Yes. Yeah. Last ball of the second over. This is driven nicely, and Gubbins will get off the mark up to mid-off. So he is on 1. Allior at the other end is on 2. Hampshire 4 without loss after the second over.
Well, it's an accurate start from both bowlers that we've seen. So the email we are using for this competition, and you're probably used to it by now, but it will change after this competition. But for the 50 over tournament, it's solentcricket@gmail.com, and David Lane has already emailed. He says, overhead cloud cover and opting to bat first. He says it's a strange one. Well, it's not loads of cloud. It's certainly a bit more than what we've been used to over the last couple of months, and also it's a white ball. Pitch that was used a few days ago, I suppose. Probably on balance. The sun bowls cut away by Gubbins, backward a point, 4 runs. A little bit of width from the medium pacer. And that's the first boundary of the morning and the 13th ball that's been bowled.
Yeah, nicely put away by Gubbins, as he was saying. Accurate, but not there. Just a bit of width. And that boundary is short. And a lot of runs, you feel, will go to that area. These two both left-handers, though, so that's a point for Nick Gubbins.
One's away from us once more. There is a man on the drive now for Gubbins. There's another length ball. Goes out, trickles out to that man. So just to repeat, Hampshire won the toss, elected to bat first. 2 changes in the Hampshire side. Eddie Jack and Manny Lumsden playing some cricket for the first time in around about a month. Both were wild card picks in the 100, have yet to feature. But they're here and playing. Felix Organ and James Fuller making way. And Henry Hurl and Will Smale out of the Glamorgan side. Colin Ingram and Harry Wallace in. As that's a little Fuller. It's driven up to mid-on. There'll be a throw at the keeper's end or safely home. Hampshire move on to 9 without loss.
Well, this fixture last year was actually played on exactly the same day, the 5th of August, but in Nice, and Hampshire won it by 72 runs. Nick Gubbins scored 144, so he'll be hoping of somewhat of a repeat of Manny Lumsden, who mentioned. He took 3 wickets, so those two will be hoping for somewhat a repeat. I'm glad that Manny Lumsden is here today. There's absolutely no point in these players being sort of bench warming in the 100s. They may as well come and play some cricket in the height of the English summer.
It's a long month, isn't it? In what is traditionally Could be the warmest part of the season as Hassan bowls. Forward is Orr. He's down the track looking for a single, but it's a little bit too tight. So we are on the live picture feed on the Hampshire site. Those pictures are also going back to the Glamorgan cricket website. We are also around the ground on the in-ground commentary system here. Kieran James, Billy Stevens, a new name with us for the first time. Hampshire 9 without loss. Orr is 2. Gubbins is 6. Hassan in with his right arm medium pacers. Bowls. Oh, he's driving and missing outside the off stump. Oh, it's called a wide. Now that was slightly surprising, if I'm honest. Orr drawn into the shot. Initially, my initial thought it wasn't a wide, but we're not in line. We are, of course, on the picture feed, but with the wicket cut well to the right, we're not quite in line.
My initial instinct, as was yours, was that it was just a poor, rather ungainly shot, right far away from his body from Alior, but called a wide, so I have to trust the umpire's judgment on that.
Hassan bowls. That's just guided to backward a point by Orr. Picks up a single. Moves on to 3. Alior playing his 6th match. He's been involved in all the games so far. Just over 100 runs, averaging 20. With a top score of 31. Hasn't really got going. 300s last year for him. He was in cracking form. Hasn't quite found the big numbers yet.
Tom Press leads the way for Hampshire in terms of runs so far, 231 in the competition.
Hassan bowls. Gubbins tries to find some room, plays it out to point, no run. Hassan would normally, I guess, open the bowling, would he? I remember the championship game, he wasn't. There was Tim van der Goen, apparently he's just resting because he gets overworked. He would be one of the quicker bowlers.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the fastest paced attack, but if they get it on a length and are accurate enough, then that's not necessarily too much of a problem. I do wonder if we could see Alex Horton stand up to the stumps on occasion today. He's back at the moment as Duthwaite is going to continue this around the wicket ploy to Alior, who's on 3. Gubbins at the other end on 6, Hampshire 11 without loss. But this is nicely opened the blade out to 3rd man by Alior, who gets a single, move himself onto 4, 12 without loss.
Stephen Clark's been on the emails. Solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, am I the first? No, you're not, Stephen. I've already read one out. So sadly, you're not the first one today, and I know that you'll be kicking yourself. It says, nice to hear that you have someone else with you today. Welcome along, Billy, he says.
Gubbins faces up this time and punches us off the back foot up to mid-on. There's no run. Yes, it's a pleasure to be here. I was here in the press box for a game at the 100 the other day. Had a nice walk up the stairs to get to our commentary position on the 3rd floor of the hotel, only to realise that I didn't have a key to get through the door and had to probably go all the way back down.
That's the problem of being the first time up here, Billy.
Gubbins works this one off his hip down to deep square leg. One of the 2 fielders out on the boundary gets a single. Moves to 7. These two know each other so well as an opening partnership, Alior and Nick Gubbins. We've seen that already this morning. Their calling has been sharp and good and accurate, rotating the strike nicely. Now Thwaite begins his run up just on the edge of the circle. He's got a blue sleeve on his both arms. Actually, they're going for a quick single here, so it was up to mid-wicket. And Leo has another one. He moves to 5, Hampshire 14 in that loss.
Thank you to Huntley, who's also emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, Glamorgan's 50-over match away at Durham was played at Gosforth at the South Northumberland Cricket Club. Apologies for getting that wrong. The website I was taking it off said Riverside, so it wasn't. It's a mistake. It's a mistake on this website. Not me, Gov.
Gosforth, quite a nice high street actually, Gosforth.
Yeah, I was there last year.
There's a good chippy there.
Is there?
Which I've frequented occasionally. 2 balls left and Duthwaite's second over. First slip goes down and crouched, and this is wide, and they'll come through for another single in between cover and point. A good diving stop. Keeps it to just that, or moves on to 6.
Yeah, so I can't claim that it was totally my fault, can I?
No.
But yeah, it's a nice spot, Gosforth. Yeah, I was there last year with Hampshire.
No,
It's all right,
it's a
isn't it?
wonderful part of the world. Had 3 lovely years in Newcastle. I'd recommend heading up there to everyone down here.
Bit cold.
Yeah, the weather wasn't great, but mind you, we are in England. It's a short of a length, and Alior has a little flirtation with it down the leg side, but he doesn't get anything on it. It goes through unharmed, and that is the end of the was that fourth over? 15 without loss. That's one place. Some really nice old buildings, a nice quayside which has had a decent bit of money pumped into it. Some good pubs, a couple of good golf courses.
Oh, do you play golf as well?
I do play quite a lot of golf, which is good fun. Keeps me occupied.
So, played into the floor by Gubbins. Start of a new over from Hassan. Goes through to the keeper. 15 without loss in a 5th.
I actually became a member of a golf club up in Newcastle, which
Really?
meant I played far more golf than attended lectures, which is not advisable.
What'd you play off?
3 points.
What?
Something, yeah. You wouldn't expect it from such a small man. But I still get beaten by my younger brother and my dad, so that puts it into perspective.
So they're pretty decent. But, yeah, but what handicaps are they?
2 and a bit, dad's about 4.
Right. Drive and fielded on the short extra cover side. Nice stop that.
My dad has it in the mental department. Has it over me, so he beats me occasionally.
So you're serious golfers?
Yeah, we quite like our golf.
Yeah. What course do you play on down here?
Well, we used to play at somewhere called Tidworth, which is Tidworth Garrison Golf Course. That's an army place. But I actually gave that up when I went to Newcastle just because I wasn't going to play enough to justify.
Hassan's round the wicket. That's a drive up to mid-on, this time by Gubbins. Again finds the fielder. So you're a good golfer, obviously quite intelligent. Play a bit of cricket. Live down this way. What's not to like?
Full package.
It's not to like. Email here from Mike Martin, summitcricket@gmail.com. It says, enjoying this competition as always. Good to watch some youngsters getting some game time. Hassan turns, runs away from us once more. Bowls and Gubbins drives. And again, picks out the fielder. This time it's short extra cover. I've particularly enjoyed watching Tom Prest and Toby Albert. They might not get huge scores, but they are so good to watch, says Mike. When you watch Prest, it's difficult to understand why his first-class average is so, I presume that is modest. That's a typo. I'll go with modest. Well, it is 30, which is not too shabby, but yes, he is a better player than that. He makes it look so easy when he's going. He certainly does. Also, a word on Andrew Neil. Hampshire's left-arm spinner, but fast making a name for himself as an all-rounder. That's driven again to short extra cover. And it's Colin Ingram who's doing a good job in that position. His batting at New Road was extraordinary, and he followed that up at Chelmsford. Great to watch, says Mike. Yes, he single-handedly, Andrew, very nearly won Hampshire the game up at New Road. That was a close encounter. Hampshire losing by just 4 runs. And Andrew Neil making 48 off 22. Almost getting Hampshire over the line as Gubbins drives. This time does find the gap. There is a deep cover. Gubbins will keep the strike at the end of the 5th over, and Hampshire move on to 16 without loss.
The thing I've wondered about the likes of Toby Albert and Tom Prest is they've of course got a very high ceiling and have been touted as players for the future for, I guess, from quite a young age. And you've played the game, of course. In a dressing room, what sort of pressure does that tend to put on the players, and how do they try and deal with that?
With being the good youngsters.
Yeah, because I feel like you've constantly got people there for talking you up and stuff, and it can be difficult if you don't quite achieve that level.
Well, they've got time on their side. That's the beauty about being a youngster. But you'll very quickly work out that that time does get used up much quicker than you think. But at the moment, he's most definitely in a promising youngster bracket.
Gubbins will face up on 9. Oh, and he has been bowled through the gate. Really nice ball from Duthwaite. And he has to go for 9 off 21. Does the captain, 144 in this fixture last season, but no luck today, just the 9. Glamorgan have their first.
Well, I'd like to see that ball again. That looks like it was half decent, to say the least. Gubbins beaten all ends up here. Here it is, round the wicket, Douthwaite, and it's just come in, isn't it? Coming on the angle. It's good length. Gubbins just leaving a bit of a gap there. But that's definitely come round with the arm. Little bit of movement off the pitch, decent delivery.
I initially thought it had just gone through. No light up stumps to make sure he was bowled, but he absolutely was. A really good delivery from Duthwaite, who's been very accurate this morning, and that's probably just reward for his efforts.
His 11th wicket in this year's competition down Douthwaite. He's the top wicket taker for Glamorgan in 2026. Toby Albert is the new batter for Hampshire. Has played just the one game in this competition so far. Made 89, top score in the 9-wicket defeat against Durham. What was that, last Sunday, wasn't it? Just to repeat, really, that this is a match, really, that Hampshire need to win, and not just this one, but the game after, and probably the game after that, because they sit 2 wins away from Durham, but their run rate is vastly inferior. Durham currently sitting in 3rd. This is the only game in Group B today, by the way. There is one game in Group A, Surrey against Kent at the Oval, but we'll certainly concentrate on this game here, because of course Group B is the table that is most important for both these sides. I think Glamorgan are probably out of it. They're another win further behind Hampshire. They can get level on points with Durham, but again, their run rate's not great.
Duthwaite will bowl to the right-handed Albert for the first time. He defends up the pitch. There'll be no run. Right-hand, left-hand combination for Hampshire at the crease with these two. So Duthwaite, who's bowled around the wicket to both left-handers so far this morning. He's going to have to change angle as Albert just does a bit of crouching and stretching and running on the spot to try and get his body moving. One slip remains, and this is pushed off the front foot to point. There'll be no run.
Had a good interview with Toby Albert after the game on Sunday. It's the first chance I've really had to talk to him this season, because he's had, you know, not by his standard of last year, not a great season. He's sort of threatened to sort of get going and hasn't quite. And that interview is on the Hampshire Cricket website, by the way. Just chatting to him about the season, really, and he's had a lot of good balls up top this season. Had one of those years.
Halfway through his 3rd over, Duthwaite once again pushed up the pitch by Albert. No run.
89 was his best total of the season in all formats. Sort of he's had starts and then found ways to get out, but he has had some really good balls up top to contend with. But yeah, it's just the way he was just sort of approaching, the way he was thinking about things.
He drives this time through the gap. Not quite timed though, and they'll get at least 2, but it is a short boundary. It gets pulled in just inside the rope, so it will be just the 2. Gets the count up and running. Moves on to 2, Hampshire 18 for 1.
Didn't seem overly bothered, which I think is the right way to be. There's no point getting heated up about it.
No, there isn't. And I think players the likes of him, of course, he's a class act, and I guess they have the confidence to know that the runs will come at some point. And from a Hampshire persuasion, hopefully they will come today. Last ball of Duthwaite's over. It's a short one, and he's well to sway out the way, does Albert. And that concludes the 6th over. Hampshire 18 for 1. Glamorgan get their first. Nick Gubbins bowled by Duthwaite for 9.
It's about a 3 or 4 mile an hour difference between the slowest and the quickest ball in that over, around the late 70s.
I found something I didn't know about Toby Albert in my research was that both his parents were equestrians.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Tell us more.
Jamaica and Sweden, respectively. Olympians.
Wes is nodding his head saying, yeah, didn't you know that, Kev? No. All right.
So there we go. I think he was quite into that when he was younger, before cricket rather took over. And not necessarily two things you can do professionally simultaneously, I don't think.
No. So they were, hang on, we'll delve into that a bit more. Hassan starts a new over around the wicket and Orr is playing forward and misses. So both his parents were...
They were Olympic equestrians for Jamaica and Sweden, respectively.
Oh, right. Okay. So I think it's fair to say he could ride a horse. Would that be a fair assumption? I've never asked him that question. I've never, ever thought about asking him that question. But I think it's fair assumption to say he could probably ride a horse okay, couldn't he?
Yeah, as I said,
I'm going to bring...
He did when he was young. You could bring that up. There you go.
Well, it's a shame I spoke to him 2 days ago. Hassan in. Orr's forward. It goes out into the covers once more. If only I'd known that 3 days ago, I could have right at the end saying, so, can you ride a horse well? And I would have been quite interested to hear the answer. What if he had ambitions to ride in the Olympics as well? Does he still ride? Has he given that up? Does he feel that it's too risky now playing professional cricket? Here's Hassan. Or drives in the air, caught at mid-off. Didn't get hold of that at all. Went for the shot over the top. And it's just looped away. And all goes for 5, Hampshire 18 for 2.
Well, only 18 runs in the first 6 or so overs. And I just wonder whether that put a bit of pressure on Ali, or he felt like he needed to get the scoreboard going. But was that shot really necessary? Quite risky relatively early on in the game. And he goes for 5.
Caught by captain Andy Gorvin. Off the bowling of Zain Al Hassan. So Hampshire 2 down already here in the 7th over, having won the toss, elected to bat first, won the same wicket that was used for the Durham game on Sunday, a game which Hampshire were well beaten in by 9 wickets. Sunshine is slowly but surely making its presence felt. There's still quite a bit of cloud, but it will pop out and pop back in behind cloud at various times. Jake Lehman is the new batter, an Australian left-hander, just over 200 runs in this year's competition, averaging 43.
Well, he's been brilliant across all formats really for Hampshire this season. I'd have to say he's probably been the player of the season. So if there was a man for not quite a crisis, but for a bit of trouble, he's certainly not a bad one to stride out to the crease.
Top score of 75 so far in this competition, played in all the matches.
Previously played for Yorkshire and Lancashire.
He did. Yes, he did, yeah. We were up at Headingley earlier in the season and very well liked up there. That was obvious. People still remember him. 2 years he's with Hampshire, playing as a homegrown, which is handy. So 18 for 2. Lehman to face his first ball. He hasn't got a slip in as he's forward. Goes out into the cover. Simple catch for Andy Gorvin, that one at mid-off. The other wicket that fell in the 6th over, Nick Gummins got a beauty from Dan Douthwaite for 9. So both openers out for single figures. Glamorgan will be happy with the way things have started. Decent crowd again. A little bit early days. I'm sure there'll be a few more in the next hour or two that will wander up. Probably a better day for sitting and watching cricket today. A lot of people have come up to me this season. As Lehman again gets a good length delivery, which he defends. I don't think I've heard as many people come up to me and said, do you know what, Kev? It's actually unpleasant watching cricket out there. It's too hot. You might get the odd one on the odd day, but not consistently over days and over weeks and even over months. And I think some people are being put off coming up because it's just been too hot to watch.
Yeah, as you say, certainly more pleasant today with a nice bit of cloud cover.
It's perfect. The sand bowls has bounced and beaten Lehman on the outside edge, and that's a beauty of a delivery. That's nipped and bounced, and well, I think Lehman would have been a hell of a player to have got an edge to that one. That's a beauty. It's probably the ball of the morning, that. 18 for 2, 7 gone.
Yes, they've been absolutely superb. This opening pair of Al Hassan and Duthwaite. And they'll just be hoping to continue that relentless line in length. They're not the quickest, but if you're going to be that accurate and bold deliveries like the one Lehman just received, then it doesn't really matter too much. I wonder if they might think about putting a second slip in just for an over. I know potentially slightly unusual, but when you're on the side 18 for 2, might be something to think about. Albert's going to face him. This is on his legs, and they'll get to single as he pushes it up to mid-on. Moves the score to 19 for 2.
So just to repeat the email we're using for this game and for all the group games in this 50 over competition, solidcricket@gmail.com. I said that quite quick, actually. solidcricket@gmail.com.
Colin Ingram is the man at first slip at the moment. I'm looking forward to watching him bat, actually.
Yes, well, unfortunately, I've seen a bit of him over the years. He's 41 years of age now, but he's still lethal with a bat.
Now coming to Lehman, who tries to guide this one past point, but only succeeds in finding him. There'll be no run.
Bit windy there. Just to hear it in the effects mic there. It's nice to have a bit of wind, actually, isn't it, as well? We haven't got the fans on up here for the first time for about as long as I can remember.
Quite nice sliding windows as well. Even yet to get off the mark after 4. That's his 5th dot that he's faced as he pushes it up to Wait. Yeah, it's a superb delivery to dismiss Nick Gubbins. And Gubbins is a sensational player, so quite often you need something of that. Just nipped in a bit off the seam and through the gate. Halfway through his 4th over, Duthwaite. Bowls, and once again he'll field off his own bowling as Lehman mistimes one.
Some very angry goals above us. Very angry.
They're telling me to be quiet.
Wow. I see an argument going on between the two of them.
There's no fish and chips on the menu, is there?
No. Well, if there was, I didn't order any.
What did you go for?
Gone for the jacket potato.
Always a good option. Lehman drives. Quite timed in the well. There's a misfield at mid-off, but it won't cause a run as the left-hander has now faced 7 deliveries without scoring.
So tell us a little bit more. So you about yourself, because obviously this is your first time with us, and so you live, as we know, in the north of the county. You play your cricket at Amport. What league? The Hampshire League?
Hampshire League first got promoted last year. Into division. I mean, they actually redid the Hampshire League a couple of years ago. Lehman strike again. This is sort of edged, but it only goes out to point. There's no run. Yeah, Hampshire League. Division 3, and then I think there's a letter after it, but I suddenly can't quite remember.
Oh, like west and east and south and all that.
Yeah, because they redid them to sort of reduce the travel time of the teams, which is very sensible. But it means that I now can't quite remember what one we're in. But a good fun, fantastic ground to play at, beautifully kept by Rich Belbin and Martin Starter, who could well both be in attendance today.
Is it what you would consider a picturesque Hampshire ground?
I'd say
when you think
is.
about Hampshire cricket
clubs.
clubs.
And there are a couple of nice fields around it.
Okay.
And well, it's mostly the pitch is just pretty superb every week. It's always the best ground we go to all season really as our home one, which is really nice.
Zain Al Hassan in, right arm over, bowls to Albert, who drives pleasantly straight to extra cover though. Both these bowlers have very similar analysis. Hassan's into his 5th over, 1 for 9. Douthwaite 4 overs, 1 for 10. Keeping the lid on the Hampshire innings here. And certainly haven't got away to a fast start. That's Hassan bowls, and Albert plays that very late. Called through for 1 by Lehman. Albert moves on to 4, 20 for 2.
Yeah, they've both been very accurate, but aside from Douthwaite, the bowling has struggled a little bit, really. Gorvin has taken 4 wickets. It's the next last wicket taken.
Yeah, they're not flush with wickets, are they? In the Glamorgan team. But they've done a good job here this morning so far as Hassan bowls, playing a miss in Lehman. There's a little spot there, isn't there? Just short of a leg, just outside off stump. That Hassan's suddenly found.
Yeah, it does maybe feel like there's a little bit more bounce from the hotel end.
Feels like it at the moment. There's certainly a little spot there. I'm surprised there's not a slip in, or is there a slip going in now? I think you've got to, really. Lima's not off the mark yet and faced 9. And I think having watched the ball last over and that ball there, yeah, you do need a slip in.
Yeah, Ingram's going to be that.
Yeah, even if it's just for an over or 2. Another wicket now would certainly put Glamorgan in the ascendancy. Just altering the field. Having got a slip in now, and we're ready. Hassan bowls, Lehman drives up to mid-off. And again, there's no run. So definitely a bit more blustery today. You can feel that and you can hear that. And temperatures, I think I'm right in saying the temperatures have dropped a bit, but then we're back up, aren't we? After this brief lull. And then we're back up to where we've been used to.
Yeah, and there's just still doesn't seem to be any rain around at all. But
no.
as I keep being reminded, England is a green and pleasant land, and it won't take long for it to turn back that way.
Hassan bowls straight at this time. Oh, there's a mix-up in the middle, but Albert's home. He started and then half stopped, and Lehman wasn't initially sure. And Albert's okay, but there was hesitation there initially. 21 for 2. Yes, I think I counted 20 spots of rain yesterday, actually. I was driving in my car and all of a sudden a couple of spots landed on the windscreen and I counted them. And then it stopped. And then the sun came back out. Hassan in again. Last ball of his 5th, 1 for 11. And he's wrapped on the pad, one that nips back. It's just done a little too much and it's a little too straight initially. Another good over though. Hampshire 21 for 2 after 9.
It's just 75 mile an hour, that delivery, but causing some problems, these two. And I guess it's that, can go to be that debate as to how many overs you give them. 5 overs for Hassan, 4 overs for Douthwaite, respectively. So Douthwaite, you think would get this over. And then we'll have to see. Quite often captains like going to spin pretty quickly after the end of the first pound. Four overs, 1 for 10 for Dan Douthwaite. He has Lehman in his sights at the moment. Deep square leg and a wideish 3rd man is the field for the left-hander. That's how it's been. All 9 overs so far, and he gets this one off the inside edge and gets a bit of luck as it's fielded at square leg. He chopped through for a single. Hampshire 22 for 2, Lehman 2.
A bit of bottom hand in that shot from Lehman. He wasn't anywhere near where he was aiming. Just have a look at the bottom of his bat. So was the umpire at the same time. I thought he was going to ask for him to change his bat, but he seems okay with it.
Right-handed Albert faces up with quite a nice high back left, and he drives and does find the gap. This should be fours. It just tries to pull up inside the rope, but no, it does trickle over it. Albert moves himself to 8. A pleasant drive. Probably didn't quite get all of it. 26 for 2.
Nice shot, though. It was a length ball, maybe a fraction wide, but Albert's played that beautifully. Just watch this again. Bit of width, but just in a good position. Plays the ball late. Uses the pace of the ball.
He only pushed it. Douthwaite, and again, and this time he gets on the pull and it goes through almost on the bounce to the keeper. No run. The only issue with the rope being very close to the advertising boards, they've had to push it as far as possible because to that cover boundary as we look is short. Is that it's difficult for the fielders chasing the ball to the rope, but they don't collide with the advertising board.
True. Yeah, you don't want to be sliding for too long.
Albert faces up once more in 8. This is a short ball and should be called a wide, you would think. And has been, so another one added to the total, 27 for 2.
That's the sort of ball bowled by a bowler that wasn't very happy with the shot through the covers.
You're talking from experience.
Yeah. When you bowl it that short. He's bowled a couple of good bounces, Douthwaite, hasn't he? Surprised the batters. They were a good height. That wasn't. That was far too high.
Halfway through his 5th over, he bowls and this squares Albert up a little bit, but that slip's been taken out, and they will think about coming back for a second, and will do. There was a little bit of a fumble down at 3rd man. 29 for 2. These two just taking the scoreboard along. It's been a decent over for Hampshire so far. 8 runs from it and a wide.
It looked like it had a bit of extra bounce on it. It looks like a little bit in this pitch with the new balls.
Fuller and defended out to cover, no run. Well, he's been so accurate with the full ball that I do wonder if he should just really be sticking there rather than trying to bowl a short one. But you've got to mix it up in order for Fuller delivery to trouble the batters.
Oh, I think both these bowlers have done exactly what you'd want. Certainly as a captain, you'd be looking at these two thinking, great start, accurate. Yeah, I'd throw in the odd short ball. Nothing wrong with it.
It's just going to be field change. They're bringing in sort of a wide leg slip here, so potentially Albert is going to have his pads targeted by Douthwaite. But no, this is wider and he chops it into the offside. They'll come through for a single. Good running by the pair, and that moves Hampshire on to 30 for 2 after 10 overs. So that's the end of the first power play.
Thank you, Billy. That's the end of Billy Stevens, his first stint ever as a Hampshire commentator. He'll be back shortly. Wes Spearman, Hampshire's press officer, as he has done for all these games, all the home games, with us on commentary. Does his job in the morning, does his job in the evening, and in between, he's on commentary. How are you?
Morning, Kev. Morning, everyone.
All good? All good back at base over the other
all
side?
Good back at base, yeah. I'm pleasantly surprised this morning. All the cameras are working.
Is that the first?
I think that's the first time, certainly for this comp, since we had the new cameras in place.
Douthwaite then from the pavilion end. Oh, he's gone over the top. Lehman, and that is bouncing just over the rope for 6. Much to the delight of the crowd.
And that's all from
No.
Chick leaving the season.
That's very true. Oh, that wasn't the end of the over. It is now. That's a couple of times it's caught me out. Yeah. A couple of times that's caught me out already, actually. I don't know why. There must be something happening out there on the 5th ball. But yes, was that a bit of frustration from Lehman? I don't know. 8 from 13 he has. Took a little while getting off the mark. But all good with Wes, which is good news. All the cameras are working, which is even better news. For the first time this season.
Hopefully you're hearing us loud.
There were some guys wandering around here. I don't know who they were, but they were fiddling about with stuff.
We've got the Hawkeye guys in today. I think.
Oh, right.
Our analysis team. Yeah, Hampshire 37 for 2, 10 overs gone. Focus back in the pavilion after both our excellent seasons last year. Zane San to continue from this Hilton end. Tidy figures from him so far, 1 for 11 on 5 overs. Really good outing here in the county championship earlier in the season. Right on over to Albert, places one into the onside. There's no run. Zane San maiden century early this season, Kev.
Played well, didn't it? Him and Kieran Carlson. Superb together. Hampshire beaten by an innings and a few. I just realised how I got caught out in that because the 7th ball of that over was a no ball. Hence why we've got an 8 ball over. That's why.
Bobby San into Albert, plays cuts, and this is all taken by Horton behind the stumps.
No, I know. Well, Nick's just pointed it out to me. So there was a wide off the 4th, a no ball off the 7th. So there we are. But I didn't see the no ball.
No, I didn't.
No.
Must have been a late call. Zane up the San. Defends. No run. Tidy stuff from Morgan. Lost the toss, been put in the field. Sure, they'd be pretty happy with their position at the moment.
Good start. I mean, both these sides aren't in the best of form, are they? So any period of play where you're on top is a good one.
Morgan just 1 win coming into today. San into Albert drives. Short cover.
Yeah, they must have felt really good. Our very first game, beat Sussex down in Neath. They must have thought, oh, this is another year where we're going to do well in this competition. It's sadly been followed by 4 losses: Yorkshire, Middlesex, Durham and Derbyshire.
This is their 4th away game on the trot as well. So they're ending the season with 2 home and 2 away, but 4 away games on the trot, especially when you're on a losing run as Glamorgan are. Can't be easy. San in, Albert drives, plus covers, sweep of the side boundary. Strike for the last ball of this over. We think the last ball, yeah, unless there's a
Well, that's right. Yeah,
a hidden no somewhere.
that's sort of a. Yeah, yeah. Some umpires make it look obvious, don't they? But maybe. So Radlett, Gosforth, Repton, Scorn, and here. And that's a good 4-game combination, isn't it?
Yeah. That game at Radlett, 66 all out.
Oof.
At the end. Middlesex won inside 10 overs on that day. San into the overlay cuts slightly aerial. Point down to fielder at deep third. That's the end of the over. That's right. Still tidy stuff from Zane San. 39 for 2, 11 overs.
Yeah, if you live near Radlett, you'd be home in time for lunch there, wouldn't you? That game. How many overs bowled in that game? There was just over 30. In fact, 31 overs in total.
Yeah, yeah, we're done before 1 o'clock then, wasn't
it? Yeah. Glamorgan all out in 20.5 overs, 66, and you were right. Yeah, Middlesex 67 for 2 in 9.1. That's 31 overs. For lots of people, that's heaven.
For a lot, yeah. Not for Glamorgan.
No.
Sure, not for the concession tip.
Right, we've got Tom Edwards into the attack. 17 years old. He is a Welshman, one of several in this side. And he's going to be coming round the wicket, right arm medium quick. From the pavilion end, bowls, way outside off stump, not quite wide enough to be called. He's playing his 3rd match in this year's competition. He's played just the 2 matches in the first team in this competition before this.
Morgan's many debutants this season. A young side for shout, but as Edwards in, right arm round to Layman. Drives, doesn't get all of this. single. They went up to two. A few new faces for Glamorgan. Harry Wallace making his debut today. Jack Bell as well in his first season. Callum Nichols. New faces in this Glamorgan side, Glamorgan squad. 5 players to the 100. Kieran Carlson, Mason Crane, formerly of Hampshire. Asa Tribe, Sean Dixon, and Kellaway. Featured. See Edwards over the wicket this time, right hand Albert, full delivery, dug out. Toby Allen coming into this game. It's 89 Sunday against Durham. Incredible crowd there. So as we mentioned, it's the scores he would have liked this season. Good him to get some confidence and some runs behind him just a few days ago. Should be hoping he can beat the dose here today. Edwards towards us from the pavilion end, bowls to Albert, full delivery, clips off legs of Albert. Down to the fine leg for a single.
I'm going to swap you over here, Wes, because that sounds very quiet again. It was a bit quiet the other day, wasn't it? But I don't know if it's the machine or the earphones. I'm going to find out in a minute. There you go. Whoa.
Okay, we'll try these one properly.
Oh my gosh.
Blasting through everyone's ears now.
No, they're too loud.
They're too loud.
Something's happening here. Edwards bowls, that's outside your stump and left alone. Right, we can't use those. Right, so what we're going to do, let's put those away. God knows what's happened here. I've never had this problem before until the last game, and then it's got worse this game. For some reason. Let's try that. Right, Edwards. Actually, you finish the over, then I can try and work this out.
Edwards into Lehman, bowls, drives. Middle back from Lehman, dot ball to finish. Good start for Tom Edwards. 2 runs coming from his first over. Hampshire 41 for 2. 12 overs gone.
Right. So, yeah.
Roles reversed today, Kev.
You sound very. You sound very. I mean, even you sound even quiet to me. But we clearly can't use those others because something wrong.
They're waiting.
Oh, well. Just bear with us, everybody. We will sort it out. So Nick Gubbins for 9 and Ali Orr for 5. The 2 batters that have gone. Douthwaite and Zain Al Hassan with a wicket apiece. And we've got another bowling change here at the commentary end, the hotel end here, because we've got Romano Franco. He's going to bowl with some slow left armers. Another teenager, 19 years of age. He's played in all the games so far for Glamorgan in this year's competition. He's picked up 3 wickets. Here we go then, around the wicket, bowls, and Albert works that away on the onside. I might get you to the mic as close as possible. Yeah, that actually does help. Yeah.
Try and put. I won't try and eat the microphone.
No, that's right. Yeah. Don't chew anything. Yeah, I did notice it on Sunday, but we seem to get through it. But it seems to have got worse. Hopefully, we've helped. It's going to come over the wicket to the left-handed Jake Lehman. One on the drive on the leg side as Franco bowls. Lehman pushes forward. Made his List A debut last year, Franco. It's 12th List A match in total. Bowls, full, driven, half stopped. Trickles down towards deep mid-on where Eddie Byron fields. And Hampshire move on to 43 for 2. And Lehman on to 11, courtesy of that 6. A couple of overs ago. Franco in again, bowls. Albert drives, Byram in the game once more, in the deep. Moves on to 16. So we had a couple of good crowds here, didn't we, the last couple of games, Wes? I don't know what you were expecting today or hoping for.
Yeah, we had over 3,000 in the end, 3,200 on Sunday to watch Ben Stokes bat bowl, and turns out he didn't even in the end.
To do nothing. Another drive from Neiman. That's not really timed, is it? Goes up to deep mid off. 55 for 2. You've got another Brave game here at the weekend.
Another game on Saturday against Manchester Supergiants. Hampshire contingent with Sonny Baker and Liam Dawson coming back.
Oh,
Utilita Bowl. Sell-up that game. Sold out, so I should expect it.
It's a sellout, is it?
12,000 in that one.
Can the Brave qualify still? Reverse sweep there from Albert, finds the fielder at backward a point.
I'm not sure, they're struggling a bit at the moment, the men's side anyway. I think they've won 2 games. So I think 6 they've played now. I think that they need to win both of their upcoming games to stand a chance of qualifying. So yeah, Southern Brave, they're currently in 5th place. 2 wins from 6 games, as you mentioned, but pretty much every other team has got a game in hand. Birmingham Phoenix in the bottom actually got 2 games in hand. 4. So Brave played the most amount of games in the men's competition and the women's competition. Southern Brave top of the table in the women's competition.
Yeah, they lost though, didn't they? Last game.
Defeated by Welsh Fire over in Cardiff. It was a really close game. I think Fire needed 8 off the last 5 deliveries. Victorious in front of their home crowd. Brave made it through to the final last game. Won the group stage pretty convincingly, 7 from 7. And then unfortunately saved their worst performance for the final. As it's Tom Edwards to continue from the end. Short ball forward by Lehman. Single out to square leg. To 13. Even showing some content here, which we haven't seen. We've seen a bit of in this competition, but certainly not this early on in his innings. Just wondering if that's a conscious decision, perhaps.
I don't know. He looks a man who has to get on with it a bit.
Edwards over the wicket to Albert Paul, clipped off the legs. Timed nicely by Albert, beats the diving fielder at mid-wicket to that. He's got a run away for 4. Mackenzie stand. The boundary to Tony Alberts. It's looking in good nick this morning. He did just a few days ago on Sunday. That brings up the 50 for Hampshire. 14th over. They're ticking on just under 4s at the moment. Still plenty of time for that to go up. We saw how good a pitch this was on Sunday, so Hampshire a few runs short against Durham, but hopefully
Just a few.
Hopefully getting north of 300 if they can today. Missed altogether drive by Albert this time. Through to the keeper, Alex Horton.
He's got a little bit of pace here, Tom Edwards, hasn't he?
For 82 miles an hour. That's my speed gun. Yeah, this was very much the key partnership, wasn't it, on Sunday? These two teams scored 120, 126, thereabouts.
Yeah, I'll tell you exactly. I think you're right, actually. 126, yeah, for the third.
Edwards to Albert, went into the onside, there's no run to the wicket. Yeah, unfortunately, it was once Albert. You could see him trying to get a move on things, obviously realising it was a good pitch to bat on. Trying to get a move on and got the top edge, and innings fell away from there. Sunday. Time to go in this first innings. 36 overs. About 2 hours of this innings to go. Single 50 ball. Short ball from Albert. He's got hold of that one all right, and that might just go all the way. No, 1 bounce and over the rope. So second boundary of this over. Edwards trying the short ball to Toby Albert. And Albert replying with 4 runs.
That's a great pickup, isn't it? Got onto that very, very early indeed. Terrific shot. It's a shot of a man who looks like he's just finding his feet a little bit more. As he said to me the other night, didn't he? I mean, he's not felt out of nick, and he hasn't looked out of nick, but it's time at the crease.
Edwards into Albert Hall, that beats the bat. That's a good ball from Tom Edwards to end the over. Good reply from that short ball. That one coming just shy of 83 miles an hour. Hampshire 54 for 2. End of 14 overs. Gonna have a change.
Yeah, I'm going to make way. Where's this going to come over to where I am? And then Billy Stevens is coming back in. on one side, Wes Spearman. So Hampshire 54 for 2. We've had 14 of the 50 overs bowled so far, which means there are 36 overs left. And all yours, Billy.
My head is markedly smaller than Wes's, so I just need to take a bit of time to sort those headphones out. Franco comes in. This is pushed up the pitch, but airily by Lehman. They will walk through for a single, 55 for 2.
So you're saying I've got a big head, Billy?
I'm saying I've got a small one.
I have got a hat, to be fair. So
Let's blame it on the
let's blame
hat.
Yeah.
A slip in for Albert, who's made his way relatively serenely to 23, and he pushes this one up to long on. Hampshire 56 for 2 now. Important that these two don't do anything too reckless and just try and build a partnership. Hampshire, if you're just joining us, lost Nick Gubbins and Tom Prest early on, and we're in quite a lot of trouble. Left-handed Lehman comes in, and this has worked off his legs. They'll come through for a single. Hampshire 57 for 2 now. Franco halfway through his second over. Albert punched this one off the back foot out to deep cover. 4 singles to start the 15th over.
Must have been game for both sides, this one. Glamorgan, yeah,
Driven this time, but not quite timed, and there is a misfield, so they'll come through for a single.
Yeah, Glamorgan, second bottom from the table. Hampshire sitting in 7th after that defeat to Durham on Sunday. Can still qualify, but we need to win at least 2 games and obviously hope results go their way as well.
Will there be an over of singles here? Albert on strike as he gets an inside edge there and is wisely sent back by Lehman as it goes down to fine leg. He swipes his bat in annoyance, Albert, but he still survives. Hampshire 59 for 2 after 15 overs.
I think Glamorgan can still mathematically qualify. 3 wins would take them level with the current top 3 sides on 16 points, but net run rate playing a part in there, and obviously to win 3 games on the trot, having won only 1 this season, that being their opening game as well. A lot of work to do for Glamorgan, a lot of work to do for Hampshire as well, on 8 points.
Yes, it does seem like a rather tall order for both sides, but Glamorgan in particular.
Tom Edwards will continue from the pavilion end, right arm round the wicket to Lehman. Short ball pulled, and he's got hold of that one, Jake Lehman. That's going to run away to the fine leg boundary for 4 down below us from the Hotel Gantry. Another boundary to Jake Lehman. He said he's playing with intent this morning, looking to get a move on with things. He moves to 20 off 26.
Yeah, it's a good shot there, a well-timed swivel pull. I'll describe that as, and races way anything that really beats the infield or gets any pace going. He's quite likely to be 4 along slightly parched and patchy outfield.
Yeah, short boundary side down to our right-hand side. Left-hand side as you look at it on the stream. Edwards bowls again, fuller delivery this time. Lehman drives. Not quite time that one, goes out to mid-off. There's no run. Yeah, this pitch is a long way over to our right-hand side. Left-hand side is, you look at it from the stream at the moment, but I think that boundary is probably 50, 55 metres. Probably play on a few club boundaries that are a similar size. Edwards to Lehman. Short ball again, pulled by Lehman and doesn't quite split the gap. Stepped halfway there doing the fielding at fine leg. Lehman to 21, Hampshire 64 for 2.
Well, I think it's just about over the limit, legal limit for this competition. So, but that's why the rope's so close to the advertising board as well. So that's why I was mentioning earlier that it's tricky if someone's sliding or running at full pelt. They need to be quite careful.
It's not like you see for the 100 or internationals, and obviously have the LEDs now, and if they're a few metres behind the boundary rope, and they themselves have to be a few metres in front of the actual perimeter of the ground. So to our left-hand side, towards the east side of the ground, Edwards is in to Albert. Short ball, pulled that. That's gone over mid-on, and that's going to be a couple of bounces and over the rope for another 4 to Toby Albert. He's playing the short ball nicely here. Hold of these ones from Edwards. He moves to 29. And the short ball ploy for Edwards isn't exactly working this over for him.
It isn't quite. He took 2 for 7 on his list day debut, but hasn't quite got his radar right today. That's the 50-run partnership. 27. Albert has contributed 21 for Lehman. That was almost a flat forehand from Albert.
Yeah, tennis shot. Obviously mentioned his parents are both equestrians earlier. Edwards into Albert. This one Fuller clipped to mid-wicket. There's no run. So, and how many other sports Toby Albert has got in his locker?
Did you know that?
I did, yes. Yeah, it was. I believe it's come from. I don't know who initially found this out. There was a piece by Nick Friend in the Cricketer, who's actually here today. Hello, Nick, if you're listening. He chat with Toby. I think this was a couple of years ago now. So Edwards in to complete us over right arm. Overlooking balls. Albert defends into the offside. He wants the single. Lehman sends him back. Top ball to end the over. 9 runs coming off that one from Tom Edwards. Hampshire 68 for 2 after 16 overs. Yeah, but it's a pretty good feature actually. It's not a plug for the Cricketer at all. Yeah, really nice feature from Nick, and actually chatting to Toby Albert about growing up and actually travelling from Olympics to Olympics for a few years, and doing like running races with Safa Powell and Usain Bolt down the corridors of the hotel and in the Olympic Village. And yeah, it's strange. Yeah, Jamaica and Sweden, not 2 countries that you associate with.
No, they aren't. Franco's going to come into Lehman, who gets on the back foot. That's a really nice cut shot, and will bring him a boundary past the diving point. Moves himself on to 25. Hampshire 72 for 2, and just ticking along nicely. I feel like it's the type of surface that when you get in on it, runs can flow at a decent lick, and that's what these two will be hoping for. Spinner, Franco just dropped that one a little bit short. Is he going to overcompensate with a fuller one here? He bowls it short once more, and he plays a cut in a similar manner, but this time point gets in the way, no run. I mean, it's not the worst upbringing to be going from Olympics to Olympics. Yeah. Quite cool. Because I mean, I presume he did. I think I read he did do quite a bit of riding, but decided to pursue cricket instead, which, considering the way his career's gone to date, is probably not a bad
decision. Yeah.
Number 77, Franco just wanders in, having tossed himself a catch, and Lehman gets on the back foot, and Franco fields off his own bowling, no run. I had a nice chat with Nick Friend actually at Lord's, because I was interviewing Sonny Baker, or we all were, in the sort of media scrum.
What a man, Sonny Baker.
As Franco's halfway through his over. Use of the feet by Lehman, really nice shot down the ground, but it'll only be one, as long on and long off are both back. But in my sort of keenness of youth to interview him, I had a quick scan around to see what the rough pecking order for questioning might be. I saw Matt Roller from VSPN, and looked around, sort of, well, I reckon I'll take my opportunity here. Asked my 2 questions. Franco bowls once more off the back foot for another single out to deep cover from Albert. Moves on to 30, and then when we finished up, Sonny Baker was a very good interview, as everyone's been saying, but we finished up and I spied Nick Friend just behind Matt, and I had to apologise to him, but he was very gracious about it all.
He's a good man, he's Nick Friend.
Lehman gets on the back foot, punches this one once more down to long off. They'll come through for a single. 75 for 2.
Well, I guess if any, that's more on the press officer duty, isn't it, to go through the pecking order?
Yes, that is the end of the 17th over. That's 75 2. Well, yeah, well, there we go. So we're blaming your colleague then, are we?
Not my colleague, but
Your colleague,
whoever the Manchester Supergiants, isn't it? That he plays for. I think that's one of the Lancs guys actually doing that role this year.
Okay, you've thrown them under the bus.
I
I
have,
see.
yeah, a little bit there. Sorry, guys. It's going to be a change of bowling at the pavilion end. So after a few overs from Tom Edwards, expensive overs, bang in those short balls to Toby Albert, 0 for 20 for him. It's going to be Jack Hope Bell for his first over of the day. His first season here at Glamorgan, just 1 wicket to his name. This competition so far, 1 for 38. Best figures, right arm over the wicket, driven down the ground by Lehman. He's had a pretty good season with the bat. There's Jack Hope Bell, 209 runs, averaging over 50. Strike rate of over 100 as well, got 123 earlier on in this competition. He's got a job to do with the ball here. So both Hampshire and Durham on Sunday playing free spinners, effectively. Slightly different lineup for Hampshire today with James Fuller and Felix Organ out to the side, Eddie Jack and Manny Lumsden returning. Hope Bell in bowls. This one pulled by Toby Albert. Out to the fielder at deep back of square. Single taken, Albert 31.
Well, he came through the Welsh pathway and had a very good 2025 season. He won the ECB Under-18 One-Day Cup with Glamorgan in that season. And that's the brilliant thing about this competition, is you get to see these youngsters and give them an opportunity to flourish.
Hope Bell bottom round to Lehman, drives through the covers. Just be a single, sweeper out there doing the job. 78 for 2, Lehman to 29.
So you get a very good mix of some of the very experienced players and then the youth, and it's well, nice. I mean, I think the 100 has actually boosted the reputation of this competition because it just offers something different.
Down the track comes Albert, but it's an outside edge. The ball's running down below us, down to the third man boundary. It won't go all the way. Gets hauled in by Romano Franco. A couple of runs to Toby Albert. Albert using his feet and almost yorking himself there, actually. Tossed up by Hope Bell. Toby Albert again looking to move on with things. Hope Bell into Albert. Places one into the offside. They're going to look for a quick single here. Not picked up cleanly. Well, I think that's Andy Gorvin in there at the covers. Good running from Albert and Lehman. As you mentioned, these two had a really good partnership on Sunday against Durham. 126. From a Hampshire perspective, it's looking like it's going that way at the moment. Hope Bell into complete his over. Bowls to Lehman. Late cuts this one into the offside. And a dot ball to finish. 6 runs coming from Jack Hope Bell's first over. 18 overs gone. Hampshire 81 for 2.
Yes, just a couple of spinners working in tandem here, which you quite often see in this competition, especially with the dry weather we've had. They get them on just after the power play. It was a fantastic opening spell from Hassan and Dalthwaite. Albert on 32 is making good progress though as he pushes this one up to long off. And they will come through for another single, moves himself to 35, 82 for 2.
Yeah, all this dry weather that we've had proper rain for at least a month.
49 days, I think, without rain. Left-handed Franco bowling off spin to the left-handed Lehman, who's on 29. And he uses his feet to come down the track and shovels this one down to long on. He'll come through for a single.
Lehman again showing serious intent there. It looked like if he got hold of that, then that was looking at it like it was going a long way. Gets along the ground.
This one just goes on with the arm and Albert defends into the offside, onside rather. 83 for 2. Well, considering the start, they'll be relatively happy with how this pair have gone about it. Albert using his feet this time and both long on and long off of back. This one goes down to long on. They'll come through for a single. 85 for 2. We've got some sort of mesh netting, which, because I'm only 5'8" and a bit, slightly blocks my view of the long on and long off region. I need a stool to stand on. This is a really nice slog sweep from Lehman, but it very nearly found the man at deep square leg. Just goes on the bounce to him, and they'll come through for a single. 31 he moves to. Hampshire 86 for 2. And there will be one more delivery in the 19th. Franco rounding out his 4th. And once more coming down the track is Toby Albert, and that is a 6. Really nice shot, timed it beautifully, got his foot to the pitch of the ball and deposited it over mid-off, moves himself to, what's that, 42. 91 for 2 at the end of the 19th. They've just pushed the accelerator, haven't they, Hampshire, in recent times?
Yeah, you could see that over both players using their feet to come down the ground, and lovely shot from Toby Albert, inside out, over, long off. 6 runs. That's his first 6. First 6 of the innings for Toby Albert. So yeah, Jake Lehman smashing that one over Lamont earlier in the innings, this partnership. Now with 73 between these two, Lehman and Albert. Hope Bell to continue from the pavilion. This one full delivery, high full toss, driven back to the bowler by Lehman. Actually 91 for 2. That run rate that was under 4 not that long ago. Lehman drives through the covers. Single out to the man. Sweeping on the offside. Yeah, that run rate now. Sitting at 4.76. In the last 5 overs, Hampshire 36 for none, 7.2 runs and over. So these two definitely to push that accelerator. Hope Bell. Short ball delivery from Albert, and he's got hold of that one. One bounce 4. Pass backward a square. And Toby Albert is just launching onto anything short here. Spin or pace bowling. He's getting hold of it. He moves to 46 off just 44 deliveries. 4 runs away from another half century. Back-to-back 50s if he gets there.
Yeah, a player of Toby Albert's quality isn't going to miss out on that from Hope Bell. Just really dragged his length down there.
Hope Bell into Albert. This one, a full delivery, and Albert is stumped. Look to use his feet and drive through the offside. Misses the drive, and Alex Horton behind the stumps whips off the bails. And Albert, just as he was looking to get a move on, he departs for 46, and that is a big, big wicket for Glamorgan.
Yeah, it's fantastic bowling from Hope Bell, actually. You have to give him quite a lot of credit there. His delivery that was pummeled for 4 over the leg side was short, and then he just decided to go a bit full and wider. Albert potentially expecting a similar delivery, and it was very good glove work as well from Horton to whip the bails off. And Albert will be really disappointed, as you mentioned there. I think he would have eyed a decent total, because Dalthwaite now has handbowled brilliantly this morning, but they weren't necessarily backed up by the rest. But Glamorgan have their 3rd, and they're in a bit of a commanding position. Hampshire 96 for 3.
Yeah, like you say, I think Toby Albert will be slightly disappointed with that, as at the toss of the bat, and I was just looking to use it. I wonder if Jack Hope Bell saw him coming down the track and just threw it a little bit wide, a little bit fuller. He saw Albert a few overs ago use his feet and get an outside edge. He went down to the deep 3rd boundary. And Albert not so lucky on this occasion. Tom Prest, the new batter for Hampshire, has been in decent nick this competition. 1 century coming in that first game, that victory up at Yorkshire at Scarborough. A couple of 50s as well against Worcestershire and Essex.
Yeah, he's Hampshire's leading run scorer, 231 runs at an average of 46. Although he's been surpassed by Lehman in this innings, Lehman 32.
Jake Lehman flying up 2,000 runs in this day cricket. If he gets to 55, is the target we'll be keeping our eye on. Yeah, Tom Prest, the new batter. Duck on Sunday against Durham. Like I was saying, Hampshire's leading run scorer in this competition. As Hope Bell, right arm over to the right-handed Prest, drives through the covers. It's a diving stop from the fielder at short cover, and actually parries it past his mate at long on, mid-off, sorry. He will come through for a single. So Prest off the mark first ball. Hampshire 97 for 3, 1 ball to come in this 20th over, and then we're going to have a change. I'm going to make way for Kev James. Jack Hope Bell from the pavilion end, right on round to Lehman, drives back up the pitch to the bowler. It's the end of the over, a successful one for Jack Hope Bell. He has figures of 1 for 12. Hampshire 97 for 3 after 20 overs, and it'll be Billy Stevens and then Kevin James.
Let's play. We'll just need to work out what a sort of par score is. And of course, try and get above that. But 97 for 3. It could all change rather quickly. As Kevin James slots back in alongside.
Hello.
An untimely dismissal of that from a Hampshire persuasion, because Albert was going on rather nicely.
Well, it was a smart piece of stumping, wasn't it, really? Full delivery, never easy for the keeper. But that's a really good take. And tell you, quick hands as well by Alex Horton. Big wicket from a Glamorgan point of view, isn't it?
Gorvin is going to bowl, running away from us to the right-handed Prest, and the keeper is up to the stumps here. So this is a swivel pull from Prest down to deep square leg. Come through for a single. Yes, it was a really good stopping, but very good bowling from Hope Bell, because, as I mentioned, he just pushed it a bit fuller and wider, having dragged one down previously. Franco has been bought off, figures of 4 overs, none for 26. He was given a little bit of treatment, so decided to save him for another day, or later on in the innings. Gorvin bowls, this is turned off Lehman's legs, moves on to 33. Hampshire closing in on 100, 99 for 3 at the moment. 20 overs, so the run rate is just below 5. It was at about 3.5 runs and over earlier on in the innings. Gorvin over the wicket, and this has been sliced past point. They might decide to look for 2 here, but no, good fielding. Running round from third man prevents that, and that is Hampshire's up. 100 up with a single. 100 for 3. Glamorgan probably just about in the ascendancy, Kev.
Well, I think they're pleased they got 3 wickets. They're certainly getting rid of Toby Albert there, who's just starting to find his feet. But, yeah, it's a little bit early yet, isn't it?
Around the wicket this time to Lehman at edge. To keep her up and no slip in play. That may go down to for 4 to third man, and does. Slightly fortuitous from Lehman, but he won't mind. It's another boundary. Moves on to 37. Very accurate from Gorvin, though, who has just the 1 wicket, I think, to his name in this competition so far. Or is it 4? It's 4.
I'm sure you've mentioned Andy Gorvin's relationship with the locality. You've not yet.
Oh, I did. I mentioned it to you earlier, and
Yeah, did you?
then I've forgotten to mention it. This is guided down to deep third man, and come through for a single. Lehman 38, Hampshire 105 for 3.
Came up through the Hampshire age groups. Academy. Played for Havant. And then was at university in Cardiff. Got picked up by Glamorgan.
Right-handed Prest faces this time, and it's aerial, but down to third man. And a few bounces, and they'll come through for a single. Prest moves to 5. Hampshire 107 for 6. Sorry, 173. Yes, well, Director of Cricket Mark Wallace hailed him as one of the most popular and respected members of the squad, which is quite a nice accolade, but he hasn't done much of note so far this season. 2 for 45 against Yorkshire, his best figures in the competition.
There's a few emails to get through, actually, which I'll come to. They've suddenly dropped on my phone. I don't know if there was a little problem earlier. I don't know if you guys have been mentioning them.
No, I forgot the
Okay.
password to the
That's all
email.
right. Oh, right. Okay. Listen, we'll worry about it later. Solentcricket@gmail.com. Benjamin Good has started a new over from Hope Bell. And he's bowled, playing a reverse sweep there, Tom Prest. Well, he was out sweeping off the third delivery here Sunday. And now he's out reverse sweeping here. Made 0 on Sunday, 4 today. And Hampshire now find themselves at 106 for 4. Just watching that again, he's way outside off stump, a long way outside off stump. There's a gap between the off peg and also his pad. Big gap there. That's how far he was outside off stump. And he departs. And Hampshire now 106 for 4.
I don't think he'll be particularly impressed when he sees that back. As you mentioned, his feet are on about 8th stump, I reckon. Which is rather curious, but Hope Bell has his second wicket, and that's a very good bowling change. Because Edwards was bowling at that end. And
Right, yeah, sorry, Billy. Well, we're waiting for the new batter, who is Ben Brown, the keeper. Benjamin Good, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, could you please give a shout out to Hampshire's visually impaired cricket club, who won the Southern Development League last week? It's the first time in 12 years we've won the league. I think currently we are the only Hampshire side that has won silverware this year. Oh dear, Ben. See, people were just starting to like you until you said that. Keep up the great commentary, says Benjamin. I'm here in the ground listening on the earpiece. Wow. Well, you are right. Let's be honest, because the Hampshire women lost their semi-final in the T20 Blast at the Oval. I was there a few weeks ago, and the men, of course, a day later, lost the final of the T20 Blast. So, Benjamin, you are right. Factually correct. So well done to the visually impaired cricket club. At least there'll be some silverware to celebrate at the end of season awards. If either the men or the women don't win anything from here on in. Hope Bell into Brown, who's on the back foot, works that out towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. So we got one trophy in the bag. Let's hope there's a couple more by... Is it 1st of October this year? 3rd of October? I think somebody mentioned the end of season awards. I don't think it's official, so I've probably stepped out of line there as that's played up towards short mid on. I'm sure somebody at Hampshire said, Kev, are you available? I'm sure he said. I'm giving. I see. I've already narrowed it down by saying he said. It wasn't Wes, by the way. There's a drive, and now Wes has worked out who said it. That's played out to deep cover. Brown is off the mark, 107 for 4. Anyway, it's nothing's official, but I think it's something like the 3rd of October, which is is it a Sunday? So it'll probably all change by the time it comes out officially. Hope Bell in. Yeah, no, it's a Saturday, 3rd, so it might not be the 3rd. That's a cutaway on the offside by Lehman, who moves on to 39. Hampshire 108 for 4. Anyway, forget all that because he probably isn't. Probably isn't.
I might not be allowed to attend if you've broken an embargo.
Well, that's very true, Billy, actually. That's played. So the 3rd of October it is. Let's play to mid-wicket. Hope Bell's done a good job here. 2 for 14 from 3. Hampshire 108 for 4 with Lehman on 39, Brown on 1. David Lane's back on the emails, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, Hampshire on YouTube and watching the women's 100. He's got hindered. I presume that's a spelling mistake, and he hasn't deliberately put hindered on. I've heard the 100 called many things, but hindered isn't one. So it's the 100 on telly. I'll come back to the rest of that email in a minute.
Alex Horton, after that magnificent stumping, continues up to the Stumps as Gorvin bowls. This is pulled away really nicely by Lehman and may find the gap and does out to the square leg boundary. Two fielders converged. Neither could stop the ball. He moves himself onto 43, eyeing up the half century that Albert couldn't quite get to. Hampshire 112 for 4.
So David says, does Kev agree that the standard of batting, the running between the wickets, has gone downhill from my playing days, where you run the first one hard, and seems to me they ball watch and amble the first run these days?
Lehman defends up the pitch. There's no run.
Well, I think some do, and some don't, basically. I'm the last one to ask because I had a reputation of not being a great runner between the wickets, if I'm honest. And I'm being really honest there. I did run one or two people out. What you don't ever do in the situation is run your captain out. And I did actually run Mark Nicholas out once or twice.
Lehman tucks this one into the leg side and deep square leg all running into the fielding. I'll come through for a single. He moves on to 44. He's looking pretty good. Lehman continuing the form he showed throughout the season. Hampshire 113 for 4.
How was your running between the wickets?
Well, I was usually batting quite low down the order, so didn't have much of an opportunity.
You've still got a run.
My running between the wickets is okay, actually. It was more my boundary hitting that was the problem,
Right.
or lack thereof it. Talking about it like I'm retired, my running between the wickets is still pretty average. Gorman continues off the back foot this time. Ben Brown pushed to deep cover for a single.
So you're saying that your running between the wickets could improve?
All aspects of my cricket could improve.
Well,
whether they will or not.
Listen,
At this juncture in my career is up for debate.
There is no player in the world, whether you are the best player in the world or the worst, that wouldn't say that they could improve aspects of their game.
Lehman turns this one around the corner. There's a call of yes, but that first one was run rather sedately. So they don't come back for the second. Another single, though. He moves on to 45.
Do you intend to play much this year? You haven't played much this year?
No, I haven't played much this year at all. I'm going to try and play a little bit at the back end of the season. Right-handed Brown on strike, and he'll come through for a single here. He runs this one hard, looking for two. They should get two here. Oh, but Lehman at the other end was ball watching slightly. Who sent that email in? Ever since then, their running between the wickets has been poor.
There you
are. Yeah, I'm going to try and play a bit at the back end of the season. So fingers crossed, I'll be able to turn out for Amport. There's a very good Wednesday evening T20s, which sadly have now finished. Because they're quite good fun, a relatively new thing. I think last season was the first of that sort of league.
Stephen Clark is back on the email, soncricket@gmail.com, as we start a new over with the off breaks of Jack the Hope Bell. It's a full toss and it's driven through extra cover by Ben Brown to the short boundary side, and that will be 4 runs, which takes Hampshire's wicketkeeper on to 7, and Hampshire total on to 120 for 4 at the start of the 24th. Stephen Clark's praising you, Billy, first time he's heard you. Also Wes. He says, I was about to comment about Jake Lehman's batting. He emailed this just before he scored a maximum 6 that's played out on the offside. Quick single there for Brown, moves him on to 8. I'm a little worried about his scoring rate in this competition, says Stephen. He holds an end up but doesn't score too many, or takes an inordinate amount of time to get runs on the board. I think it was about 9 or 10 balls in this innings before he got a run. That was certainly the case at Worcester, and I felt it was similar on Sunday at Durham as Lehman pushes forward. He won't get a run there. Well, Lehman this season has a strike rate of 77, which I guess even in 50 over cricket is a little on the low side. Nick Gubbins is in the 80s. Strike rate per 100 balls. Lehman drives, there's a run. Well, Lehman today is in the 90s, so obviously a vast improvement from overall this season. Toby Albert's in the 80s. So that will give you an idea of one or two of the other batters. Ali Orr this season, well, he's down actually. He's in the 60s. trying to play that square on the offside. Ben Brown misses to a full delivery. Bell into, well, the last ball of his fourth, 2 for 20. Bowls, Brown drives, finds extra cover. Another good over from the 19-year-old. Hampshire, 122 for 4.
Well, even his second highest run scorer for Hampshire in this competition, he has just moved into first, I think, with this innings. And I guess there's somewhat of an argument to say that that slightly counteracts it. If he's scoring the runs, I think it'd be a real problem if he's scoring slowly and not scoring runs. But I completely see his point of course, because in the modern day format you need to score them at a quicker lick. He's on 46 though, and turns this one down the leg side. This could be his 50, but I think it's going to be cut off, so I have to settle for 2. A really good diving stop. They may actually come back for 3 with that, and do. So he moves himself on to 49. Hampshire 125 for 4. I think it's Ben Brown is actually the one I'd be slightly more concerned about. I mean, his list A average is actually very poor, Ben Brown. It's only 27. 34 v Yorkshire, but his next best is just 21 this season. And he had 2 ducks against Sussex before the start of the one-day cup. So he's struggling for a bit of form. He's on 8 at the moment and defends that one into the onside. There's no run.
Yeah, I suppose with Ben, he's always coming in sort of 6, 7. Just looking even this season, he's moved around a little bit in the order.
Gorvin in again. He's been expensive so far. No wicket for 20 runs, and this is defended by Brown. There'll be no run.
He even batted at 8 against Worcester at New Road. 7 in the first game against Yorkshire at Scarborough.
Yeah, well, that's a very fair mitigating factor. There's a wide fine leg and a deep square leg in at the moment. Deep third man, deep cover. So Gorvin bowls. This is driven out to that man at deep cover, and they'll come through for a single. Brown moves to 9. Hampshire 126 for 4.
Paul Claydon has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, although an Essex fan, my son lives in Southampton, so I'm tuning in today, Hampshire against Glamorgan.
Even on 49, plays a really nice guide down to third man, opening his batting. He'll get 2, and that means he will reach his 50 from 51 balls. A really good innings at a time when he came in. Hampshire in a little bit of trouble. That is his third 50 of the competition so far.
And the 14th in his list A career, playing his 71st game today. Paul goes on to say, in fact, we'll come to that to the end of this over.
Gorvin finishing off his third over. Bowls, and once again, this is guided down to third man. And polite applause from the crowd as he trots through for a single, moves himself to 52. And that is the end of the 25th over. Hampshire 129 for 4.
Thanks, Billy. West Spearman will come in alongside him. Well, they do. Paul goes on to say, thanks for clarifying that only the top 3 qualify. That's correct. I did hear somewhere somebody saying that it was the top 4, which wasn't the case. And I did check that with the Hampshire coaching staff, and they said, no, it's still the same. It's the top 3. Paul says, I was under the mistaken impression that it had changed to 4 this season. It turns out that only the women's tournament has changed to top 4. Right, I'm not sure I knew that. That's bad news for both Hampshire and Essex, who are both on 8 points with only 3 games left. Pretty unlikely that 20 points would be enough, but you never know. It's a pity that it's not top 4 this season. Maybe it will change in the future. Enjoying the commentary, says Paul. Yes, as we were saying earlier, Hampshire would need to win their last 3 and actually vastly improve their run rate. That's the problem. They might get even now level on points with the third place team, but their run rate is not great. In fact, I did a quick bit of research, Wes. So Hampshire, even if they won their last 3, would have 5 wins. Last year, 5 wins wasn't enough to get you through. in both groups.
Okay. In either group, wow.
But Hampshire did qualify with 5 wins in 2024. But they had a better run rate over Derbyshire, who also had 5 wins. So 5 wins ain't going to guarantee you anything.
But no, but it's still possible.
It is possible.
It's still possible.
Correct. Glamorgan, I'm afraid, I think we can. Must be mathematically
I think
can't
they're
say they're out of
mathematically.
it. Are they? Yeah,
I
mathematically
think, yeah,
they can.
if they get 3 wins, then they can get to 16 points, which the current top 3 teams in Group B are on. Obviously, if all those 3 teams, Yorkshire, Middlesex, and Durham, if all of those win 1 more of their games, then both Hampshire and Morgan are top 10.
Yeah. So we're in the drinks break here at a sunny Utilita Bowl at the moment. It was a bit breezy earlier, and the temperature was definitely a few degrees down than what we've been used to, but it does feel as though things are just warming up a fraction, but more pleasant than unpleasant, which is what has been the case over the last few weeks. So 129 for 4. Lehman has 52. Brown has 9. The men out in the 6th over. Nick Gubbins bowled by Dan Douthwaite for 9. That was 16 for 1. Ali Orr in the 7th over was caught at mid-off by Andy Gorvin off the medium pacer Zain Al Hassan for 5. That was 18 for 2. Toby Albert was well stumped by Alex Horton. Full delivery from Jack Hope-Bell. He was out for 46 from 45 deliveries. Shared in a 78-run partnership with Lehman. 96 for 3 that was. And then in the 22nd over, Tom Prest trying to reverse sweep Hope-Bell. Fell for 4. That was 106 for 4.
Yeah, the partnership between Albert and Lehman, hoping it was going to go on to replicate what happened on Sunday. Yeah, Toby Albert was going well, and then well stumped by Alex Horton to reach for one that was 5 wide by Jack Hope-Bell at the offside, and convert from the Glamorgan keeper. Hope-Bell into Lehman, this one defended into the offside, there's no run. Just over back after the drinks break. Hope-Bell round the wickets to the left-handed Lehman, slightly shorter, punches this one down the ground. Will take the single. There was an email earlier about running between the wickets, not running the first one hard enough, but I feel like if you have one like that we've just seen, I think you're pretty clearly not going to get 2 there. And there's still a long way to go in this innings. Hope-Bell to Brown, whips this one off his pads, and the ball goes out to mid-wicket. Another single.
How's your running between the wickets when you play?
It's improved. I wouldn't say it's the best. There's certainly better runners at my club than me, but I wouldn't say I'm the worst. Hope-Bell in, Lehman drives down the ground. Another single taken.
I think what's the hardest? Obviously, one-day cricket and certainly T20 cricket makes it worse because you do have to run tight runs. Otherwise, it makes the difference of 15, 20 runs, and that could be the difference winning and losing game.
Brown looks to drive this one from Hope-Bell into the offside. Mr. Gorvin in the covers, there's no run.
But constantly assessing tight singles, you are going to get it wrong from time to time.
Hope-Bell into completed over, tosses this one up. Brown drives through the covers, times that one nicely, goes out to the fielder. Boundary out to our right-hand side. Single 20 over. 4 runs coming off one from Jack Hope-Bell. Hampshire 133 for 4. 26 overs gone.
I mean, there's not so much pressure on you in 4-day cricket, obviously. Those ones, the risky singles, the tight singles, you don't have to take.
In the field, generally more spread in. You have 2 or 3 slips, and got your covers more on the ring. Obviously, there's no ring in 4-day cricket, but more they're not in on one trying to save one. They're not. So in that no man's land where you look to take wickets, not stop singles.
Gorvin starts a new over, right arm over from their commentary end, and forward is Brown on 33 for 4 in the 26th. Yeah, it's not that easy. It really isn't. And some batters are much quicker at judging a single than others. Others just take a fraction of a second to work it out, and of course that fraction of a second means half a yard. Quite obvious. I think I think another part of that email Scorvin comes in on bowls, another good length ball to Brown, is that, yeah, running the first one quickly is a must, and not all batters do that. And some get into a little bit of a comfort zone by not running first ones quickly, and especially in one-day cricket and T20 cricket, that's certainly noticeable. When batters are looking busy at the crease all the time, that puts pressure on the fielders. As Brown drives pleasantly through extra cover, lovely shot. That's going to run away for 4, surely. It does, even though there's a fielder out of deep cover. It's beautifully timed. Brown moves on to 15 on 41 for 4. Or have I jumped the gun then? Is it 137 for 4? Yeah, it's already been put up. So, yeah, and some batters, you kind of know before they walk to the crease they're going to look busy. Other batters, you know that probably should put pressure on the fielders more than they do. Brown pulls that away on the leg side, doesn't time that one quite as cleanly. He's gone out to the short boundary side. This will be a tight second, but Lehman's home, 139 for 4. Charlie's emailed, and I know we're having one or two things with the microphones. He says, you need to get the microphones balanced. I know I need to. Thank you very much.
I've got the microphone as close to my mouth.
I know, Wes can't get the microphone, and he's right up on full volume, so there is nothing else I can do. Unless somebody has a spare booster in their pocket that they've come to the ground with. And it marries what we've got here in terms of clipping on. There's not a lot I can do, unfortunately, but we are trying. So there we are. Hopefully, I think it's better than it was, but I have no idea why it's been like this. As Gorvin around the wicket bowls and Lehman gets a length ball. Holmes bowling very steadily here. That's basically what he's all about. It's very medium pace. 4 overs, none for 31. I wouldn't say his runs per over is particularly good. It's just under 8s. Hampshire scoring just over 5s currently. At 140 for 4 after 27.
I think we saw in that last over a pretty good example of running that first one hard with that pull shot from Ben Brown. He also realised he didn't get all of it. But it was in that gap, the pockets that we like to call them nowadays, I think, where you've got your long on, you've got your deep mid wicket. It's that pocket in between the two where you do try and push the fielders and try and force them into a mistake. So they know they've got to run quickly onto the ball to try and stop that second. And it's down to the batters to put them under pressure and perhaps force the misfielders. Hope Bell is in, Ben Brown drives and get all of that. Goes out to mid-off, there's no run. You can see now the field Hope Bell has. He's got a long on, the deep mid wickets, and more sort of deep backward square rather than deep fine leg. He's in again over the wicket to Brown. This one short ball and dropped at square leg. That was hit hard by Brown, but should have been taken. Colin Ingram, the fielder, he's put that one down. Ben Brown on 18. And if that had been taken, then wow, Glamorgan would have been very happy with their morning's work so far. 140 for 5.
I think he's injured his hand.
It looks like going off here. Wave for the. Someone's coming on here. Looking down at his hand, isn't he? I wonder if that's the seam is sort of hit his fingers and split the webbing. Perhaps I've had that a couple of times.
It's not nice.
No, but it done twice in the same place. The index finger and middle finger on my right hand. I mean, this isn't going to make for great radio, but there's a little. You can almost see where the
line,
the cut was. Yeah. As Hope Bell continues this over, Lehman drives, diving stop from Hope Bell in his follow through. Good innings from Jake Lehman, 54 or 58, back-to-back 50s for him. His first one in this competition against Durham just a few days ago. Short from Hope Bell, cut away by Lehman, gets that through the gap nicely. That should run away to the deep back of point, boundary for 4. Timed that really well with Jake Lehman. Keep the diving backward a point. It's another boundary for Lehman. It's 5th 4. Let's go with that 6 earlier on. And he's looking in good touch here. It's Hope Bell in again from pretty near this one. Fuller driven down the ground by Lehman. Take a single out to long on. 46 for 4.
Well, he's looking a bit more fluent today, Jack Lehman, isn't he? It did take a little while to get off the mark, and he was about 9 or 10 balls, but that's on the whole. It's okay out there. Lovely 6, wasn't it? Early on. Over mid on.
Last ball of the over. Hope Bell in, driven by Bren Brown, stopped in the covers by Andy Gorman. It's the end of the over. 6 runs coming off at one from Hope Bell. Hampshire 146 for 4.
Email here from Gary Porter Forbes, sonandcricket@gmail.com. He says, I'm making my wife and newborn son watch the stream, as we're currently in a special care baby unit with him. He was a little premature, but we're going home today. That's good news. The One Day Cup streams have been keeping me sane through our stay here. P.S. I'm a Kent fan, but watching this, as watching Kent would just add to my stress right now. That's from Gaz, Taylor and Teddy. Well, good luck. Hope everything has gone okay. Of course, Kent are in action today. There's one match in Group B, which is this one, and one match in Group A. Well, whilst you're not watching the stream, we can give you the score. Maybe we should actually maybe look away now, as this is a new over from Tom Edwards, who switched ends, the right-arm tall, medium, quick bowler. Lehman placed forward to that because Surrey are 126 for 1 after 24 overs at the Oval. With Ryan Patel, who made 73. Dom Sibley's 42 not out from 62 balls. Sounds like another Dom Sibley type innings. So good luck. Darius is driven up to mid-off by Lehman, and there's no run. Stephen Bryce, cricket@gmail.com, said, should anyone want to know, the minimum recommended distance between rope and advertising board is 3 yards, 2.74 metres. It doesn't look enough for safety, does it? 3 yards? Probably not. Not from up here. Lehman's going to take a quick single to mid-off. He'll get home, and he moves on to 60, 147 for 4. I'll be honest with you, this is not the only ground where I've seen a rope right up against the advertising boards. It's probably only a recommendation. I don't think it's a law.
Yeah, well, it said recommended there, didn't it? I'm sure our ground staff will be aware of that.
That's right.
Yeah, it certainly does look close, but there is a gap there.
Like most people, they see the recommendation, whether you act on it or not is a different kettle of fish, not singling them out. Pull shot from Ben Brown, goes for 4 behind square. Just a fraction too short from Tom Edwards, who just scratches his head to say, yes, I know that's a fraction too short. Nice shot from Ben Brown, brings up the Hampshire 150 in the 29th.
There's a few short balls from Edwards, just this spell, but the one before Toby Albert launched into him earlier on. Ben Brown on this occasion.
Joe in the ground says, enjoying Billy and Wes today. Getting some nice comments, you two. You have to do it again. That's played up to mid-on by Ben Brown. There's too many nice comments coming.
Oh, they're too kind.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? We'll be coming up to, well, if it was the championship, we'd be 6 minutes before lunch. Seeing this form of the game, lunch is a lot later. 151 for 4. Edwards, right arm over, bowls, and quite a slingy action, isn't he, Edwards? It's played out through to deep cover. Brown will keep the strike. He's 24 from 27. Lehman is 60 from 64. And Hampshire are 152 for 4 with 21 overs remaining.
Yeah, good partnership. These two, they're going well so far. Still 21 overs to go here at Utilita Bowl. Well, I hear a lot of people say, well, double the score after 30 overs. We're getting up to that point, so double it from here. 304 for Hampshire, which what they should have got on Sunday. I think if we're being
Well, we were saying that on
brutally honest.
Sunday, weren't we? What were Hampshire after 30 overs? 144, 246 all out. Quite work.
Going to be Jack Cope Bell to continue the off spinner, driven by Ben Brown, half stopped by Gorvin in the covers. Parries it to Eccles at mid-off. They'll come through for a single. 153 for 4.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to apply that equation today, are we really? Because it went south horribly, didn't it? From there.
Hope Bell around the wicket to the left-hand Lehman. Tosses that one up. It's a full toss, swept by Lehman to the onside.
I've got hold of that, has he?
He might be feeling he missed out a bit there, did Lehman.
I've got a special announcement coming up at the end of this over.
Is it to do with the end of season awards by any chance? Brilliant. Driven by Ben Brown, nicely through the covers. It'll be saying, have you broken the embargo, Kev? This is news to everyone around the ground.
I know.
I think it's because this season, I think the last day of the season this year is the 27th of September, which is a Sunday. Obviously not the ideal day to host an end of season awards, do you? Hope Bell around the wicket to Lehman. Full delivery driven down the ground by Lehman.
Have I stepped out of line with that?
I don't think so.
I
think you would. That's 50 partnership between Ben Brown and Jake Lehman. 51 balls, so a decent rate. Fairly evenly split. Brown 26, Lehman 24. Hope Bell to Brown, defended back up the pitch to Hope Bell. More ball of this 30th over. Round 26. That's out. Hope Bell in. Oh, short ball. Clipped off the legs of Ben Brown. Come through for a quick single. Southwick does the fielding at mid wicket. Single to end the over. 5 runs coming off that one from Jack Hope Bell. And Hampshire 157 for 4 after 30 overs.
Right, there's one special lady on the ground today who I'm not sure if it's her first time this year that she's here, but she is a big Hampshire supporter. She has been known in the past to go to the Caribbean and follow Hampshire on pre-season trips. And is on the ground. And it's her birthday today. And if you want to know roughly where she sits, so you can walk past and say happy birthday, Anne. She's going to kill me. Here comes Tom Bowles. Oh, he's wrapped on the pads. Is it going down the leg side? Probably. To Ben Brown. She's on the east side of the ground. Somewhere near the tunnel. So there you go. So if you're walking around that side of the ground, just shout out, Anne, happy birthday. She'll love it. Oh, and of course, it's Billy Stevens' birthday today. He's getting in the background. He's looking at me saying, "And what about me?" Here's Edwards. Bowls. That's pulled away by Brown. It's gone fine down to the fielder at the far end of the ground. 157 for 4. 158 for 4. I've got to go and do something actually, so we might just have to change over a minute early. Yeah. So Wes Spearman is going to stay on. Billy Stevens, whose birthday it is as well today, and you can all wish him a happy birthday, as well as Anne. I did forget about that actually, Billy, if I'm honest. So there was no danger of forgetting once he was dancing up and down behind me, that's for sure. In comes Edwards, bowls, Lehman drives up to mid on no run. Next voice you'll hear will be birthday boy Billy.
I'll forgive you. I assume he's off to get my cake.
Yeah, you must. That's why he's heading off all of a sudden, isn't it? Off to one of the shops around the corner.
This is on the pull. Is Lehman not timed, and he'll come through for a single after 159 for 4. Another decent partnership building here between Lehman and Brown. But they need to convert it into something meaningful. The old adage is that you get to 30 overs and you roughly there or thereabouts double the score. If that is the case, I think Hampshire will be relatively pleased with 310 or thereabouts. Edwards comes in, a change of ends for him, hoping to bring him some more luck. And Brown plays us into the leg side. There'll be no run. So Brown has just about passed his career list day average. He's on 28. His list day average 27, which does surprise me.
Yeah, it's surprising, isn't it, for someone as experienced and as good a batter as Ben Brown, averaging just under 40 in red ball cricket. So it's average below 30 in this day. Yeah, is a bit of a surprise.
Faces up again. He tucks this one comfortably enough off the hip, and they'll push for 2, but won't get it. That short leg side boundary means that they're restricted to just the single. Brown moves himself to 29, Hampshire 160 for 4.
I suspect for Ben Brown, a lot of his career would have been coming in top 6, 7, 8. Those positions where you sort of trying to sort of accelerate towards the back end of the innings, and I guess those sorts of innings can go one or two ways. So they either come off and you're striking at 120, scoring 60 or 70, or you get out for sort of 10, 15 off not many balls, and that's probably why his average is about 28, as you say. Well, his average now 29. But still a long way to go in this first innings. Reverse sweep from Brown off Hope Bell, and he gets that nicely back with a point on the offside and goes away for 4. Takes Ben Brown to 33. Well executed reverse sweep.
He's played that one far better than Tom Prest did. If you're just joining us, he was bowled reverse sweeping by Hope Bell when he was standing on about 7th stump on the offside.
Hope Bell in again. What's his reply here? This one tossed up, driven by Brown. He's tried to do that a few times off Hope Bell. Keeps finding that man Andy Gorvin in the covers. Yard either side, and could well be 4. Timed that quite nicely, did Ben Brown. Let's Hope Bell in again, tosses this one up, puts this one to a silly mid-on. Down the onside. 164 for 4. Reasonably well set for big total here at Utilita Bowl. Hope Bell in. Brown drives. Comes in the offside. Wide of Andy Gorgon this time. Coming through for a single. Takes Brown to 34. Matches his top score this season. Here's Jake Lehman on the strike. He's 63, not out. Hope Bell gets into Lehman, drives this one down to long on. He has done so often in this innings. He moves to 64. Jake Lehman is now past 2,000 career list day runs. Passed that a little while ago when he made 55. Milestone to tick off for Jake Lehman. Hope Bell to complete his over. Paddle sweep from Brown. Gets this fine. Chase to do, work to do rather, for Sonny Byron. Put a square. Couple of runs. From Brown to 34. 168 for 4. 32 overs gone. And this partnership between Ben Brown and Jake Lehman now worth 62.
It is, and if you're just joining us, the wickets so far today, Hampshire in trouble early. They were 18 for 2 after Alior was out for 5. Nick Gubbins, a really good delivery from Darthwaite for 9. Toby Albert batted nicely before he was stumped off the bowling of Hope Bell for 46. And then Tom Press, as I mentioned, Hope Bell's second wicket, bowled when reverse sweeping and out for just 4. But these two appear to be batting nicely. Lehman will face up again, and that's an inside edge, but that just sort of squirts out to mid-wicket for no run. Lehman's strike rate was mentioned by someone emailing in earlier. I think Kevin found out that it was around 77 for the season, but 64 off 70 runs, so he's off 70 deliveries, so he's going on a little bit quicker today. Edwards around the wicket, and this is straight and defended back to him by Lehman. Quite a few of the Glamorgan bowlers have all got these sort of arm sleeves on them. Edwards has got one on his, a white one on his right arm. Douthwaite, I think, has a blue sleeve on his right arm as well. If nothing else, it's quite a useful identifier for us up here. This is driven nicely, but will be stopped at mid-off. So Lehman remains on 64. But I guess, to be fair, it's probably quite useful for the grass burns,
Probably, yeah.
especially at the moment. But I'm not necessarily sure what the actual reason is for them.
Yeah, I feel like someone emailed in on Sunday. We had a similar-ish discussion. Is obviously people wear them, but they're not always on their bowling arm.
Edwards in again and really nicely flicked through the mid-wicket region. Lehman walked out of his crease before the ball was even bowled, but he won't quite get 4 as it's cut off. They will come back for 3. Really nicely timed though, moves himself on to 67, Hampshire 171 for 4.
Yeah, nicely timed shot that from Jake Lehman. Basically diving down, I think it was, with that blue sleeve on the arm. He's warming up to bowl again soon. Yeah, you have some bowlers wear them on their non-bowling. Like I think Sonny Baker is one who wears sleeve, I think his left arm, non-bowling arm.
Edwards, number 24, running away from us. This time to the right-handed Brown, who pushes it up to mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, you have Tom Edwards today and Dan Douthwaite both having that sleeve on their right arms, their bowling arm. So, I mean, I'm not an S&C coach of physio. I don't know if it helps with blood flow. So I don't know.
Edwards will finish off his over. This is on the hip of Ben Brown, who'll turn it into the leg side. They'll think about a second, but they will not get it. So just the single. He will retain the strike for the start of the 34th over, rather. Hampshire 172 for 4.
I almost feel like if you're going to wear a sleeve, then just wear long sleeves.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well. I'm sure there'll be a reason.
Unless there is something sciencey and not medicinal, but
Or is it just a fashion thing?
it could well be.
And also, I'm slightly surprised it doesn't have to be in line with their kit.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, Edwards he's got a white sleeve on, but as you say, Dan Douthwaite with that bright blue sleeve on his right arm. Helps us. Helps us spot who he is. It will be Douthwaite to continue or return, from the pavilion end, running towards us. Bowls to Ben Brown, arm, medium pace at Brown off the back foot. Defence went into the offside. There's no run. As you can see, he's got quite a large sweatband on his left arm as well.
Well, that is useful. I think we know what the use is for.
Get behind that.
Do you play much cricket yourself?
A little bit. When I'm not here. We've not got games on here. Douthwaite's in, right arm over to Brown. Full delivery, dug out by Brown. Just works that one out to back of the point. There's no run. I think I've only played 3 or 4 games this year. I don't play locally, but I play a little club called Minster Level. It's in West Oxfordshire. Where I played all my cricket is not far from where I grew up. I still go back and play when I can when we've got games on a Friday or a Sunday, or a Saturday, obviously. Douthwaite is in. Oh, short ball from Brown. Notice this one off his hip. Down to Byron, fine leg. Come through for a single. Brown to 38. 173 for 4. The last game I played was back end of May, so right at the start of the club season. I was hoping to play a couple of weeks ago, but car's in need of some repairs at the moment. Not damaged, just this is getting on a few years. Is my car's. Some parts to it. Douthwaite is in, drives by Lehman off the toe of the bat. Because there's no run.
And my only game this season ended in injury. I was playing for my old school against the Hampshire Hogs at Warnford, which is a really nice ground. And I was batting. We were in a bit of trouble. I was facing about my 3rd delivery. Just went to drive one through the offside and tweak my back. And we were batting first.
Douthwaite into Lehman. Short ball, cut away by Lehman. Bounce to back point. There's no run.
And I went on to make sort of 12 or so in quite a lot of pain and in about a 40-run partnership. And I was hoping in the changeover between innings I'd have time for a quick Pims and a couple of painkillers to help me out. But sadly they didn't do the trick.
Hard.
But I did open the bowling. I was in absolute agony. But fingers crossed it's all right now. I just haven't been able to play any cricket.
Halfway in to Peter's over. A good one. Just one run off it so far. Lehman drives up to mid-on. A very good return for Dan Douthwaite. 1 run coming off his 6th over. 173 for 4. 34 overs gone.
There must be some nice grounds around Oxfordshire.
There's a few nice ones, yeah. Trying to think. I'm being biased, but obviously
Yours,
our
yeah.
It's pretty nice. Got the Windrush River at one end, trees pretty much all around, and sort of at one end you got the river, at the other end you got slightly traditional English village, thatched cottages, postage stamp sort of thing, as people would say. Actually played at Blenheim Palace, which is a nice ground. There's some work being done to the palace at the moment, so you see scaffolding mostly now, but a nice summer's day and Blenheim Palace, and there's not many grounds to play at like it.
Edwards will continue his 7th over, and this is just guided down nicely to 3rd man. They'll come through for a single. Brown moves on to 39. Hampshire 174 for 4. Yeah, that's quite a treat.
It is, yeah. It's yeah. My uncle plays there, and I don't think he runs the team, but he's been part of the team for ages. He plays at my club in London as well. I think there's about six of us in our family who play at the same club. Played for and against.
Bowled spearman, caught spearman.
You'd be surprised, yeah. There's a few of those that appeared on the scorecard.
Edwards coming in around the wicket to the left-hander Lehman, who once again shuffles down the track and miscues a pull into the leg side, where square leg will run in and do the fielding. Moves on to 68. Hampshire 175 for 4.
I mean, the standard is proper villages. People who play club cricket on Saturday and fancy a friendly the day after. Go to a local pub for post-match drinks and do some cocktail sausages, which is always a nice treat.
Edwards bowls and he wraps Brown on the pad, but you've got to assume that's going far down the leg side, and is an appeal that no one else really seemed to join in on. So Brown remains on 39. What's your favourite sort of flavour of a cocktail sausage? Is it the classic honey and mustard?
Yeah,
you can't go with honey and mustard. Bit of spice in there, maybe.
Bit of a kick.
Edwards halfway through his over. This is wider and driven nicely, but it'll only be a single to the right-handed Ben Brown as the cover sweeper comes round to field. Moves on to 40 though, hoping to join Lehman in passing the 50 mark. Lehman at the other end on 68. Hampshire would have taken this, having been 18 for 2 when Ali Orr was dismissed earlier. These two came to the crease at 106 for 4, so this partnership has now reached 70. Edwards around the wicket again, and this is driven, and he'll parry a ball off his own bowling. They've gone for a quick single here, directed, he might be out, and he is. That is frankly really, really poor running from a pair that were going on so nicely. Edwards did well to parry a ball that was hit nicely by Lehman back to him, but he parried it down into the ground, and I think mid-off, I think it was, then swooped in, or mid-on, swooped in and threw the stumps down with an underarm flick, and Lehman decided against diving and or running his bat in. He just ran into the crease, and you have to wonder if he had have run his bat in, would he have made it? But he has to go for 68. Hampshire, 176 for 5.
Yeah, I initially thought that was a drop catch, but no, it was a front ball. It was just in his course. He obviously thought that there was a run there, but it's great work from Eddie Byron, running in from mid-on, diving flick at the stumps, and letting him caught a long way short there. And that is a wicket exactly when Hampshire didn't want it. Not that you ever want to lose a wicket, but yeah, just so you were bringing up that partnership of 70, really. It's broken. And Ashutosh Sharma, the new batter, has done more with the ball for Hampshire this year than the bat. He looks exciting when he bats. He always comes out with good intent, and he's been out a few times trying to go big, but perhaps a little bit too early on in his innings, if we're being critical.
So just for clarity, you're blaming me for that dismissal.
Oh,
then, are
100%.
you? Okay, there we go. I know where I stand.
Yeah, nothing to do with Jake Lehman, with misjudging a run there, or nothing to do with the great work from Eddie Bottom.
Yeah, Hampshire's leading wicket taker, Sharma. But if he wants a total to bowl to, he's going to have to do a job with the bat, as you say. 13 wickets so far. The next best is Fuller, who is not playing this game. He's taken 4 wickets. But importantly, his batting, 37 runs so far this season, an average of just 7. I had to double check my notes there because I didn't quite believe that was right, but it is. Brown on 40 at the other end. Edwards bowls. This is short and really good fielding once more at point. It's parried again, but they will come through for a safe single this time. Belted into the ground by Ben Brown, and it leapt up.
Yeah, good start back from
Well
Callum Nichols, I think it is. Back at point.
And that is the end of the 35th over. Hampshire 177 for 5. And run out in there, which is what Glamorgan needed, because as we mentioned, the pair were ticking along rather nicely with a partnership of 70.
Yeah, Ashdod Sharma yet to get going with the bat. He's yet to face the ball. And Brown on strike for that last delivery. Single means he keeps the strike. Dan Danforth to continue from the pavilion end. Just 1 run coming from his last over. Now past the umpire, bowls to Brown, short ball. Notched off his hip again by Brown. For a single, takes him to 42. 178 for 5. Ashdod Sharma, career average of 20.6. Strike rate of 123. Just under 124 actually. 350s to his name. Yet to really get going for Hampshire with the bat. This year's Metro Bank One Day Cup. Strong T20 record. 130, striking 176. Dowthwaite is into Sharma. Short ball first up by Dowthwaite. And 1 for the over, not quite given a wide. Sharma glances back at the umpire.
I just wonder if Andy Gorvin may think about going back to Al Hassan, who's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 13. He's bowled really, really nicely, but at 178 for 5, if they can just get another one, they're sort of into the tail, really.
I mean, Ashdod Sharma coming in at number 7. It's almost where you want to, probably might want him to come in a little bit later, sort of 10 overs to go, where he can really play that sort of finisher role. Dowthwaite is in to Sharma, defends this back at a point in the offside. There's no run. So see a long on now out for Sharma. Square leg, deep fine leg as well. Just 1 man inside that circle on the leg side. Cover sweeping out on the offside for Ashutosh.
But this is almost where you'd want Fuller to come in, really, wouldn't you?
Exactly that. See James Fuller not playing today. Dowthwaite in once more. Full ball driven by Sharma out into the covers. There's no run. Yeah, it's where you want someone. Still enough time to play themselves in. So I like to think these two are probably saying, okay, let's get through to 40 overs, see where we are for the last 10, and then try that run rate. Ben Brown going nicely on 42 or 50 balls. So Sharma new to the crease, so give himself a bit of time to get used to the pitch. Deep mid wicket now in play. Head on up inside the circle. Dowthwaite in. Short ball, not got hold of by Sharma, and not given a wide. Might have gone over the stumps then instead of down the leg side. But 2 in the over from down. I think that's the most he can bowl now. It's over the head of Sharma.
The problem that Hampshire have as well is you know, they say never judge a pitch before 2 sides bat on it, which of course is right, but it's a quick outfield and a short offside boundary.
Dowthwaite in to completely over. Defended into the offside by Sharma. Will go through for a quick single and will make it comfortably in the end. So Sharma off the mark. 2 runs coming off that Dow plate over. 179.5. I'm going to make way for Kev James. Birthday boy Billy to continue.
Am I going to get that all day now? But you just wonder if they are a little bit light. 179 for 5. They're going to need a good last 14 overs. They need at least 250, you would have to think. But of course, Glamorgan only 1 victory so far this season. And that could have been another reason for Hampshire deciding to set a total. Welcome back, Kevin James. Because when you're slightly out of form, it's never easy to chase something down with runs on the board. And it is going to be Al Hassan. Well, even a blind squirrel finds a birthday nut.
Is it your birthday or something today? How old are you today?
23.
23.
Look about 18.
Al Hassan bowls down the ground. Driving is Sharma. And that's stopped right on the boundary's edge by Eddie Byron. He's been good in the field today. Just that run out of Lehman, but he's been in the thick of it. Sharma moves on to 3. We haven't seen much of Sharma with the bat. We've seen a bit of him with the ball, although we didn't see too much of him on Sunday. I was quite surprised, actually. Top wicket taker in the tournament on Sunday. Only bowled 2 overs. I did think he was injured, but apparently not. As he drives in the air, opens the face of the bat. It goes away through back of the point and bounces away for 4. Sharma, who does come in late on, so doesn't really get a chance to play anything of note, but it's a top score of 16. That was in the run chase against Essex at Chelmsford. He's already on 7 from 7. 185 for 5, Hampshire in the 37th.
I think he does. I think he does still hold the record for the fastest men's T20 50 by an Indian batter. 11 balls.
Yeah. Well, we might not see the 50 and 11 balls here, but we might get an insight as to how he can play, because we haven't really had a chance yet. Maybe today we might just see how he plays. The field has certainly changed in 1 or 2 areas. There's a deep cover. Deep enough, deep mid on, deep square leg. As Hassan comes in and bowls, gets a Yorker, and he's bowled him. Well, we'll have to wait a little bit longer, because that's almost the perfect Yorker. Right under the bottom of the bat. Sharma goes for 7. You have to say that is a very, very good piece of bowling. And Hampshire find themselves 185 for 6. Let's watch this again. As Hassan gets it right up there on his boots. Yeah, he's opened the face of the bat there, Sharma, trying to run that away behind square on the offside. He's not showing much of the bat to that. But, he's a little bit annoyed. He's trying to work that away. Should have shown a bit more of the face of the bat. Nevertheless, it's a good piece of bowling. Hampshire 6-10.
It was a good piece of bowling, and Al Hassan has got really nice figures. 2 for 19. He's probably been the pick of the bowlers so far. Dothwaite's also bowled nicely, 1 for 29. Yeah, Sharma just got that one slightly wrong. Should have just blocked that out, really. Andrew Neil will join Ben Brown at the crease. I wonder if Brown may decide to be slightly more aggressive with not much batting to come. Really, it's always difficult, and an experienced head of Ben Brown will know how to play this sort of situation and is used to batting down the order, so he's done it many times before. But Neil scored 129 runs so far this season, and Hampshire at 185 for 6 are going to need a few of those today.
Well, he's been batting well in this competition, Andrew Neil. I think he's forging a reputation as an all-rounder. Definitely joined the staff last year as a left-arm spinner. But I think slowly but surely in white ball cricket, and especially this tournament, I think he's getting into the all-rounder status. I said earlier in the start of the commentary that Andrew Neil almost won Hampshire the game against Worcestershire. Big run chase. last wicket. He got 48 from 22, got Hampshire within 4. Helped James Fuller to beat Essex at Chelsea with 33 not out of 24. He can bat, this guy. As Hassan bowls and Neil's off the mark straight away, pushing that into the covers. 186 for 6. So Neil, Abbott, Jack and Lumsden. That's what Hampshire have to offer from here on in, as well as Brown, of course, who's already been dropped on 18. Not a difficult chance. Colin Ingram at square leg. Hampshire have needed Brown's runs here. It's 42 not out. Facing Hassan. Guns away from us and bowls. Brown drives out into the deep on the offside. Moves on to 43. Hampshire on to 187 for 6. Remember, Hampshire winning the toss. Electing to bat first. That's the same wicket that was used on Sunday. Game against Durham. A couple of emails. Cricket@gmail.com is what we're using. Sam bowls and Neil strokes that out to point, and there's no run. Clive Harris has emailed cricket@gmail.com. We're enjoying the commentary, listening to your in-ground commentary from our balcony in the hotel. Right alongside your commentary position. It doesn't say left or right, but oh, just to the left. Oh, lovely. Hello. Hello. Well, they're waving. Look at that. Beautiful. One of the best seats in the house. Definitely. Guaranteed sun all day. As if we need more of them. My wife Jen and I are from South Wales. And my father used to play for Glamorgan many years ago. So we're supporting both sides, says Clive. Now I'm going to look up your father, Clive. I should imagine there's been a few Harrises play for Glamorgan, but I'll try. Nick Webb's here.
Bowles was defended.
Got carried away there.
And there's no run.
Right. Clive, just tell me his first name and we'll look it up. And we'll read out his stats.
Can probably hold up a big sign with it from your balcony and we'll peer over.
Or email will be easy.
It might be.
He's gone inside. He's gone inside to win.
Brown on 43. Faces up. This is carved into the offside. They'll come through for a single. So he's very happy to give Neil the strike, and as he should be, as Kevin mentioned. Decent batter.
Where are we? So it's one of these. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 Harrises that have played for Glamorgan. And it's not James. So it's one of 4. Thanks, Nick. It's good having Nick here.
Neil pushes this one out mid-wicket, does the fielding. No run.
So it's either an A Harris who played between 60 and 64, a G.J. Harris who played in 1932, 1 match, not J.A.R., or an L.J. Harris that played in 1947, 3 matches. It's going to be one of those.
There's a deep cover, a deep third man, deep square leg and a wider fine leg. This one is full and driven pleasantly up to mid-off. There'll be no run. Dathwaite into his 8th over. Would you bowl him through, Kevin, or would you give him a rest and finish him off at the end of the innings?
That's a good question. I think the Glamorgan bowling is pretty much similar, isn't it, throughout the seam bowlers?
Neil pulls, and this is a top edge, but it will land safely in between keeper and fine leg. And he practices that shot again at the non-striker's end, trying to roll his wrists over it, but he's got himself another single, moves on to 2, Hampshire 189 for 6.
I think they're all pretty much a much of muchness. I don't think there's too much to, in terms of, oh, shall I bring somebody back who's a bit quicker than the others? Similar thing. I do like the look of Tom Edwards, though. I think he has a really good action. Looks a good prospect.
Douthwaite in once more. This is driven nicely, but there is a deep cover, so it'll be just the single to Ben Brown, moves to 45. And that is the end of the 38th over. Hampshire 190 for 6. Well, Gorvin is the other similar one. He's just the 4 overs so far. Expensive at that for 31. So whether he will or will not bring himself on again is up for debate. But Franco only 4 overs as well. So they do need to find a couple of overs from one of those.
Yeah, well, they've used 6, haven't they? So they can. They've got some options. Franco's bowled 4 overs now for 26 with his left arm spin. Hope Bell 8 overs 2 for 43 with his off spin. Edwards still has 3 overs left. 7 run for 37. Hassan has got 3 left, and here's the start of one of them. As Brown plays that nicely out through extra cover. Should be 2. It will be 2. Comfortable 2 to Brown. Takes him on to 47. Haven't had a reply yet from. Oh, yes, I have. Clive Harris. My father was Wilfred Ernest Harris, known as Ernie. And his brother was Leslie Harris, who also played for Glamorgan. So what happened to you, Clive? Perhaps you'd like to email again and just say why you didn't take up cricket, or maybe you did. That's played out in the covers. Brown moves on to 48, 193 for 6. And it's his birthday as well. There's birthdays all over the ground. Clive is 70 today. Happy birthday, Clive. So we've got Anne on the ground, we've got Clive on the ground, and we've got Billy here on the ground. We've all got birthdays. Wouldn't it be a nice gesture from Hampshire if they went down the road and got 3 cakes and presented them with one? A couple of supermarkets close by, it wouldn't cost a lot. It's played out to point. Wes? Wes has got enough on his plate. Press officer here. He did look at me when I suggested that. It was a look of, even if we were going to do that, it's somebody else's job. Here's Hassan. Bowls. He'll place that into the ground. He was looking to work that away square on the offside, just couldn't quite find the angle. Right, so his father was Wilfred Ernest Harris, and he played between 1938 and 47. He played 5 first-class matches, had 8 innings, 59 runs with a top score of 25, an average of 7. So he obviously wasn't a batter. That's played away square on the leg side. Bowling, oh my word, bowling. Hang on. Yes. 328 wickets at 31 apiece with a best bowling analysis of 7 for 66. I wonder what he bowled. Can we have another email, please, Clive? What did he bowl? That's a good record. That's a handy
that's
record.
brilliant.
What was his 328 wickets? I think I've got that right. That's driven out to extra cover by Brown, end of the over. 194. Just let me just check.
How many matches was it, did you say?
Wilfred Ernest. I'm going to make sure I get this right. Oh no, hang on. No, I've read the wrong stats. Sorry. Oh dear, sorry. I got the batting right. He didn't take any wickets. No. He bowled 64 balls, conceded 43 runs. There we go. Oh, apologies for that. I built that up, didn't I? In my defence, there was a page full of small writing. So there we are. Anyway, he played.
There's going to be a bowling change, and Andy Gorvin is going to bring himself back on. 4 overs, no wicket for 31 runs. So he was expensive, and Ben Brown may just feel like he might be the person to tuck into here. There's a field change. It's going to be Neil on strike. Fine leg drops back to the boundary rope. The shot over sort of mid-wicket and mid-on is on. If he decides to go big, he turns this one into the leg side. There'll be no run.
Right, we've got an answer from Clive again, who I've worked hard in the last 10 minutes. He should be sitting down and enjoying the cricket on his 70th birthday. Now, he's come back. They're clearly a sporty family because Clive said, I played hockey rather than cricket for Wales
Wow.
many years ago. Well, brilliant stuff.
Gorvin in once more. This is worked off his legs by Neil, and they will think about coming back for a second, but probably wisely decide against it. If you're just joining us, Jake Lehman was ran out looking good on 68, and that rather stunted Hampshire's progress because they were 176 for 4 when he was out. Sharma fell relatively soon after. Just creeping up on the 200, this pair. This one's down the leg side and will rightly so be called a wide. Brown on 48. Gorvin will try and go a bit straighter and does, and this is driven. He'll field off his own bowling. No run. Pushed out to cover this time by Brown, who moves on to 49 with that single. 197 for 6. Still seem to be content with just nudging the singles at the moment. I guess Brown and Neil slightly conscious that they need to make sure they use up their 50 overs rather than being all out before that mark. Neil 4 from 10, Brown 49 from 59. Gorvin bowls. This will be another single. Long on this time we'll do the fielding. Neil moves on to 5, 198 for 6. Last ball of the over. Brown drives and will think about coming through for a quick single. They do, and he does get there. He gets his 50, a much needed one for Brown, who struggled for form of late. That is his first 50 of this year's competition. His previous best was 34 against Yorkshire. So that will make him feel a little bit better.
Yeah, it's helping the team as well. Hampshire need a few more from here. That is his 15th this day half century. A couple of hundreds in amongst that as well. Sorry, I was just reading a very long email here, which I will read actually. It's from Terry Trevitt, cricket@gmail.com. It has a sort of loose connection. Well, it is about cricket. Not necessarily what we've been talking about, but I'm going to read it anyway. In village cricket, it is quite normal. He says was, but I think it still is, for each team to supply its own umpire, and even players sometimes took turns to officiate. Do they do that at Amport?
Yeah, all players.
They do, yeah. And obviously where West plays as well. Up in Oxfordshire way, isn't it? So there we are. Terry says, in one home match, as Tom Edwards is back on with his right arm slingy medium quicks and works it away on the leg side. There's the 200 up for Hampshire in the 41st over. In one match in which I played, says Terry, our number 11 was caught off his backside and the bowler appealed. The umpire was not only the away team umpire, but father of the bowler. I think we know what's coming. Anyway, as soon as the bowler appealed, the umpire's finger went up and he was heard to say, that's out. And we've won. Wow. It's not great when an umpire says that, let's be honest. Here's the Edwards bowls. It's full. It's driven by Neil off the toe end of the bat and it trickles out to extra cover. And then he patted the bowler on the back and said, well played, son. Those were the days, says Terry. The most amusing incident, though, was a match played on a damp surface, and the opposing team had a player by the name of Harry Painter, famed for being Henry Cooper's first opponent. It's in the boxing ring for those who are aged under about 40. There's somebody moving behind the bowler's arm. In brackets, Henry knocked him out in the first round. He was much too big to be a boxer, though, says Terry, as Edwards comes in. It's a low full toss. It's driven by Neil Wider mid-on. It's going for 4. And that's Neil's first boundary. Takes him on to 9. 204 for 6. He was much too big to be a boxer, but he fancied his chances at cricket, this Harry Painter. Nick's come up with something. We'll come back to that. Hang on, I'll have to look at that as well. Let me come back to that one, what Nick's just shown me. Here's Edwards bowls. It's a full ball down leg side. It's a wide, not taken cleanly behind the stumps by Alex Horton. Just let me finish this email as well. He opened the bowling at the pavilion end and was shuffling forward down a slight incline when he slipped, rolled over several times and flattened the stumps. Another member of his team ran across and stood over him and began 1, 2, 3. Oh, God. When I tell you that the match was delayed for at least 5 minutes, as everyone was laughing so much, that's because, of course, he had a boxing background. There we are. Thank you, Tim. Right, now this other email, which I'll come to as it's not an email, it's some stats. That's driven behind square on the offside by Ben Brown this time. He'll pick up 2, moves on to 53, 208 for 6. Take over, Billy.
Yes, Ben Brown. That's batted really nicely for his 53. He's got a bit of marshalling with the tail to do. 2 balls left in Edwards is over.
Right, sorry, I've just worked out what this was all about. So Nick's just handed me this piece of information which relates to what we've just been talking about. As Edwards comes in and bowls, it's gone for a Yorker there. Brown works that down to fine leg. He moves on to 54, 209 for 6. So apparently a Welsh umpire during Glamorgan's historic 1948 county championship victory was the former Glamorgan all-rounder Di Davis. He officiated the decisive match against Hampshire at Dean Park in Bournemouth on the 24th of August 1948, delivering the final title-winning out verdict. The final call, come back to that as Edwards comes in. Oh, short, and Neil works that away into the gap in the covers. That's the end of the over. 210 for 6. Thanks, Billy. Wes will come in. The final call, Davis famously declared when he gave out the decision, he said, "That's out, and we've won the championship." Obviously a neutral umpire there. I've heard lots of comments from umpires over the years, as I'm sure you have, Wes, as well, when they've given decisions, especially when you've got the batting side's umpire out there.
Yeah, they've certainly had a few in the time at club cricket. Our chairman usually does the umpiring for our second. Our first team, they have neutral umpires, panel umpires appointed by the league. Second team and below, each club, I think you get a point for providing an umpire.
Oh, right.
And then obviously, if one of the teams doesn't have it, then one of the players, square leg, or sometimes do an end. It's going to be Andy Gorvin from the pavilion end. Balls to Andrew Neil. Punches this back down the ground. They run the first one harder. They may look for 2. Won't get it. Good fielding from Zain Hassan at long on.
Stephen Clark has emailed solidcricket@gmail.com. He says, "My birthday's in December." Here we go. So you'll never get a chance to mention me. In all seriousness, many happies to Anne, Billy and Clive. Hope they all have a wonderful day. It's nice.
Gorvin running towards us. Balls to Ben Brown, drives and is bowled him inside edge onto the stumps. And that's the end of Ben Brown. Best score of the season, 54. For Andy Gorvin, the Glamorgan skipper, coming up with a wicket. just when the visiting side needed it. Hampshire 211 for 7.
It's another Hampshire player that's got in and got out, really. Nobody's really got the big scores this year, have they? Not like last year. Alior with 300s. Gubbins had a good season. And this year, really, players have just not been able to make their innings count. 54 of 64 balls. Hampshire 211 for 7. Again, just like Sunday, it feels a bit light at the moment.
I mean, it still looks like a good pitch. I mean, we saw Toby Albert and Jake Levin earlier on, partnership of 70 odd. It's going really nicely, just playing normal cricket shots, not trying to do anything fancy, reverse sweeps or switch it, or trying to work the field too much. Just playing proper cricket, dare I say.
Well, it's only Tom Prest with that reverse sweep, wasn't it? It's really sort of played across the line. I think Glamorgan have just kept it fairly straight, haven't they? With Hampshire in an effort to push the scoring rate along as they did Sunday, just a wicket every time. Eddie Jack is the new batter, playing his first game in this year's competition. Was a wild card pick for MI London. This year's 100. He hasn't actually played a game yet. I don't think MI London are going to qualify either, do they? I keep asking Wes because he used to be press officer at Southern Bravo. Who's replaced you? Somebody from GMR?
Yeah, they've got their own crew, and their own crew, yeah, own marketing, own content people. So.
I think the MI London men's teams, they got, was it Sunrisers Leeds got the biggest score ever in
last
the
night,
competition
yeah,
against
at 240. Yeah, no, the MI London, they're in third place.
Oh, they are.
Level on points with Sunrisers Leeds, but we're marginally better net run rates.
Still getting used to James Vince in MI London.
Yeah, it feels weird that. I think when he played here the other day for MI London,
yeah,
it's obviously the first game he's played at this ground as an away player. As Gorvin is into the left-handed Jack, plays one out into the offside, and there's no run. Obviously, because 100 games are double headers, with the 2-7 Brave team, men's and women's teams have the men's and women's dressing rooms here. So obviously James Vince, used to having balcony view from the home dressing room, had to go back to the old academy dressing rooms in the back of the pavilion. They have been refurbished. They are a lot nicer than they were. Gorvin to Jack, drives and then covers. Finds the fielder again, there's no run. Yeah, slightly longer walk back to the pavilion that James Vince would used to, and not the balcony view that he's used to either.
He's out the back with no view.
With no view.
But he's happy about that.
Gorvin past the umpire, bowls to Jack off the outside edge of the bat. They're going to look for a single here, and we'll make it. Andrew Neil quick to respond. Jack off the mark.
It looked closer than it was initially, didn't it? Jack Hope Bell coming in. The covers in the end, actually, it's quite a good run.
It's Andrew Neil on strike, who has been having a pretty good time of things with the bat late in this competition. Hitting him hard in the nets yesterday. I've got a bruise on my ankle to show for it.
Oh, really? What, filming?
Just taking pictures, yeah. So I was sort of at, I guess, mid-off, but it was tricky to find sort of space to work as Gorwin is into Neil, places one into the onside. They might look for two here. It's not there. Good work from mid-wicket. I was just sort of obviously bowling over the wicket, and I was just off to the side. I was right against the net, sort of separating the two lanes. And just tried to get out of the way, and see, holding the camera at the same time, I sort of see it through the camera before I see it in in real life. And yeah, it's fine though. I can walk on it, put weight on it, so
I was going to say,
it's all good.
Yeah, you seem to be all right, but yeah, it just shows the dangers now, isn't it? Trying to film and being in range.
That's the job though.
Well,
I'm not worried. This is my fifth season. It's the first time it's
being
happened.
hit isn't part of the job. But,
Well, no.
well, I don't think it is. I haven't seen your contract.
Yeah, I might have to look at that now. If there's any health and safety clauses in that.
Sign a waiver. 8 overs to go here. Hampshire 213 for 7. Andrew Neil's 12 not out. Eddie Jack is 1, and San is back into the attack. He's got 2 overs left. He's done a great job, 2 for 25. As he bowls length ball to Neil, and Eddie Jack was looking for a single. Good decisive calling there. Hampshire's left arm spinner. I think he's the most improved player with the bat I've seen. Well, one of the most. I think there's been 1 or 2 actually. To be fair. I think we've seen a bit more of Tom Prest this year, which I think bodes well. Andrew Neil, who's not really in for his batting, I think has become a genuine all-rounder now. He may yet make his way further up the order in the years to come. It's played out to deep extra cover. He moves on to 13. Just chat the 2 batters there, just making sure, I guess, the calling is good.
Andrew Neil averaging 47 with the batting this year's
It's been useful ones down the order. It's so important in one-day cricket. If you've got numbers 9, 8 coming in scoring runs for you. I mean, Felix Organ's back 10 the day. I mean, it's, especially in tight situations, not so much the other day because it didn't work against Durham anyway, but if you're in tight situations, you've got players like that coming down the order, makes all the difference. Eddie Jack's going to take a quick single. The throw will come in at the bowler's end. Jack was quite quick there. I think he probably would have been home, but for the first half of his journey, it looked like he had almost too much distance to make. 2:15 for 7 in the 43rd. We've had a bit of fun with the emails today. So far, as we always do, actually. Sam bowls. That's driven down the ground by Andrew Neil. That's a lovely shot along the carpet. That's a really good shot. Just slightly over pitched. 2:19 for 7.
Lovely shot from Andrew Neil. Like you say, he's such a better player with the bat now than he was a few years ago, and on a 2-year deal now. So he's here at least until the end of next season, and plucked him from national counties cricket last season. No one really sort of had heard of him, and ended up as Hampshire's leading wicket taker last year, and not got that many wickets this year, but as you say, Kev, his batting's come on leaps and bounds.
100%. Son to Neil. Neil drives through to the extra cover. Now, clearly the umpiring theme has resonated with 1 or 2, because Jeff Cox has emailed sonatcricket@gmail.com. He said, we had a Sunday side called Cranberry Exiles, and our opener, Arthur Tuck, would always happily umpire once out. Trouble was, he was ridiculously fair. How many umpires have you heard called that? Here's a low full toss from San. That's driven by Neil, and he split the field on the leg side. 4 more. He moves on to 21 at the end of the over. He's gone for the Yorker there. The San has just overdone it. He's overplayed it. And that's 43 overs completed. Neil is 21 not out. Hampshire 2:23 for 7. Right, so Arthur Tuck was ridiculously fair, raising the finger for some very iffy appeals, where even the opposition players were surprised to be answered in the affirmative. It made for some very quiet teas, with disgruntled victims of Arthur's fairness refusing to converse. We also had Tim, a nervous forced umpire who could be frightened. Oh, right. Who could be frightened into raising his index finger if the appeal was very loud. Arthur is a great man of Hampshire and long-time HCCC member. If listening, Jeff Cox says hello. Long live the Exiles. With umpiring.
Is he saying the umpire should have been more biased then?
Well, he was saying that, yeah. One umpire easily influenced, and the other one too fair. Wow.
It's a tough job, especially at club level. Going into Jack, beats the diving point for an outside edge. We're going to get a couple of runs here. That would have been a stunning catch from, I see who that is. Callum Nichols, backward a point. Jack looking to drive. Oh, perhaps just getting a little bit big on him. The outside edge. Diving away to his right was Nichols. In the end, a couple of runs to Eddie Jack. Good diving stop on the boundary to our left-hand side. It's going to be a change in the field. He'll find they come up inside the circle. Mid-wicket. Back on that short boundary side. Glamorgan is in to Jack. This one nudged into the onside. They thought they were going to look for two there. I think batter and bowler just getting in each other's way. Single to Jack. Takes him into 5, sorry. Hampshire 226 for 7.
Email here from Ralph Brooker, silentcricket@gmail.com. Another disappointing performance, says Ralph. You were talking how odd it was to see James Vince at MI London. Also, Nye Donald, formerly of Hampshire and Glamorgan, not being at Welsh Farm.
Gorman to Neil. That's wide down the leg side. Taken by Horton.
It's a good team. It's partly why I struggle to get into it, says Ralph. I don't blame players chasing the money. It's a short career. But what is fan support based on? Well, as I've often said, the 100 was never meant to be based on local players, although it does help. It does want to. I know Ralph has emailed before. I've never thought of Ralph. Sorry.
Neil drives this one into the offside. Single up to long on.
Sorry, I should concentrate on the cricket as well. I've never thought of Ralph over the years as being a complete supporter of the 100. If I'm really honest, Ralph, I would be surprised if Brave were full of 11 Hampshire players, whether Ralph would still be a combo.
Yeah, I think in the first few years, Glamorgan is in to Jack. Short ball, attempts a pull from Eddie Jack. Misses that, and Alex Horton in the midrifts there. I think in the first few years there was a touch more of a connection between the franchise and the counties. Going back to that first Southern Brave men's team that won the comp in the first year. You had James Vince, you had Tamal Mills at Sussex, Derry Rawlins, I think, was at Sussex as well. You had Joe Weatherly play for Southern Brave for a couple of years. Gorman to Jack, driven back down the ground. Single is mid off. There's the fielding. There's one run, 229 for 7. But now, obviously, now that it's all privately owned, new owners, and you have that auction where obviously players don't really get much of a say in where they go now. It's down to the teams, and obviously you can pick. I think it's 4 players that they could have pre-signed. So just get your 2 overseas and your 2 core players in your team. Gordon's in to complete his over. Neil drives the one out into the offside. I'm going to look for a second here. It's not there. So single to end the over. 7 runs coming off that one from Andy Glamorgan. Hampshire 230 for 7. And now you're seeing, well, up until the wildcard draft, there wasn't a Hampshire men's player in the Southern Brave men's team.
No.
So Manny Lumsden is now part of that squad. Has been released to play for Hampshire, having not featured for Southern Brave, so player yet in the competition. Women's team's slightly better. You've got Maya Boucher, Lauren Bell, with the 2 pre-signed players for Southern Brave, along with 2 overseas, Jameen Rodriguez and Laura Wolfart. And then you had Daisy Gibb, I think was signed in the auction as well. But it's very weird seeing George Adams, who's synonymous with this ground, play at Trent Rockets. You've got, I think, about 3 players over at Welshire in Abby Norgrove, Brianna Southlee, and Ella McCacken. You've got Bex Tyson at Manchester Super Giants, along with Sonny Baker and Liam Dawson, of course. We'll be here on Saturday.
Yes, forward to that. Nebin Titani, also playing Southern.
Yes. She was one of the wild cards as well.
That's right. Stephen Easton is emailed. I'll just do this over and then we're going to do a swap. In that amazing match at Leeds yesterday, Harry Brooks scored 50 and 15 balls. That's right. Remarkably, that only equalled the existing record out of Washington. Had the record. That's right. Who's the? There was a South African. Was it Rickleton? No, he got runs, didn't he? Mitch Marsh got runs in that.
Yeah, Rickleton 90 odd, I think.
You mentioned a name earlier, Delray Rawlings, who was
Yes.
like a big star a few years ago, wasn't he? He was going to be a young up and coming this and that. And I was thinking, actually, what's happened to him? He's actually playing for Bermuda, which I didn't realise. Almost exclusively Bermuda. Tom Edwards is back into the attack for Glamorgan. There's a bit of chat. I think what we will do is we will change now, actually, as it's in between overs. Wesley Spearman's going to stay on, and he's going to be joined by Billy Stevens. Billy will be the next voice you hear. We are exactly 2 o'clock here at a sunny Utilita Bowl. Hampshire at 2:30 for 7.
Yes, Hampshire could do with big loss 6 overs. Neil drives on 23 and there is no run. He looks to be the one who may have to get Hampshire up to that sort of 270 mark, which they really could do. With being up to, you'd have to think was.
Yeah, I think 270 at a minimum is certainly what they're looking at the moment.
Edwards in again. It's a low full toss and has been hit high. It should be taken a mid wicket, and it is. It's actually a really good catch in the end. Long on, running round towards mid wicket. So Neil will not be the man to take Hampshire towards an above par total. He falls for 23, and Edwards, at the age of 17, I think, has his first wicket. It was a slower ball, but a slow ball full toss.
Yeah, Andrew, you're not quite getting all of that one. Saw the other day, did get hold of one and sent one over a boundary down below us here at the Hilton end, but just missed time out. And a really good dive catch from that down quite in the deep. To clear that short boundary. Still 6 overs to go, so still a little bit of time left. And Hampshire 8 down. Kyle Abbott and Manny Lumsden, 2 batters yet to come out.
Yeah, I think Neil was almost feeling like that was going to dip a bit lower and turn into more of a low full toss, because as you mentioned, it's not a big boundary at all, and Dalthwaite came in off the rope to take it. A really good catch running around from long on, but he'll be disappointed he didn't dispatch it. He probably should have taken it over square leg, really. But that's the end of that. The new batter is Carl Abbott, who swings his bat in both arms as he strides out to the crease. He will join Eddie Jack, who's on 6. Both of them will have a big part to play with the ball later. It feels like Hampshire is certainly going to be quite a few runs light.
Yeah, certainly feels that way at the moment. Just to get to 250 on Sunday and chase that target down easily in the end by 9 wickets. Yeah, Kyle Abbott, a bowler who certainly won't hang around. He'll look to use those long levers and try and clear the boundary if he can. They've had a couple of good partnerships actually, Kyle Abbott and Jack, earlier on the season in the County Championship. Use these two again to try and get Hampshire to a competitive total. Looks like a good pitch to bat on. It doesn't look that way at 250 for 8, but
well, Edwards, having been expensive early, has had a reasonable comeback. Figures of 1 for 48 off 8.2. You mentioned Abbott might try and use his long levers as he faces his first delivery drives, and Edwards will do the fielding off his own bowling. But they do have a bit of a duty to see out the 50 overs, you have to think.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it was Kyle Abbott who came in. I think only a couple of overs to go on Sunday, and he was outstumped at the last ball, which what are you going to do off the last ball? You're going to, especially with a slow bowler, you can come down the ground and try and give it whack. Yeah, still 5.5 overs to go.
Edwards halfway through his over. Abbott will get off the mark with a single here as he pushes it down to long on. Hampshire 231 for 8.
Feels now he can get a run of ball for the last 5 overs. 216 there or thereabouts. Yeah, that still feels a little bit light, I think.
It does, but it is a total.
It's 8 total.
You've got something to have a go at defending. And as we mentioned at the top, Glamorgan just the 1 win so far in their 5 matches. So when you're in a bit of a sticky patch of form, it can be really difficult to chase down that sort of total where you feel like you probably should get it. Edwards is going to come in to the left-hander. This has worked into the leg side. They'll look to come back for a couple here, but you'd think they won't, and they don't. So it's just a single to Eddie Jack's total. Moves on to 7. Hampshire 232 for 8.
And Hampshire's bowling attack arguably strengthened today with the returning Eddie Jack and Manny Lumsden, Felix Organ and James Fuller. It's a bit expensive on Sunday, but it's done well with the ball so far.
Yeah, well, you do have to think Fuller's certainly a bit of a miss, really. Certainly they could have used him with the bat today. Abbott faces up now and will push this into the onside. They'll come through for a single, 233 for 8. The score ticks over to 58 not out for Essex and 2 for 53 in that same game from James Fuller. But as you say, missing today. Very impressive on T20 Blast Finals Day, though. 4 for 26 and V Knots and 3 for 36 against Northampton in the final. That will be the end of Edwards is over. 45 gone, 233 for 8.
Yeah, very good finals day. James Fuller, 7 wickets. I think the first player to the best figures since on a finals day. Yeah, I think he's only the second player to take 7 wickets on finals day. As he's only the first player to take a fifer at finals day. We're going to have a change of bowling from the pavilion end. It's going to be Dan Davthwaite, really impressive so far for his 132. Glamorgan's leading wicket taker this year's competition, as he was when Glamorgan won back in 2024. Now bowling to Kyle Abbott. Full ball driven down the ground by Kyle Abbott. Beats the dive in mid-off. It's going to go all the way. A good diving stop. And Zainab Hassan round to his left and long on. Good shot. Kyle Abbott. 255 for 8.
Yes, he timed that really nicely. And Darthwaite's only sort of around the mid-high 70-mile-an-hour mark, so there's no ferocious pace there. And Abbott certainly more than capable of dealing with that type of bowler. But the rest of the Hampshire order haven't really, Lehman apart, Brown, Albert, maybe they haven't been able to deal with it particularly well.
Short ball from Davthwaite. Slower ball this time. But attempts the pull shot. That one will be 68 miles an hour. 10 miles an hour slower than his usual pace. Digging that one into the pitch. Trying to got all sorts of audio issues here today. As Davthwaite is in again to Abbott. Another short ball. Abbott gets hold of it, but comes to the man at deep backward square. Report a single. 256 for 8 now, Hampshire. One thing that does help Hampshire in this stage is having that left-right combination. Who's having to move across, change the field. And there's a single.
It does feel like the Glamorgan bowlers have had to deal with that practically the whole
Most of the innings,
whole innings, really.
You know, Jack Lehman and Ben Brown, Toby Albert as well.
Ali Orr and Nick Gubbins for a brief period at the top of the order.
So now got Eddie Jack. That shorter boundary on his leg side. Surprised to see 3 men out at long on deep mid wicket and deep square leg. Davthwaite is in. This one's full outside off, driven by Jack. It's off the middle of the bat. And again, they'll come through for a single. We'll see the leg side come in. Go back out for the right-handed Abbott. 4 players out to the leg side. Call the right-hander. No one inside the circle on the leg side. So potentially 2 there if they want it. Davthwaite runs towards us from the pavilion end. Balls to Abbott, a short ball. It's a bottom edge on that. I can stop from hitting behind the stumps. There's no run. Again, another slower ball from Dan Davthwaite.
Well, as you say, no fielders in on the leg side, so that does rather dictate that the slower ball and the bounce ploy might be used.
say that. A change in the field. His fine leg is coming up inside the circle. Long off. Going out for what is the last ball. So just looking to go a little bit fuller this time. His Dowthwaite is in now. Whilst Abbott, this one is full. Abbott hawks this one over to the leg side off the toe end of the bat. And they'll come through for a single. So Abbott retains the strike. 4 overs to go. His first innings at the Utilita Bowl. Hampshire 238 for 8.
Yeah, it's important that these two manage to eke out another 30 or so. Well, I think they'd be delighted with 30. Maybe 20, 25 there or thereabouts. But all it takes is one big over. And with that short leg side boundary, as it now is going to be, there is a chance if Abbott can get hold of a couple.
I think that Dowthwaite and Zain Hassan roll out. They've both bowled 9 overs. Tom Edwards.
Edwards is going to bowl himself out here. He's in, and this is full, and it bounces over him, so they'll come through for a single. 239 for 8. Abbott's off strike, moves himself onto 7.
Probably be Andy Gordon. The seamer to bowl. Probably be the last over. So Edwards now, you've got Hassan and Dowthwaite. One more each then. It's a toss up between Franco, spinners Franco and Hope Bell. See the Gordon to bowl. Presumably be the last.
Well, that would be the over to attack if Hampshire did want to attack one of them. The left-handed Jack on strike, and he pushes forward. They'll take a quick single. That's good running between the wickets by the pair. 240 is up for Hampshire. Jack on 9. Now, the one thing I did want to ask you, we discussed this when I was in the press box at the 100, but where's that inflatable dartboard gone? I turned up here.
It's disappeared, isn't it?
I turned up here expecting to see it in all its glory, and it's disappeared. What am I going to do in the lunch break now?
Disappointing, isn't it?
Abbott on strike. Edwards bowls, rather slingy action of his, and it squirts away off an inside edge of Abbott for a single. 241.
It's a shame that they have to come down after every game.
Each game, and then they get put back up.
Yeah. Unless there's like 2 games in 3 days.
What a waste of man hours. Three singles so far in the over. Oh, and Eddie Jack does go big here. Has he got all of this? Not quite, but it goes over the fielder and was brilliantly scooped in inside the rope. So they will come back for 3 as Edwards gives his fielder a clap there.
Andy Gordon doing the work at mid-off, running back, and great diving stop.
You know, it's actually just the 2. They probably should have got 3, but Jack retains at the strike. He's on 11. Two balls left in Edwards' over. The left-hander stands tall and pushes this one into the leg side. Rather aerial, but that's okay because all the fielders are out on the boundary. So they'll trot through for a single. Moves himself onto 12. Hampshire 244 for 8.
Slow ball that one from Tom Edwards. 66, 67 miles an hour.
The partnership is now 14. They're doing what they have to do, really. This pair, dealing in singles mostly. Can Edwards finish off this over? Yes, he can. He does it nicely because this is only going to be a single down to long off. And that's his 10 overs done. I've been very impressed with Edwards today at just the age of 17. Figures of 1 for 58, I think, is more than respectable.
Yeah, he's certainly come back, well, has come back well since that first spell of 3 overs 0 for 20. Wicket of Andrew Neil, who's looking to go big. Short boundary. He's bowled with decent pace. Varying his pace in that last over as to press the accelerator with 3 overs to go. It's going to be Andy Gordon. Bowl, 48th over. Not the last over was predicting. So down weight for that one. And to go 146 from his 7 overs. Expensive bowlers showed Glamorgan today. So now one right arm over to Kyle Abbott, who works the one into the leg side. They should look for 2 here, but they won't. Hildred Wicket is quick onto it. Keeps to a single, but I don't think Hampshire will mind that. It's the left-handed Eddie Jack back on strike. Short boundary to his leg side. Seems to be walking around western side of the ground. Going for a lunch. Over the minute. Short ball from Gorgon. It's on forward by Eddie Jack. Into that leg side. Doesn't get all of it. A single brings Kyle Abbott back on strike. Just picking up the singles. Been a boundary for a little while, not since the end of the 43rd over. Forward to Abbott, slightly slower ball this time. Abbott works as one, on one. Just be a single. And tidy stuff from Glamorgan in these death overs.
But it's partly situational as well, because they need to make sure they see out the 50 overs, so they can't go swinging from the hip necessarily. As a big gust of wind blows my notes all over the place.
Gorgon come round to Jack. Slow ball outside off, the outside edge. Try the bowler's stumps. Single to Eddie Jack. 249 for 8 Hampshire. 2 overs left in this first innings. Like to find 270 if they can, but trying to back those 50 overs is the thing at the moment. Gorgon to Abbott, just one back down the ground. They might look for 2 here. Jack is going to run to the non-striker's end. No. Zainab Hassan quick onto that one at long on. Keeps it to a single. It's the 250 up for Hampshire. Balls around the ground.
Well, Horton has stood up to Gorvin's bowling the whole innings, which is also the other problem these two face, because they can't necessarily dance down the track to Gorvin's bowling because they risk being stumped if they miss it.
Be Eddie Jack to face the last one.
And just as I say that,
Horton takes off his helmet and is standing back to Gorgon. Jack for a single here. So drives outside the off stump, straight to extra cover. Single taken. Jack to 15, Hampshire 251 for 8, 2 overs to go. These last 5 overs for Hampshire, 30 runs, so going at a run a ball. Did lose that wicket, Andrew Neil. If Neil was in, then Hampshire was 280, 290. Power hitting that he's shown this season.
it is going to be Hassan to complete his 10 overs, as Kevin James will slot back in. Eddie Jack on strike. Hassan bowls. This has worked off his legs. I'll think about coming back for 2, but they won't have to stick with just the single. Jack moves himself onto 16, Abbott 12. Am I hearing murmurs my lunch hasn't arrived, Kevin?
Well, you're fortunate for you, it's not yours.
Oh.
It's Wes's.
Poor Wes.
Yeah,
We could switch.
No, it's coming. So Wes might have to wait a little longer than the rest of us, but it's coming.
Hassan 2 for 36 has probably been the pick of the bowlers so far for Glamorgan, but They've all been pretty good, to be honest. This has been shoveled down to long on by Carl Abbott. He moves himself onto 13. Hampshire 253 for 8. I've enjoyed watching Edwards bowl today, Kevin. An ever so slightly slingy action.
Yeah, it's good.
Which, from a bowling standpoint, what does that help you with as Hassan comes into bowl around the wicket to the left-handed Jack? Jack, who picks this one up and pulls it into the leg side. They'll think about coming back for a 2, and they do. Moves himself onto 18, 255 for 8.
He's only 17 years old. And I think he's got the potential to be a really good bowler. If he just gets a little stronger, which I'm sure he will. I think we'll see in a couple of years' time he'll really push through. I really do. I think he's got that sort of action, slingy action, which will give him some pace at times. I think he bowls quite intelligently. Gets the ball quite full.
Jack on a run of ball 18. This is a really good Yorker from Al Hassan, and he might have to field off his own bowling there. They think about coming back for a second, but Abbott is sent back by Jack, meaning that it's just a single. 5 from the over so far, 256 for 8.
I mean, I know Glamorgan are quite a few bowlers down here. I mean, Hampshire are missing 1 or 2 as well, of course. But as this competition is all about, it's a view into the future.
2 balls left of Al Hassan's allotted 10, and this one's fuller, a wide Yorker this time, and it will probably only be a single. They're thinking about come back for 2. Throw comes in, and they just about get there. Really good running, and a much needed 2 for Hampshire. 258 for 8.
Well, it's not massive progress, but it's, you're looking at 260, 270 maybe, if they have a bit of luck in the last 7 balls. It's a score.
This partnership's worth 28 very valuable runs, you have to say. 7 off the over so far. A boundary from the right-handed Carl Abbott would really help Hampshire here as he goes down the ground, but it's a really nice shot. And I can't quite see if that's cleared the rope or not, but it is a boundary, so a very good shot from Abbott. Moved himself onto 19. Hampshire 262 for 8 down the ground.
That's a great shot. And Abbott, as we know, does play positively. These 2. Eddie Jack's quite strong. These 2 have the potential to get a few in these last 6 deliveries. I think, if anything, because of the pace that these bowlers bowl, they're looking at Hassan there, the lowest is 68, the highest is around 75, 76. It is a hittable pace. And I think in lots of ways they're a little bit predictable, trying to get the ball right up there. It's the right thing to do. But if you don't get it quite right, the batters are looking. The batters almost know that it's going to be full. You can set yourself. So unless it's almost the perfect Yorker, I think the batters don't worry too much. They know that they've got a good chance of hitting some runs. There's not a lot of mixture out there. There's not slower balls. There's not cutters. It's just purely and simply trying to get the ball full. Dan Douthwaite will bowl the last over, 1 for 37. Douthwaite picking up the first wicket of Nick Gubbins in the 6th over. Hasn't been able to add to it so far. Might do in this last over as he comes in from the pavilion end. Bowls to Jack. Jack hits it away in the air. And that is his 2nd wicket because it's called to deep backward point. And Jack goes for 19. And Hampshire are 262 for 9.
Yes, it was a full toss from Douthwaite and carved out to deep backward point, and well taken actually. In on the run by Byram, who will have a job to do with the bat in a little bit. Manny Lumsden is going to join Carl Abbott at the crease.
A 17-year-old playing in this game. It was the wild card pick for Southern Brave. Hasn't played. Burst onto the scene in this competition last year. Played 3 matches, 6 wickets at 29 apiece. Played 5 T20 games this year. Another one, though, that hasn't played a lot of cricket. His last cricket was mid-July, playing in the under-19 series against Sri Lanka. Just waiting for him to get to anywhere near the middle. So 5 balls left, 262 for 9, Hampshire. Only Lumsden and Abbott having a long chat here. I'm just wondering, Abbott saying, look, try and get me on strike here. He's saying, look, just get a bat on it. Make sure you get a bat. Don't play a miss. Don't have a waft. Just get a bat on it. There's a good chance we'll get a single. It's in the gap, of course.
Yeah, I think getting Abbott on strike would probably be the wise decision. There's a gap over mid-wicket, and long on and long off are both up.
It's played away on the onside. Lumsden does get the single. Up towards mid-on, brings Abbott back on strike. 4 balls left, 263 for 9.
That field now changes for Abbott as expected. There is now a long on, but it doesn't necessarily look as if he's going to go all the way back to the rope.
Just in the deep on the leg side, all of them. Here's Douthwaite then from the pavilion end. It's to Abbott. Short, and Abbott cuts that away. He's going to hit it in the air, and he's going to be caught at extra cover, and that is it. Hampshire bowled out for 263 with still 3 balls left, or a potential 3 balls of their innings. Abbott goes for 19 from 18 and said at the start of the over. Dan Douthwaite hadn't added to his 1 wicket. He finishes with 3. 3 for 38 from 9.3 overs. 263 all out then, Hampshire. That's their last couple of wickets for the addition of just 1 run. I think Abbott might have been surprised with the shorter ball there. Douthwaite has thrown that in from time to time.
He has. I mean, it's a superb all-round bowling effort from Glamorgan, you have to say, really. 2 for Hassan, 3 for Douthwaite, 1 for Edwards, 2 for Hope Bell and 1 for Gorvin. So they've all played a part in restricting Hampshire to what we think is a slightly below par total.
So the players make their way off at the field then. Top scorer in the Hampshire innings was Jake Lehman, who made 68 from 78 balls. He shared a 70-run partnership for the 5th wicket with Ben Brown. There was a 78-run partnership between Toby Albert and Jake Lehman for the 3rd wicket. Toby Albert making 46, and there was a half-century from Ben Brown. 54 from 64 balls before he was the 7th wicket to fall with a score on 211. Right, we're going to take a break. Poor old Wes is still looking for his food. Hopefully it will come in the next half an hour. And we'll be back with you to bring commentary of the Glamorgan reply, who will need 264 to win this game.
The Thatcher's family farm. Making cider with nothing but love and skills. Delivering perfection for over a century.
25 years of flight. The Hawks are back. Come fly with us.
And greeted with a beautiful shot from Tom Alsop.
Well, that has been hoisted away out the middle of the bat. What a shot from Riley Rousseau.
#100 for Riley Rousseau, a moment to remember. It's been an innings of real quality for Hampshire.
That is a massive hit. He didn't even bother moving after hitting that. Up and over extra cover, there was width.
Connects this time. That's going to sail over long on.
Bounce again. Oh, gonna have to be quick. Oh, that's gone. That is brilliant fielding. He's been taken out by Heino Kuhn as he goes through.
James Vince with the call, but it looked for a moment as if it might just fall between 2 or 3 fielders coming in. They realise just what an important moment that is.
Well, that's gone high. It's a miscue, and it will be taken. That's the big breakthrough that Hampshire needed.
Blake comes back for 2. Will have to be quick to direct it. Brilliant from Mason Crane. Bad back and all. Taken. And gone.
Oh, out if he hits. Yes! Hampshire's fielding today has been superb. There's a mix-up. Tight, I think he's gone. And Hampshire it is, the first trophy for 6 years.
That's more like the Carberry we know and love in one-day cricket. Sweet strike from Carberry all the way.
Skillfully played, beautifully played.
is. Hampshire needed it. I think it's a slower ball from what the pressure has told on Chopra. Is that it? It is. The finger goes up. It's an excellent catch.
Gone straight at extra cover. Hampshire are really in this. They're squeezing hard, and Warwickshire are succumbing to the pressure. It's another catch for Adams.
And out goes Ricky Clark. Carberry, he takes the catch. Waist high full toss, Bell goes. Blackwell bowled. Cabirelli hasn't given up hope yet. He's got it through for 4. Neil Carter perhaps going out in style for Warwickshire. The scores are level. Everyone will be in now. One needed. And he can't get there. And Hampshire Royals have done it. The scores are level, but it's Hampshire Royals who've won the CB40. The dot ball is good enough. Carter looking to hit the ball away through the offside. Disappointment for Chris Wokes, left stranded at the non-strikers end. What a game of cricket we've seen.
The Thatcher's family farm. Making cider with nothing but love and skills. Delivering perfection for over a century.
Doesn't even have to run. He's been waiting for the square cut. He plays it beautifully. Nice personal milestone for Robin Smith. He's
in a memorable game. Hampshire have taken this game with 153 batting firsts.
Straight away, Peterson's gone.
Shane Warne once again been quite brilliant. Changed the game. Yes, it does. There it is. That means that Hampshire are the winners of the Friends Provident Trophy 2000.
And he can't get there. And Hampshire Royals have done it. The scores.
The Southern Vipers have won the inaugural Kia Super League.
100 from Riley Rousseau. A moment to remember. Finner, an innings of real quality for Hampshire.
Get themselves over the line emphatically to defeat the reigning champions, Hampshire.
That is what you've got. Rips a Yorker through past the Bennett Gleeson. Hampshire.
Oh my word. It's the biggest of the lot.
The Thatcher's family farm. Making cider with nothing but love and skills. Delivering perfection for over a century.
– 25 years of flight. The Hawks are back. Come fly with us.
And greeted with a beautiful shot from Tom Alsop.
Well, that has been hoisted away out the middle of the bat. What a shot from Riley Rousseau.
#100 for Riley Rousseau, a moment to remember. It's been an innings of real quality for Hampshire.
That is a massive hit. He didn't even bother moving after hitting that. Up and over extra cover, there was width.
Connects this time. That's going to sail over long on.
Bounce again. Oh, gonna have to be quick. Oh, that's gone. That is brilliant fielding. He's been taken out by Heino Kuhn as he goes through.
James Vince with the call, but it looked for a moment as if it might just fall between 2 or 3 fielders coming in. They realise just what an important moment that is.
Well, that's gone high. It's a miscue, and it will be taken. That's the big breakthrough that Hampshire needed.
Like comes back for 2, will have to be quick to direct hit. Brilliant from Mason Crane, bad back and all. Taken. And gone.
Oh, out if he hits, yes! Hampshire's fielding today has been superb. There's a mix-up. Tight, I think he's gone. And Hampshire it is, the first trophy for 6 years.
more like the Carberry we know and love in one-day cricket.
Sweet strike from Carberry all the way.
That's skillfully played, beautifully played.
There it is. Hampshire needed it. I think it's a slow ball from what the pressure has told on Chopra. Is that it? It is. The finger goes up. It's an excellent catch.
Gone straight at extra cover. Hampshire are really in this. They're squeezing hard and Warwickshire are succumbing to the pressure. It's another catch for Adams.
And out goes Ricky Clark. Carberry, he takes the catch. Waist high full toss, bell goes. Blackpool bowled. Kabir Ali hasn't given up hope yet. He's got it through for 4. Neil Carter perhaps going out in style for Warwickshire. The scores are level. Everyone will be in now. One needed. And he can't get there. And Hampshire Royals have done it. The scores are level, but it's Hampshire Royals who've won the CB40. The dot ball is good enough. Carter looking to hit the ball away through the offside. Disappointment for Chris Wokes, left stranded at the non-strikers end. What a game of cricket we've seen.
The Thatcher's family farm. Making cider with nothing but love and skills. Delivering perfection for over a century.
Doesn't even have to run. He's been waiting for the square cut. He plays it beautifully. Nice personal milestone for Robin Smith. He's
In a memorable game, Hampshire have taken this game with 153 batting first.
Straight away, Peterson's gone.
Shane Warne once again been quite brilliant. Changed the game. Yes, it does. There it is. That means that Hampshire are the winners of the Friends Provident Trophy 2000.
He can't get there, and Hampshire Royals have done it. The scores.
The Southern Vipers have won the inaugural Kia Super League.
100 from Riley Rousseau. Moment to remember. Finner, an innings of real quality for Hampshire.
Get themselves over the line emphatically to defeat the reigning champions, Hampshire. Oh my word. It's the biggest of the lot.
The Thatcher's family farm. Making cider with nothing but love and skills. Delivering perfection for over a century.
– 25 years of flight. The Hawks are back. Come fly with us.
And greeted with a beautiful shot from Tom Alsop.
Well, that has been hoisted away out the middle of the bat. What a shot from Riley Rousseau.
#100 for Riley Rousseau, a moment to remember. It's been an innings of real quality for Hampshire.
That is a massive hit. He didn't even bother moving after hitting that. Up and over extra cover, there was width.
Connects this time. That's going to sail over long on.
Bounce again. Oh, going to have to be quick. Oh, that's gone. That is brilliant fielding. He's been taken out by Heino Kuhn as he goes through.
James Vince with the call, but it looked for a moment as if it might just fall between 2 or 3 fielders coming in. They realised just what an important moment that is.
Well, that's gone high. It's a miscue, and it will be taken. Yeah! That's the big breakthrough that Hampshire needed.
Blake comes back for 2, will have to be quick. It's a direct hit. Brilliant from Mason Crane, bad back and all. Taken. And gone. Oh, out if he hits, yes! Hampshire's fielding today has been superb. There's a mix-up. Tight, I think he's gone. And Hampshire it is, the first trophy for 6 years.
Welcome back to Utilita Bowl for this Metro Bank one-day cup fixture between Hampshire and Glamorgan. Earlier on we saw Hampshire post 246 all out. They were dismissed in the 50th over. Runs earlier on for Jake Lehman, who made 68 back-to-back 50s for the Australian. Ben Brown with 54, his first half century of the competition. And Toby Abbott with 46 off the back of 89 against Durham on Sunday. So Glamorgan, 247 is their, 264 rather, getting my games mixed up, is their target for today. They will be opening up with Eddie Byram and Zainul Hassan, two left-handers. Bottom performances from Dan Dowthwaite, 3 for 38 from 9.5 overs for him. He's leading wicket taker in this year's competition. 2 for 43 for Jack Hope-Bell, the off spinner, and 2 for 46 for Zainul Hassan, as he continues a strong run of performances here at Utilita Bowl for Glamorgan off the back of his century, his maiden professional century earlier on this season in the county championship. We'll hear from Billy Stevens later on, but alongside me for this first stint is Kevin James.
Well, it's a competitive total. It feels the bottom end of competitive. But let's be honest, Glamorgan haven't had a great campaign, a bit like Hampshire. So I think there are one or two sides in the group that you would probably feel would chase this down. Okay, whether Glamorgan can or not will be a different matter.
It's Kyle Abbott to open up from the pavilion end and driven beautifully by Zainul Hassan. First ball through the covers. And what a way to start the reply for Glamorgan. Zainul Hassan leaning into that one, splitting the gap between Gubbins and Tom Prest through the covers. Abbott slightly over pitching with his first ball. Sure, we'll be back on it as he always is. The rest of this over.
Nice looking shot first up, wasn't it?
Just way to ease into your innings as Abbott is in once more. And there it is, a pill for LBW. Just a little bit too high. All Hassan on the 5. There we go, maybe one loosener for Abbott and then second ball bang right on the money.
He's found wickets a little hard to come by so far, Kyle Abbott. Yes, this is only his 4th match. But his 2 wickets have cost him 70 apiece. It's an average I didn't think I would ever mention with the words Kyle Abbott in the sentence.
In again, round the wicket to Hassan. This one worked to the pads. It's a square leg, there's no run.
Normally saying 19 or 20. But 70.
I think this year in the championship it's 16.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? His 174 wickets in this day cricket to date have cost him 29, so there's a bit more like it, but a bit of a lean time to start off with.
Running towards us. Here's Abbott from the pavilion end. Balls to Hassan, who looks to drive once more. Kevin's the fielder in the covers, there's no run. Temperature a lot more workable today. 23 degrees, clouds rolling in from upwards as we look out from the hotel end. The ground's still looking pretty parched, almost like a desert over there now. See the patches of green grass where the sprinklers come out.
They've obviously worked hard on this outfield, haven't they?
Abbott into Hassan, full ball driven back down the ground. Then it almost made contact with the stumps at the bowler's end. There's no run. Just the 4 runs from that first ball so far. 1 ball left in the over.
Oh, well, Sal's playing just his 3rd game this year's competition. He's averaging 63 with a top score of 65.
He's got 2 50s this season, Zainul Hassan. Can he make it 3 in a row today? Abbott past the umpire, bowls to Hassan, defends this one out into the offside. Press the fielder at point. End of the first over, 4 runs. Come off that one from Kyle Abbott. Glamorgan 4 without loss.
Well, this is the only Group B game going on today. There is one match in Group A. Surrey, who sit 3rd, against Kent, who sit 5th. That match taking place at the Oval. Surrey were bowled out for 286 in the 49th. Got away to a good start with Ryan Patel 73 and Dominic Sibley with 53. So they didn't really capitalise on that. Those were the top two scores in the innings. McNeil's finishing with 3 wickets, 3 for 32. Kent are yet to reply. So Eddie Jack back in the side. His last game was here against Middlesex in the T20 game. It was his only T20 game as well. Not actually played any cricket since the 8th of July. Eddie Jack. Just got back into the championship side, played the last game down at home. Bowled well, probably the best I've seen him bowl in a Hampshire shirt. It's bowling from commentary and the hotel end. Runs away from us and bowls. It's on the line of leg stump. Big shout. Big shout first up. It's Eddie Byron. So we're not quite in line. The picture feed will give you a better line, although we're going straight to back with a point. Might not be the best angle for an LB. Here we are. Oh, it's pitched outside leg stump going down.
Some early swing there from
was a little bit of shape
into the left-handed.
Yes, it was. I always think you can tell Eddie Jack's bowling well when he gets that shape away from the right-hander into the left. Byron. 2 left-handers opening up for Glamorgan here as that's full delivery. It's driven into the ground, fielded by Jack on his follow-through. Eddie Byron's played in all 5 games to date, including this, which is the 6th. Just under 100 runs, averaging 39. It's pretty much his list A career record, which is 38. Doing what it says on the tin, Eddie Byron. Top score of 76 in this year's competition.
Just wonder how many times we've got an Eddie bowling to an Eddie.
Ah, yes. Byron drives up to mid-off Abbott Fields. Yes.
Neither of them going by Edward or Ed. Eddie.
It's a bit old-fashioned, Edward, isn't it? It's a bit like people who are called Thomas or Tom now.
Tom.
Yeah, shortened into Tom. Edward, it's all Eddie. It's more trendy. You're Wes, you're normally Wesley, see?
True.
See, you've shortened it to Wes. Well, or has everybody else shortened it? I bet your parents haven't. That's half stopped, but it's gone through the hands of Nick Gubbins. It'll go for 2 in the covers, 6 without loss. Did your mum and dad say Wesley?
They call me all sorts.
Wesley.
Well, yeah, we've obviously got Manny Lumsden. First name being Emmanuel.
Is that what it is? Emmanuel.
Emmanuel Manny Lumsden.
There's not too many people call him Emmanuel, apart from he's naughty. So played out into the covers. Gubbins fields cleanly. Sure, I didn't know that actually. I guess I've wondered, was he actually christened Manny?
Yeah. Was it short for something?
But is it? Yeah. Now it's obviously Manny is short for Emmanuel, which is not a common name, so I didn't really know. Emmanuel Lumsden coming into bowl.
We'll have to do that now.
Yeah, well, I'm going to think about that. He's obviously not bowling right now. Strengthen the offside field here of Hampshire. And as Jack comes in, bowls to Byron once more. Byron drives pleasantly again, finds Abbott. That's the end of the 2nd over. Jack has conceded just 2. Morgan 6 without loss, need another 258.
Yeah, good start from Eddie Jack. Good pace as well, about 85 miles an hour.
I had a chat with Manny Lumsden's dad in the T20 game down at Kent. Actually, he was in the crowd there. And I'd seen him wandering around the pavilion before, and I'd never really had a chance to chat to him. And I thought I'd just say hello and whatever. Really nice guy. I didn't realise he played for Bath Rugby.
Yeah.
Had quite a long career as well. Yeah. I did say to him, how comes Manny's not playing rugby? He said, well, he did when he was younger.
It might have proven to be a good decision on
well,
his part with the bowler he's become. And is becoming. It's Kyle Abbott. Hussein defends back up the pitch. There's no run. We've seen what Fanny Lumsden can do in this competition last year. That 3 wickets on debut against Glamorgan. Down underneath.
It's good to see him back, actually. It's a long time in the 100. It's a short tournament, but it's a long time if you ain't
It feels
playing.
a long time, yeah. I think his last game for Hampshire was the T20 game at the Oval.
Yes.
That final over and won the game for Hampshire. Abertin and drives into the covers. There's no run.
Did you know that was something like, I looked it up after the game, it was something like the 4th worst figures for Hampshire in a T20, but actually his last over won him the game.
It won the game, yeah.
In a very, very high scoring match.
It went to Dan Lawrence, who smashed Hampshire to all past that game. He was
not just in the T20
yeah.
championship.
Twin
God,
hundred.
I'm sick of the sight of them by the end of the week.
Abbott past the umpire, bowls. Sam defends. Just stumps over. Bowler's end.
Yeah, he really did hold his nerve, didn't he, in that final over in the T20? That was an exciting game. Could have gone either way. He bowled, I think he bowled a slower ball. Chris Wood told the story, didn't he, in the interview after the game, where it got really tight. I think it was about 2 or 3 balls to go. Lawrence was on strike. And he just said to him, what are you going to bowl? And he said, slower ball. And Chris Wood said, okay. He said, I wasn't sure that was the right idea, but he said, as he was intent to bowl it, I let him do it. And it worked.
Abbott, Saur Hassan works this one to Sharma, just overhead of Sharma. Pick up a couple of runs here. Hassan moving towards the offside. Looking to whip Abbott off his legs and quite getting it out of the middle. Just evades Ashutosh Sharma at mid-on.
It's a horrible teaser, isn't it, that one?
He's not short, Ashutosh Sharma, but compared to maybe someone like an Eddie Jack in that position, then maybe could take Abbott in again. Saur Hassan defends back to the points. There's no run.
It's another good over. Kyle Abbott. Yeah, that's horrible as a fielder because you can't turn round and run. So you're always backpedaling.
You've just got to watch it over your
Yeah,
head.
it's horrible. It's horrible.
Yeah, just going back to Mandlums, it's
Yeah.
great to see someone 17, 18 years of age to have that confidence and to go to your senior player and say, right, this is what I'm bowling.
Yeah.
Sam defends this one into the onside. It's 2 runs coming off the 3rd over from Kyle Abbott.
I'd have been scared stiff in that situation. 17 years of age. I did say it to his dad when we were talking. I just said, gosh, I can't believe how your son was so calm. So it's obviously taught him well. You know, obviously, being a professional sports person himself. Passing on a lot of good knowledge. I went to see Bath Rugby play one year, a few years back. It's good ground, right in the middle of Bath. Have you been?
I've not been, no.
Recreation ground. Good place to go and watch rugby, actually. I only went there because my daughter was at uni there for a while and just happened to spend the weekend there. And she had some function on in the afternoon, so we thought, oh, what are we going to do? We'll go and watch the rugby. It's actually really good fun. 8 without loss, 3 gone. Glamorgan from here needing 256 for only a 2nd win of the season. Won their first one, lost their next 4. As Eddie Jack starts a new over. Rolling to Eddie Byram. Byram off the back foot eases that to backward a point. Fielded by Tom Preston, made just 4 today. Before he tried to reverse sweep the teenage off spinner Jack Hope-Bell. He was well outside off stump, so he was reverse sweeping. Preston down to 106 for 4 in the 22nd. Gave Hope-Bell his 2nd wicket after picking up Toby Albert in his previous over. Jack in again, he's round the wicket. Bowls. Byron just defends that to mid-wicket, fielded by Lena. Hampshire a bit like Glamorgan here, starting accurately.
Yeah, 3 overs of Hampshire means 11.
Yeah.
So very little between the two at the moment.
Just good, honest bowling from both sides. It's Jack again. Oh, he's playing a missing. And there was a spot that Hassan found early on with the new ball. It just kicks off a length. Jack a little bit quicker, so it's gone a bit quicker and bounced a bit more, but it's definitely a spot there, isn't it? Outside the left-handers off stump. We saw that to Ali Orr and Jake Lehman. It just kicks off a little spot there.
Yeah, that one showing is 83 miles an hour, slightly slower than what Jack's been wrong. So yeah, that really zipped off the pitch.
Didn't. It's just the odd one, isn't it? It comes in again. Bowls a little bit fuller this time. Byron drives. It's wide of Kyle Abbott, and that's going for 4. Nice shot from Eddie Byron, just using the pace of Eddie Jack as it was a little bit further pitched up. Nice bit of timing, nice positioning of the body. Byron moves up to 6-12 without loss.
Not half volley by any means.
No, it wasn't.
It was a little bit fuller from Jack, but really well timed, well placed from Eddie Byron.
It shows that you get your body in a good position, your head in a good position. It's, you have to be a half volley. As Jackson again down the leg side, that'll be called a wide. Good pace into Brent Brown.
Hear the thud as that into the clubs of Ben Brown.
It's true. So the next game for Hampshire is Sunday at Hove, which is the penultimate group match. And on Sunday as well for Glamorgan. So it's played late, a backward a point, good fielding. And there's no run. Glamorgan are at home to Worcestershire. Those matches starting at 11 o'clock, and then the final round of group matches early next week. And then the quarterfinals, which might not trouble either of these sides. But just for the record, it's next Friday quarterfinals, isn't it? Oh no, it's next.
Yeah, Friday and then Sunday.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
2 Fridays.
It's a nice drive. Goes to extra cover, fielded by Gubbins. 13 without loss, then Glamorgan. Hassan and Byron both have 6 apiece.
Yeah, just on that next game, we're at home on Sunday for Hampshire. Have been messaged this by Rob Pfeiffer, who's probably listening in. There is a supporters coach going from Utilita Bowl to Hove on Sunday morning. You get your match tickets and travel, £35.
That's great value, I have to say.
I agree, yeah.
Trying to be impartial.
Checks in the postcode. So, yeah, if anyone listening into the ground or on the stream, let's use a trip to Hove on Sunday.
Do you know what? I would have done that, and I'm not saying that just for the sake of
Abbott. To Ul Hassan, defends this one out into the offside.
trying to be impartial. I see, I have something on Sunday, so I can't. I'm going up to London, but that, I mean, you know, again, when I finish all this and I eventually retire, whatever that is, I look at the fixture list. Yeah, well, I look at the fixture list and I think, would I go to Hove if I know it's going to be nice weather and watch a bit of cricket? That would probably be the first ground I'd look to do it, by the sea. Just enjoy a day out.
So yeah, anyone wanting a trip to Hove on Sunday, get in touch in the atrium. Bowls to Ul Hassan, this one into the onside. There's no run. Or you can buy online at utilitabowl.com. There you go, Rob. Get the plug into that. Get that in early. It's just for Rob.
Only for Rob.
Only for Rob.
For nobody else's benefit.
Yeah, Hampshire could still be in with a chance of reaching the quarterfinals. Result today. Starting well here with the ball. Kyle Abbott and Eddie Jack. Abbott is in. Ul Hassan plays and misses outside of stump. So I'm looking for that drive through the offside. connection this time.
Yeah, I mean, if they're to win all three, which they have to really, let's be honest, because the run rate, not only do they have to win, but one of them at least, or two, need to be quite big margins, because it was a big loss against Middlesex here, big loss against Durham here, which is just really caused the run rate to be a bit of a nightmare, really.
Abbott bowls to Hassan, right to the pad. It's a half shout from the fielders out there. Yeah, probably decided down the leg side. Some good stuff from out this over. 4 dots. Run rate for Glamorgan under 3 and over at this stage. It's a long time to go. To accelerate. Target 264. 251 runs to win. So it circles round. It's towards us from pavilion end. Past the umpire now. Bowls. And Hassan again looks to move towards the offside, down the track. And defends. It's the onside, no run.
Yeah, I think that's just a sign from Hassan that Abbott's bowling really, really nicely, and he's just trying to find something, just trying to knock Abbott off his length without doing something silly. He's not coming down the track trying to belt it over the top, but what he is trying to do is just trying to find an angle, trying to find something here, just to keep his score ticking along as much as the board. 6 from 17.
Got a short mid wicket in for Hassan, who's trying to whip a few off his legs as Abbott is in to Hassan and does whip this one off his legs this time. Work for Lumsden to do, running around to his right. That's a couple of runs. Zain Hassan ends the over. Just those two coming off at Glamorgan 15 without loss.
Yeah, well, it's a tidy start again. This time from Hampshire, making the batters work pretty hard. Kyle Abbott's pretty steady there, late 70s in that over. 2 or 3 miles an hour difference max. That's what Kyle Abbott's all about, really. He's about rhythm, getting into a good rhythm and bowling the same delivery time and time again. 79.7 the fastest delivery, and about 78, those 78's slowest. So pretty steady. Jack then starts a new over. 15 without loss. We're starting the 6th over here as he comes in and bowls, and it's tucked away on the 45 on the leg side. Fine leg is up. That's Sharma. If you've seen bowl more than 2 overs today, I was quite surprised. I didn't actually mention him to 1 or 2 of the coaching staff before the game, because I must admit, I thought he might have been injured. I've been only bowled 2 overs, having been the tournament's top wicket taker on Sunday. I just said no. I just went with spin, and they feel it's a good run out. Sure, we'll bowl a few more today as Jack bowls, and again it's a good tight line. Eddie Byron just playing that out on the offside. Secret here from the Hampshire point of view is just to keep this going. Don't do anything any different. Slowly but surely building up a little bit of pressure. The run rate is less than 3s. The quiet rate is over 5.5. Nothing to panic from the Morgan point of view, but it's important that having bowled 5 overs tight, then the next block of 5 is equally as tight, and then see what happens. Byron pulls that away just over the head of mid-wicket. That will run away for 4, not quite timed, over the head of Jake Lehman. Only fractionally short. Pick that up quickly, Byron.
Yeah, maybe not quite out the middle of the bat from Eddie Byron. Yeah, got it over the head of Jake Lehman. First boundary for... So it's the first ball, is it? Or have you had one more? I'm trying to work that out now.
I think you're probably not far off.
Yeah, first one since...
First one since the first ball. Cracks on away on the offside. Reinforcements on that offside. Toby Albert's at point. Deepish point there because extra cover is fairly short in Nick Gubbins. Tom Prest is right inside the 30-yard circle back on the point, allowing Albert to be a little deeper. 18 without loss, 2 balls left of the 6th over. Sunshine, say pretty constant because there's some cloud overhead, but it's, oh, there's the ball again. Just outside off stump, it kicks and bounces off a length. I think Byron played that pretty well, actually. Just pulled the bat inside, whether it was in time or not, I'm not totally convinced, but nevertheless, he didn't follow it. Delivery, spotted there.
Just nipped away from the left-hander from Eddie Jack. That one up at 88 miles an hour. Big stuff from Eddie Jack.
If you look at the pitch, actually, there is a slight green, darker green strip just outside the off stump. It's probably just hitting that from time to time. That's too straight. That's picked up, and that's gone for 4 on the leg side. Got the line wrong there. You'll just notice, if you look at the picture feed, there is just a slight dark strip about 3 stumps to the right as you look, and with the bowlers coming round the wicket on that angle, I think that ball's sort of hitting that from time to time and just finding an extra bit of lush green grass. That's where it's kicking up from. Right, we've got a change of commentary. Wesley Spearman is staying on, and he'll be joined by Billy Stevens. Birthday boy Billy Stevens. We haven't mentioned that for a little while. You'll get withdrawal symptoms, will Billy, because we haven't mentioned it for a couple of hours.
Yes, thank you very much for all the birthday wishes up here. As Abbott bowls, Hassan just defends. There's no run. Good afternoon, Wes.
Afternoon, Billy. Make a start from both sides, really. Tight stuff.
Yes, Abbott and Jack have been relatively tight with their line and length. And the Glamorgan batters have done well to see them out. I mentioned earlier I was looking forward to watching Colin Ingram bat. And I still am, but Hampshire are going to need to take a couple of wickets to see that. Abbott bowls, this is pushed up the ground, but there's no runners. Mid-on does the fielding.
Ingram went off in the first innings for a little while, didn't he? When he dropped that catch when Ben Brown was on. There we go. Hopefully you can hear me now. That's twice I've done that. Yeah, Ingram went off in the first innings for a little bit after he dropped that catch. Ben Brown was on 18, so hopefully he's okay to bat. That didn't look too serious.
Abbott turns at the top of his mark. The left-handed Al Hassan waits. He doesn't bother tapping his bat down on the ground, does he? And this is turned into the leg side. A sprawling dive can't stop it, and they'll come through for a single. He moves himself onto 9. Glamorgan at 24 without loss. The problem is that Glamorgan don't really need to do anything overly silly. We've got Manny Lumsden to come, of course, but Kyle Abbott is Hampshire's main strike bowler, so I guess the order of the afternoon is to slightly see him off in some way, shape or form. Byron faces up. This is defended, but not very confidently off the back foot as it comes off the inside half of the bat into the leg side of square leg fields. Just getting my binoculars out, and that is a England flag over to mid wicket as the left-handed Byram looks with Hampshire CC on it. I wonder if there are any more flags out and around the ground.
You usually see a few same groups of supporters.
Once again, this is off the inside half of Byram's bat. And there won't be a run. It's very tight line and length from Kyle Abbott. Only 9 runs so far, and with 1 ball left of his 4th over. And that's what Hampshire need to do to part any real scoreboard pressure on Glamorgan. It's not a particularly high total, but it is enough of a total that they're certainly not going to breeze there, you wouldn't think by any stretch of the imagination. No slipping at the moment for Carl Abbott. She bowls and he's bowled him. That's Hampshire's first. A wonderful delivery to dismiss Byram out for 14. It looked to be in a very similar manner to the one that dismissed Nick Gubbins earlier on today from around the wicket. It's just come in beautifully by Carl Abbott and hit the top of middle stump. Hampshire's first. Glamorgan 24 for 1 after 7.
Yeah, lovely delivery from Carl Abbott. We've seen him do this so often in a Hampshire shirt. Angled in from round the wicket. A little bit of movement as well. Completely beats Eddie Byram. That's an important wicket for Hampshire. Byram, one of the main batters for Glamorgan, one of the senior players. He goes early for 14. Carl Abbott, that pressure that he built up, 1 for 9, his figures from 4 overs. Let's see if in that over, both players trying to use their feet, use the crease. There's one thing, that is Carl Abbott is inevitable.
Well, he's probably deserved that, you have to say. He's bowled immaculately so far in those 4 overs. And Eddie Jack will be looking to see if he can dismiss the other opener, Hassan, or the new man at the crease. Which is, he's just walking out. Is that Ingram?
Harry Wallace.
That's Harry Wallace.
On his debut. (17 years old). Side places Will Smale. He's got to face up to Carl Abbott and Eddie Jack. First 2 overs of professional cricket.
Well, we felt like the other 17-year-old, Tom Edwards, bowled pretty well in his 10 overs, taking a wicket earlier on in the piece. So we'll see how Wallace goes here. Quick outfield, short legs, short off, well, offside boundary to the left-handed Al Hassan.
It's going to be Eddie Jack to continue from this Hilton end. Whilst Al Hassan defends one into the onside. There's no run. Yeah, Harry Wallace making his professional debut here against Hampshire. 11 matches this season, 10 for the second one, the 11th being today. 420 runs. That's an average of 60, 100 and 250s. That century going on to be a big one. 153 not out for Glamorgan. Under 18s actually, against Middlesex under 18s. 99 not out, second 11. A day later actually, May. Jack into Hassan, clips one off his pads. Then tries to dive, but the stopper blends them around, does the fielding. Single to Zainab Hassan. Bring Harry Wallace on strike. Face his first ball. Slip in place. The left-hander. Two young guys in the middle of the moment. Eddie Jack. England under 19s to Wallace. Short ball first up. Wallace gets a glove on this, I think. Down. Fine leg inside the circle. Ben Brown runs back. Does the fielding. Wallace off the mark first ball. Just sense that maybe something of that was coming from Eddie Jack. Welcome to professional cricket, young lad. I know Eddie Jack isn't that much his senior. He's still only about 20 or 21, Eddie Jack. Jack runs away from us. Whilst Al Hassan guys this one down. It's a third man. Probably all the fielder down there. single to Zain Hassan. Some tidy stuff from Hampshire's opening bowlers. Just 4 boundaries so far in this innings. Wide rate up to 5.6. Still manageable. There's a lot of time left in this innings.
You have to think on paper that it looks as though Hampshire have the slightly stronger bowling attack of the two. But Glamorgan did utilise theirs to good effect.
Jack, full ball this time. Worked off the pads of Harry Wallace. One ball left on the same favour from Eddie Jack. Side in place of and James Fuller, along with Manny Lumsden. He's returning from the 100. Jack will get my London. Lumsden with 7 brave. Jack right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Wallace. Works one off his legs and a good diving half stop from Andrew Neil at square leg. Come through 2 runs in the end. Good running between those two. A couple of runs to end the over. 5 runs. That one from Eddie Jack. Good on the 29 for 1.
I actually think you have to pronounce it as My London. Otherwise you get in severe trouble. So Kevin's no longer allowed to awards nights, and you're banned, from My London.
From the Oval.
From the Oval.
Yeah, I know you're supposed to. I think you have other leagues around the world. Is it My Cape Town and My New York? But they're not called My in the IPL, are they?
No.
Just winding up the colleagues at Surrey.
It is all a bit confusing. Carl Abbott is going to continue to Hassan from around the wicket. This is defended. I think he got a bit of bat on that as it trickles out to point. So 29 for 1. Hampshire have had the better of the first 8 overs, undoubtedly, really. But Glamorgan did. Their bowlers did get them off to a very good start earlier today. They had Hampshire 18 for 2.
At this stage, Hampshire were 19 for 2. They've opened back into the bidding already.
Oh, this has gone high in the air. This should be out. And taken. Well, Hassan came down the track and he tried to whip it into the leg side. It got a little bit of extra bounce from Carl Abbott and came off a leading edge and has ended up going to cover. And that means that both openers are dismissed. The score now reads 29 for 2. Abbott has his second.
I think that's the pressure again from Kyle Abbott. 2 for 9 now. From just 4.2 overs. It's just that nagging line in length from Abbott. Hassan trying to use his feet, use the crease, as we mentioned earlier. He's trying to manoeuvre the field, but it's a leading edge and an easy catch in the end. See Tom Prest holding a point.
Well, we have seen the odd delivery just lift off a length, and I know he came down the track, Hassan, but I just wonder if that got a little bit more bounce than he was potentially anticipating. But as you say, it's just being persistent in that one area from Kyle Abbott, which builds the pressure.
I've seen him do it many a year now here at Utilita Bowl. Will be Colin Ingram. Will man Colin Ingram, Billy.
I think it was Toby Albert who took the catch. Yes, Colin Ingram, someone who Hampshire will want to see the back of relatively quickly. And I just fancy, with his arrival at the crease in Glamorgan now 2 down, whether that might lead to Kyle Abbott bowling a 6-over spell as opposed to finishing here. He's into his 5th now. But if Hampshire were to get a 3rd, Glamorgan 30-odd for 3, then that really would put them in the driver's seat.
Like you say, it's a case of how long do you bowl Abbott in the second? It's about 2 for 9 so far.
It's Abbott to come into the left-handed Ingram, who defends solidly enough as a few Hampshire players raise their hands to their heads, but I'm not sure there was too much going for that. It looked like a pretty solid defence to me, potentially thinking that Pad may have sneaked in front of Bat. Dot, wicket, dot so far in this over.
Far and away the most experienced player in this match. 200 games. I'm fairly sure he's got more games alone than in the rest of the Glamorgan team combined.
He faces up here to Abbott. That one may have looked to keep ever so slightly low, and it's defended up the pitch. There's no run.
So far and away the most experienced, but forgetting about Carl Abbott, of course. He's into his 132nd game. I'm sure these two would have played a lot of cricket against each other, South Africans.
I mean, Abbott's record for Hampshire, I feel like it probably gets said on commentary every time, but it's just remarkable. I mean, I remember watching that 2019 season, 111 wickets, which is just ridiculous. Ingram faces up to him and pushes this into the offside. He'll get off the mark here with a quick single as a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but he is home. Moves himself to 1. Glamorgan 30 for 2, so that spoils any chance of a wicket maiden from Carl Abbott. He's got one more ball left in his 5th over.
I was here for that game in 2019 where he took 17 wickets in the match against Somerset. Just incredible performance. Best figures since the Second World War.
17-year-old Wallace now faces up and he's been bowled. I mentioned the one before looked to have kept slightly low. That one really did look to keep slightly low. The 17-year-old can adjudge himself to be slightly unlucky, I think, there. But he has to go for 3. It's meticulous accuracy from Carl Abbott. And his figures now read 3 for 10. A good ball from around the wicket, back of the length. And it goes between bat and pad and cannons 2/3 of the way up off stump. Glamorgan, 30 for 3.
Yeah, like you say, but I think Wallace passed himself a little bit unlucky. That one just keeping the touch low. Still, Carl Abbott on the money. It's an exact carbon copy of the ball that got Eddie Byram. That angle in from round the wicket. A little bit of movement. Well, you're not going to face many better bowlers than Kyle Abbott on your professional debut. Wallace has to go for 3.
Well, both the bowling tax opening bowlers have bowled really nicely, you have to say. It was initially Glamorgan's opening pair earlier today of Hassan and Darthwaite, 5 wickets between them. They were good up top, but they've really been usurped by Carl Abbott here, which is potentially something that has been said before. 3 for 10, as we say.
I think we're going to have a change. Commentary box. Billy Stevens going to stay on. I'm going to make way for Kevin James.
And we are also going to have a change of bowling at the hotel end because number 43, Manny Lumsden, is going to be bowling to the new man, Jack Hope Bell.
Well, I was reading Carl Abbott's figures out early for the season. Straight away, he's more than double his 50 over tally for 2026.
Lumsden bowls with pace, and this is defended by the left-handed Ingram. No run.
Well, I think there's a lot on Colin Ingram here. Jack Bell, inexperienced. And most of the Glamorgan batting from here on in starts revolving around all-rounders and then the bowlers. So already Glamorgan facing an uphill battle here.
Lumsden running away from us. Bowls, and this is driven on the up by Ingram, but straight to cover. There's no run.
Oh, good to see Manny Lumsden playing in a Hampshire shirt again. Hasn't played since mid-July at under-19 series against Sri Lanka. Last game he played was a test against Sri Lanka at Beckenham. Sri Lanka won it. London only picked up 1 wicket over the 2 innings.
He begins his run up from outside the circle. Still one to the left-handed Ingram, who this time gets this away out to deep square leg. He has a single, moves himself to 2, which brings the new man Hope Bell on strike. Morgan 31 for 3. Hope Bell's figures earlier in the day of 2 for 43 off 8 overs. But he's got an important job to do with the bat here.
Somebody needs to support Ingram. Assuming Ingram lasts for a while and has a major influence on the game, he just needs somebody to stick around to support him. Ingram could do it on his own.
Well, it's another right-hand, left-hand combination at the crease. Lumsden comes into Hope Bell, slip in place. This is down the leg side. He works it off his hip, but there'll be no runners mid-wicket. Comes round and fields.
Hope Bell's another former England under-19 player. That played back in 2025. 19 now. State debut this year. Hasn't played a first-class match yet for Glamorgan.
Gets on the back foot. Hope Bell defends, and there is no run.
Just shows the value of good, accurate bowling, doesn't it, really? Hampshire found themselves 2 down early on. Morgan 3 down here. Just got pressure on the batters just by bowling a good line and length. I saw that, but Eddie Jack did.
Lumsden coming in to complete his first over. Only 1 run off it so far. This is down the leg side. There might be some leg byes here, and there will be. As wide fine leg does the fielding. So they come through for 1 of them. That means that after 10 overs, after the first power play, it's 32 for 3.
Well, it's not a great start by the away side, but then Hampshire didn't make a great start either. They were 30 for 2 after the power play. 32 for 3 for Morgan. Not too dissimilar. But Morgan will need a couple of good partnerships here. Fair to register a 2nd win of the season. Lumsden's speeds there in his first over, top speed of 84. See that push a couple more miles an hour or so as he gets into his spell. So the field can become slightly more defensive. I'm not sure how much more defensive it'll be. No, there is no slip. Pretty much 82, 83, 84 in that first over. So 32 for 3, another 232 runs required by Glamorgan. That feels a little bit further away now, having lost 3 wickets. Here's Abbott from the pavilion end, playing a missing outside off stump Hope Bell. So it's been a tough couple of games or so for Kyle Abbott. Tough 3 matches initially. Back amongst the wickets and miserly at the same time. 3 for 10.
Yes, just the 2 wickets so far in this competition before this game, so that's now up to 5. We haven't seen Hampshire's leading wicket taker for the competition so far. Sharma with 13.
That's it, bowls. Bell pushes forward. Works its way out to mid-off. No, I think he'll bowl a bit more today.
Well, you'd think this would be Abbott's last. I mean, has he preferred to bowl from there and that Abbott's running in from? Or?
I'm just trying to think. I think Sharma's bowled this end as much as anything.
Okay.
Ralph Brooker back on the email, suncricket@gmail.com. He says, hi, where's Billy and Kev? Hampshire fan here, says Ralph. Yes, we know. Up to that in a moment as Abbott comes right the crease. Bell pushes into the colours. He says, I'm a Hampshire fan, but I like to see youngsters of whatever county do well. So well bowled the veteran Kyle Abbott, but unlucky Harry Wallace. As Kev says, nice to see Manny in county colours again. Oh, yes. Might see him again in this competition. Be a little hopeful to see him play a county championship game before the end of the season, but you never know. There's some injuries in the Hampshire camp. Certainly from the seam bowling point of view, as Abbott's seen short, pulled away just over the head of mid-wicket. Certainly not timed. Go for a couple. We'll move on to 34 for 3. Yes, Brad Wheel. Looks like he's going to be out for probably the season, rest of the season. John Turner, not good news at all, I don't think. It's a name but 2. Some bowling options a little limited. Teams full of missing out today. That's in. Bowls short. It's a better shot. It's pulled behind square on the leg side. One bounce down to Toby Albert. Sorry, that's not Toby Albert, that's Andrew Neal. It's about 3 or 4 inches height difference between the two. Mind you, from up here, it's a bit difficult to notice. 5 for 3. So Colin Ingram back on strike, who got a painful blow on the hand in the first innings, having dropped Ben Brown square leg. Brown had made 18, Brown went on to make 54. Ingram had to leave the field. That's around the wicket. She's quietly into the covers, end of the over. Top stuff this from Kyle Abbott, 6 overs, 3 for 13. 35 for 3 after 11.
Yes, he's been superb, Abbott. You have to think that's probably his last. They'd try and keep 4 overs, maybe bowl 2 in the middle, 2 later on towards the end. But you never know. 3 for 13, he may feel like he wants one more. Lumsden will continue from the hotel end. The thing that Glamorgan do have is they've got time on their side to an extent. They don't need to worry about the required run rate. 229 more needed at just under 6 and over. So that's not so much a problem, but the issue they have got is that they need to keep some wickets in hand. I'm ever so slightly surprised that there isn't a slip in place at the moment for Lumsden. We've just seen a few balls lift off a length from this end. This is driven nicely, but a good stop in the covers by Neil, I think that was.
Yeah, I think part of that is that slightly greener strip. But of course, the angle that Manny Lumsden's bowling over the wicket is way out of line. We haven't really seen balls kick off a length to the right-hander outside off stump with the bowler bowling from the hotel end.
Lumsden bowls over the wicket, gun barrel straight, and it's defended by Hope Bell, no run. Three off 10 so far for Hope Bell, 2 from 7 for Colin Ingram. But they're so good at catching up these days, they don't really worry about their strike rate too much early on. And this is a pull shot that hasn't quite found the gap, or has it? Oh, it has. Pierces the gap between wide fine leg and square leg. A sprawling dive out on the square leg boundary, can't quite cut it off. Was that Ali Orr?
Yeah. Ali
Orr it was, who couldn't cut it off. So Hope Bell moves on to 7, Glamorgan 39 for 2.
It's not a lot of outfield to work with, is it, on that side? Doesn't want to be hit too far away from you as a boundary fielder.
No. And they don't need to overhit the pull shot either from this end. Manny Lumsden's got so much pace to him that it can just be guided, really. It's down the leg side, this one. I think that may have come off the hip rather than the bat. They'll come through for a single. We'll wait the umpire's signal. And yes, it is put down as leg buys. 40 for 3. Approaching the end of the 12th over. Just having a look around the ground. The odd bar run. Food stall open. Lumsden around the wicket. This is pulled as well, but won't find the gap. Square leg does the fielding. They'll come through for a single. Ingram moves to 3.
Just notice a big gap, isn't there, in outlets?
Yes.
On the left-hand side of the nursery ground. I think there's 1 or 2 just gone. Sure, that gap was plugged last time we were here.
Well, unless they're
Maybe
more
they've got-
mobile ones, they bring them in
Yeah.
and out.
Yeah, maybe they've gone to some other function back for Saturday, because it's a sellout on Saturday for the Southern Brave game, so I imagine there'll be a full complement here.
Hope Bell faces up. This has been pulled again. Has he found the gap again? That's really good work done on the boundary, I think, to haul that in. And did they come through for a second there? Was that just 1? I think it may have just been 1. It was. So 42 for 3 at the end of the 12th over.
Save certain 4. Which at this stage isn't too important. So nice as a bowler when you think, well, that might go for 4 there, and it's a great diving stop from Toby Albert. Somebody in the crowd there just got up. I thought they were getting up. If you looked on the picture feed there, I thought somebody was getting up to applaud that bit of fielding, but it looked like they were just getting up to get another beer.
Well, it was probably worthy of applause. Yeah, sell up. Well, you haven't used those 2 words with the 100 much so far this season.
I don't think there's too many grounds where there's been sellouts.
Been to the Oval a couple of times, and that was almost full.
Kyle Abbott starts a new over, and that's an edge drive on the up from Hope Bell, and it's running down below us for 4. Morgan total to 46 for 3 in the 13th over. From here, they need another 218. The run rate required from here is just under 6. Currently scoring at just under 4s.
Well, you can't blame Kyle Abbott for wanting another over here, 3 for 13 before that 4, but you do just wonder, it does leave Hampshire slightly light of options at the back end if these 2 can build somewhat of a partnership.
Abbott's in. Bell gets a length ball. Nicely timed through mid-wicket. Past the diving Tom Prest. Not quite reach the rope. Eddie Jack just pulls that one back in, and it's 3 runs to Glamorgan. Total 49 for 3. Stephen Clark's been on the emails. SouthernCricket@gmail. What am I doing? SouthernCricket@gmail.com. He says he's wondering if Fuller is injured rather than rested. Might well be, Stephen. I must admit, I didn't ask that question. He says, if you recall on Sunday, he was involved in the collision with Nick Gubbins. That's right. Both went for the same ball while they were going for, and it looked as though Fuller came off worse. As Fuller's here, Abbott's in. It's a drive by Ingram out into the covers, fielded by Gubbins. He came off worse and was lying spread eagle for a while. He was, yeah. When he did eventually get up, he appeared to have been ordered off the field by the physio. So it's, unless you know differently, says Stephen, could he be suffering the after effects of that incident? I must admit, I hadn't thought of that, and you could be right. All I knew was that he wasn't playing today. I didn't ask any more. Halfway through his 7th over here. Round the wicket to Ingram. Ingram drives on the up to mid-off. And there's no run. Colin Ingram's playing his first match in this year's competition. It's another 100 contract. It's a bit of a break from the end of the championship campaign. In fact, this is his first this day game for Glamorgan since the 2024 final. Didn't play last year because he had a 100 contract. Is Ingram is full accurate stuff here from Abbott. Richard Hill, who's in Norway, has emailed. I was in Denmark last week and it was super hot. Norway can't be far away. I suppose it depends on which part of Norway you're in, north or south. SouthernCricket@gmail.com. He says, I'm just wondering why the score at the bottom of the page is in English. 42 for 3. Well, we can switch it to Chinese if you want, Richard. It's Abbott again to Ingram. That's the over again. England treats Abbott with total respect. He says he wonders why the pages in English 42 for 3, but the bowlers are written in Australian. Abbott 3 for 13. Well, Wesley Spearman's here from the media department, as you know. He'll be back, and I'm sure he can explain all that for you. But he's a little closer to all this stuff than I am. I'm merely a person that just does the commentary. I have absolutely no say in what Hampshire do, which is what's on the screen in front of him. I just follow my lead. But of course, Wes knows far more. So hang on, Richard. He'll give you the perfect explanation.
Well, there's going to be a change of bowling here. And I think it's going to be Tom Press to have a bowl. I wonder if this could be a bit of a change of ends. Phil Lumsden will switch to the other end, and we'll see Sharma come and bowl. If you mentioned that you feel like this is potentially his preferred end from the hotel end, that just an exploratory over of spin really to change them round. Press is going to bowl it from around the wicket to the right-handed Hope Bell. Bowls and he gets on the back foot. It's fielded by mid-wicket. There's no run. Press wipes his hand in the footholes. This one's pushed down the ground. They'll trot through for the easiest of singles. Hope Bell moves himself to 16 from 17 deliveries, and that is Glamorgan's 50 up. 3 wickets down, though. It's not quite the way they would have hoped to get to 50. They're chasing 264 if you're just joining us, and that feels like rather a long way away at the moment. Left-hand right-hand combination at the crease. Press now bowling to Colin Ingram, who pushes this into the offside. Cover does the fielding. There's no run. No run again as this is pushed to mid-wicket. Treating Prest with a lot of respect here as he gets through his over rather quickly. 1 from the first 4 deliveries. This is pushed down the ground and a field off his own bowling. And this one's defended into the offside. There'll be no run. So if it was just a filler over, if it was just a change of ends, it's a good one from Press, just the single from it. And I do wonder, he's got through his over very quickly there. That's the kind of thing that when a side's chasing it will put a lot of pressure on them. Could that be a bit of a tactic, Hampshire, get through a few spinners and just get the required run rate up a little bit?
Well, I think he's earned another over or 2 at least, hasn't he, from that? Things have changed, isn't it, for you two? Wesley Spearman coming in. I'm looking forward to this explanation about the Australian and English versions of what we're seeing on the bottom of the picture feed. Thanks, Billy. You're right that Manny Lumsden has switched ends. He's going to be bowling from the pavilion end. Good spell from Kyle Abbott. 7 overs, 3 for 20. Lumsden's 2 overs for 7. Next ball to Hope Bell is worked to mid-wicket. Welcome back, Wesley.
Good afternoon.
Do you have a definitive answer?
No. That is the short answer. I thought it's always been like that, though, isn't it?
Well, it's always been like that, but
as to why that is, I'm not sure. Because it does feel weird to have one way and for the team score and then the other way. That's cricket. Nothing makes sense.
No, it doesn't. Well, that's what try and make sense of it. Next ball and it's worked to mid-wicket. Austin's doing his part here, keeping things tight. Well, I think it was a good spot from Richard, really. I must admit, I've never thought about it. Not once until then. So 50 for 3, Eddie Byron for 14, Zain Al Hassan for 11, Harry Wallace for 3 are the 3 batters back in the pavilion. 24, 29 and 30 score, and he's playing a missing outside the off-stump. Hope Bell. Good pace from Manny Lumsden. Hope Bell's just playing slightly across that, looking to hit the gap in the covers. Morgan haven't really got going here at all. Abbott was tight with his opening spell, as was Eddie Jack, bowling in pairs, which never allowed Glamorgan to get away quickly, unlike Durham here 3 days ago. Morgan is still struggling a little bit to break the shackles. It's worked to mid-wicket. Good diving stop by Tom Prest. Is it Tom Preston?
Yes,
it is. That's awkward because he's right on the matting there.
Not a nice place to be.
No, that's horrible. Not sure if the ball was going to bounce up off the edge of the matting. And it's not ideal diving on it either.
A few club grounds where we have the square as normal, then at one end there's an AstroTurf wicket, and you're like, don't fancy fielding there.
You either feel too close or too far away, don't you? Let's work down to fine leg. There is a fielder below us, Jake Lehman. Bell moves on to 17 from 22. Colin Ingram hasn't yet warmed up, it's fair to say. 3 from 16. If he's in there for any length of time, believe me, that will very quickly change. Lumsden around the wicket to the left-hander, Ingram. Ingram on the back foot. Just plays that out, and the cover's good over. Just 1 run from that Lumsden over. 3 overs, none for 8. Morgan 51 for 3. 15. They need another 213. Only Lumsden's into the 80s there with these speeds. Top speed of just over 84 miles an hour.
Good stuff from Manning.
Well, he looks quite fresh, doesn't he? I suppose you would be, having not played for a month. But of course, the flip side of that is that it can sometimes take 2 or 3 overs to get into a rhythm. But he looks like he's dropped into a good rhythm straight away.
I was saying earlier that his last game for Hampshire was that T20 at the Oval, where it was expensive. Won the game for Hampshire, won that final over. Tom Prest is in to Jack Cope-Bell. Drives uppishly on the offside, there's no run. But Lumsden was involved in the under-19 series between England and South Africa. Picked up a few wickets. Both formats there. This one took the legs of Cope-Bell out to mid-wicket. Through for a single. 4 wickets behind Lumsden that series. And some runs as well, got 30 and a 38 in there. 3 youth ODIs and 1 of the youth test matches. Press toss this one up to Ingram, leading edge. Goes out to War it back with a point. There's no run. Required run rate now up above a run of ball for Glamorgan. Press to him, goes for the sweep. And we'll get a single to Andrew Neil on the leg side.
I think Ingram knows he's got a bat for most of this innings, really. I think there'll be a lot in that Glamorgan dressing room that are looking to him and saying, we need to take the lead from you. He knows that.
Just I hope Bell plays one off the back foot into the onside. Gubbins runs around from the wicket to do the fielding. 54 for 3. 1 ball left. So from Tom Prest.
England's playing his 207th List A match today.
Down the track comes Ingram and just yorks himself there against Prest. It's a good over, just 3 runs off that one. 54 for 3, 16 overs gone.
He's hit over 8,500 runs. Averages 48 in this form of the game. See why a lot rests on his shoulders here.
Look at the rest of that Glamorgan side. Callum Nichols, Alex Horton, 2 fairly young guys this season. Horton played a bit last season. Dan Dowthwaite, who's been Glamorgan for 5 or 6 years now. Andy Gorvin, who's not scored that many runs this year. And 2 young, again, 2 more teenagers in Tom Edwards and Imano Franco.
Yeah, they're up against it, aren't they? Quite got the depth in batting, but here's Lumsden from the pavilion end. Hope Bell pushes at that one a little bit, goes out into the covers. Lumsden's first delivery, close to 83 miles an hour. 54 for 3 then, in the 17th. Match 6 of 8 for both these sides. Morgan whilst not mathematically out of the qualifying places, are pretty much out. Hampshire could do with a win today, but even then, still got a lot of work to do. That's driven out to back with a point, fielded by Alior. Yeah, 2 wins behind Durham, who sit third, but just to emphasise, Durham not playing today, so Durham will have a game in hand. Also, their run rate is vastly superior to Hampshire, so it's like having to get another win, isn't it, really? Unless Durham completely implode in their last 3 matches. Comes to bowls. It's worked up to mid-on by Hope Bell, who's on to 20. 55 for 3. And as we mentioned earlier, even last year, 5 wins in the group stages wasn't enough to get you through in either group. Although in 2024, Hampshire did qualify with 5 wins. But they had a better run rate than Derbyshire. If they'd been in the other group, 5 wins outright would have been enough. So it does vary from year to year. 5 wins is probably a good starting point, as that's pushed up to mid-on. So that's a minimum required, which means Hampshire would have to win their last 3 matches, at the very least.
Other game going on in Group A. Surrey against Kent at the Oval. Surrey all out for 286. They've reduced 49 over a side game. Must have had a bit of rain.
Oh, there's some
over in
rain.
London.
I haven't seen any pictures on social media.
Kent 40 for 1 in reply.
Boston bowls and Ingram. They bowl well at Ingram. Haven't given him anything, just plays that out into the covers. Gosh. But again, just not enough to make any difference, any real difference. But I suppose 49 overs aside, they must have had a few minutes of rain at least. A few minutes of rain. I don't know if I mentioned, I said to you I was in Copenhagen last week, and it actually rained one evening for about 5 minutes. I just stood there out the hotel room window, just watched it. Ingram drives into the ground. No real pace on that shot up to mid-off, but they'll take a single. 56 for 3. We weren't the only people. It was crazy. Good over from Manny Lumsden. 2 runs off that one. 4 overs, none for 10. 56 for 3. Glamorgan after 17. They need 208 from here.
Just looking through the socials, and yeah, it was a slightly delayed start. 10-15 minutes at the Oval.
Oh, it's right at the start?
It was right at the start.
Oh.
Some clouds around here at Utilita as well above us. Set fair for the rest of the day. It's top pressed. Continue from the Hilton end. To Ingram, places one off the back foot into the covers. Diving stop from Nick Gubbins. Doesn't pick it up cleanly, but will come through for a single. 6, 57 for 3. Over 207 runs. Will be their second victory this year's one-day cup. Fine leg out for right-handed Hope Bell. Plays this into the onside. Gubbins the man doing the fielding. Well, 20 not out. It's all right. Reverse sweep this time from Hope Bell. Finds Ashutosh Sharma. Third man. Good diving stop from him. Starts with spell pressed. Just 5 runs from just 2.5 overs. Never change in the field. Square leg now goes out. Fine leg back inside the circle. Pressed around the wicket to Hope Bell. So slightly shorter. It goes out to Ali Hawks. Moved out to the boundary on the square leg. Signal taken. 58 for 3. Ingram back on strike. Tom Prest punches this off the back foot into covers. Looking for a quick single here. There could be run out. Oh, missing the stumps. Tom Prest collected the ball. But his attempt to whip the bails off just misses at the bowler's end, and that would have been the big wicket of Ingram. Look at this on the replay. Punches it in the offside, almost not straight to Alior, but a good throw from Alior, and Tom Press can't quite get the job done. A big wicket.
It would have been. He's had a ton of dust on him as well. Colin Ingram for his troubles. Still trying to get rid of the dust out of his batting glove.
So a chance or a life for Ingram on 7. Press Rannoch to Hope Bell. Goes for the reverse sweep again. Can't get it past Ashutosh Sharma. Put over for Tom Press. 3 runs coming off that. Yes, for 7 of his 3 overs. More than 59 for 3.
Not surprisingly, Ingram's called for another set of batting gloves. Joe, who's on the ground, has offered an explanation about the figures that you see at the bottom of the screen. Sunatcricket@gmail.com if you want to get involved. Hi Kev, Media Wes and Birthday Boy Billy. Obviously clearly been listening to what we've been saying all day and taking it all in. Read the bowler's figures being in the format of 3 for 20. It makes perfect sense, says Joe. Because as a bowler, you're hunting for wickets, so they come first in your figures. As a batting side, you're chasing runs. So again, the English way is most correct with 53 for 3, for example. How's that for an explanation? But of course, in Australia, it'd be 3 for 53, not 53 for 3. Lumsden around the wicket. Ingram goes for a heave, and he's got an inside edge. It goes down towards fine leg. Stop. A round of applause from Ben Brown as well as the crowd. Glamorgan move on to 61 for 3 in the 19th. The run rate is creeping up slowly but surely. It's almost 6.5 and over now. They're only scoring at just under 3.5. They've been able to break free of any of the Hampshire bowlers so far. England drives through the covers. There is insurance out in the deep in the form of Andrew Neil. Just all the bowlers have been right on it today. They've all been accurate. Abbott 7 overs, 3 for 20. Jack 4 overs, none for 20. Lumsden now into his 5th over, none for 13. Tom Press 3 overs, none for 7. Supporting the seam bowlers well. Lumsden over the wicket to Hope Bell. Hope Bell drives off the back foot, caught back with a point. And that's Alior. About thigh height, straight at him. Hope Bell goes for 21. Lumsden picks up his first wicket. And Glamorgan now 62 for 4.
You could hear the cheer for Manny Lumsden. First wicket back in a Hampshire shirt. Played for a little while, and good catch from Alior. Hope Bell, who's looking good for his 21. Trying to get a bit fancy with things. Couple of reverse sweeps the previous over. But he has to go now. Glamorgan in trouble here, 62 for 4.
With each wicket that falls, if it's not Colin Ingram, it just puts more and more pressure on the South African. He's playing well within himself, believe me. 10 of 27 is not typical Colin Ingram. Yeah, they are struggling here. Came into this game in 8th, which is one off the bottom, and it's Sussex below them. You can kind of see why. Callum Nichols is the new batter, 21 years of age. He's played in all 5 games so far. He made his debut in this season. Sorry, this season, yeah. Hasn't played any first class or T20 matches for the Welsh county. So another one of these sort of developing Welsh-born players. But he comes in a very, very difficult situation.
Playing for Wales national county side. Signed a rookie deal last year. He scored over 1,000 runs over in New Zealand last year. Over winter.
Whereabouts was he playing?
Duracrete.
Where?
Duracrete City.
In New Zealand?
New Zealand.
I've never heard of that. I spent about 2.5 years over there. It's new to me. I'll have to find out where that is, actually. That's interesting. You'll have to spell that for me. Hang on. Just wait for this. Oh, we've got time. Go on. How do you spell it?
D-U-R.
D-U-R.
A-C.
A-C.
R-E-T-E.
R-E-T-E.
T-E.
Keep C-C-N-Z. Here's Manny Lumsden from the pavilion end. Bowles and forward is Nichols. And there's no, hang on, it's come up as precast concrete products. Other concrete products available. Is that right? Have I spelled that right? Creek Cricket. Jura Creek Products City Cricket Club.
You've done a rabbit hole.
Yeah, I have. Oh, Wongaree. It's outside the off stump. I'm trying to cut that away. He misses. I'm not doing too well here.
I did get that from the Glamorgan website. So.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure that's right. Senior Club Cricket, Jura Creek City. Northland. Off top of the North Island. It's a good length ball there from Lumsden. It's high in the bat. Good over from Lumsden. First wicket taken. 1 for 13 from 5. Hampshire keep the pressure on. With Glamorgan 62 for 4 and needing another 202 from 31 overs.
Yes, excellent stuff from the Hampshire bowlers. Very tidy, very economical. Eddie Jack's going at more than 3 runs and over.
They play their games at Tiki Punga Park. Wongaree. Yeah, I know. All right, nice part of the world. Wongaree's north of Auckland, in case you're wondering.
Press continues from the Hilton end. Took the back foot by Ingram into the offside. There's no run. Whereabouts did you play in?
I played all in Auckland. I had a season in Auckland. North of there is a great spot. I have to say, it's a beautiful scene.
Down the track comes Ingram. Drives down to Eddie Jack at long off. Single taken. Glamorgan 63 for 4.
There you go.
Brings Nichols back on strike. He's yet to get off the mark. 3 men out on the leg side. It's a cover sweeper out on the offside. Pressed. Continuing with this round the wicket ploy to the right-handers. Short boundary on the leg side. Tim Bowles has been slightly shorter. Worked up the legs of Nichols and going to take a single and takes the bails off, but Ingram safely home. Judge run in the end from those two. 64 for Glamorgan. 200 runs required for victory. That required right now. Over 6.5 and over. Let's press this in a little bit quicker. So Ingram plays this out into the onside. Preston once more. Lights this one up a bit. Ingram sweeps and gets it backward of square. Andrew Neil has got some work to do, but he can't catch up with it. 4 runs to Ingram. Takes him to 15. Well placed sweep shot for Ingram, who, as we mentioned, is going to be so important to Glamorgan.
Ingram's key, there's no doubt about it. Get Ingram in the next 10 or so overs, then it's all over, really.
Last ball over then, pressed. And to Ingram, he clips us back down the ground. Take a single to Jake Lehman. That's the end of the over. 20 overs gone. More than 69 for 4. There's going to be a change. I'm going to make way for Buddy Stevens, then rejoin you shortly.
No, you're over here. Wes is staying on, so he's getting confused. It's Wes. Billy Stevens. It's going to be a long Wes, alongside Wes. Nice pink shirt, by the way, birthday boy.
Thank you. Yes, it's not a... I haven't opened any birthday presents. I probably haven't got any. Not well enough behaved. Lumsden's been very good in his 5 overs so far, 1 for 13. Turns at the top of his markers. Ingram taps his bat down. The left-hander drives, doesn't quite time it, but he will get a single. Good sprawling dive to the right of mid-off. Glamorgan 70 for 4. Hampshire in the ascendancy, Wes.
Yeah, definitely, Billy. It's been great stuff from all the Hampshire bowlers. Can't have it up front with that spell of 3 for 20. Top 7, setting the tone. Hampshire in this innings. 263, which we thought was below par. Turns out we could have called that completely incorrectly.
Nichols faces up this time and he turns this one off his hip. They'll come through for a single. Moves himself on to 2. Morgan 71. Their required run rate is 6.5 and over. Their target is 264. But I think you have to give credit to the bowling side sometimes. I feel like so often the eyes can be pointed to the fact that the batters have done well enough. I think this has been sensational performance so far from Hampshire. Abbott in particular, but Lumsden's backed him up really nicely as Ingram faces up on 17 and he goes for the pull shot here, but it will go on the floor out to deep square leg, so he gets a single. 18 of 34 is a rather unlike Colin Ingram type innings, but he can explode, he can catch up, and you think he's probably going to have to carry his bat through the rest of the innings, or very near to it, if Glamorgan are going to chase this total down. Three singles off Lumsden's over so far. This is short and it's aerial, but it will go for a 1 bounce 4 over towards deep point. A good shot without much control from Nichols. I would argue it was a wider, shorter ball from Lumsden. Nichols moved himself to 6, 76 for 4.
Yeah, nice shot in the end from Callum Nichols. I nearly said Henry Nichols, though. Completely different player. You got Eddie Jack posted it, to be fair, but got it over the head of Michael Point. Wide of Eddie Jack in the end.
What will Lumsden's response be? And it's been miscued into the ground and field off his own bowling. There's no run. One more ball left in the 21st over. Lumsden's 6th. This will be, so I reckon that'll probably be the last of his spell. I wonder if we might see a bit more spin, maybe.
Yeah, still yet to see Andrew Neil.
And Sharma.
And Ashutosh Sharma.
Hampshire's leading wicket taker so far, but Lumsden first needs to round out his over. This is driven really nicely, however, going out towards deep cover. It will be cut off just inside the rope, but they'll come back for a couple. So a good over there for Glamorgan. We haven't said that many times in the first 21 that have gone, but they've taken 9 from it. And they are 78 for 4.
Oh, no ball.
And it's a no ball.
Yeah, they're very sneaky, these umpires. That's 2 we've missed out.
It's quite a late call, isn't it? Maybe it's just poor eyesight from me. So it could get even more expensive here. Nichols faces up. Lumsden Palsy has a real swipe at it. That could be called a wide. No, it's judged to have been okay, I think. And Lumsden will take his cap off the umpire, and I think that will probably be the end of his spell. Glamorgan 79 for 4.
Yeah, I think so, but a good spell from Matty Lumsden, 1 for 23. Wicket, Jack Coatepell, settling in for 21. See Callum Nichols sort of Look at the umpire and say, oh, come on, give me the wide. You change it from Lumsden, going for the short ball. Trying to make Nichols into the longer boundary. So we are going to see more spin. It's going to be Andrew Neil, left armour, from this Hilton end. From the left-handed Colin Ingram.
Yeah, I think this is a good decision. I think if Hampshire can just stick through a few overs rather quickly, it just keeps even more pressure on Glamorgan, because assuming that they don't take Andrew Neil to town here, and it just means that required run rate sneaks up.
Neil Ingram goes down the track, first ball, and launches him into mid-wicket, and can't be kept inside the boundary. Half stopped by Prest. It's 4 more runs to Colin Ingram, and going on the tack, first ball against Andrew Neil. Maybe Ingram's thinking, right, now is where I can play my way, try and press that accelerator pedal. As Neil tosses this one up, Ingram defends into the offside.
Well, Neil, the left armour, is bowling from around the wicket, and therefore he's bowling right into Ingram's arc.
Into Ingram, case one. Square on the leg side. Sharma does the fielding at short fine leg. Break for a single, so Nichols back on strike. Short boundary away to his left leg side, sorry. This is where Neil will sort of try and hide that ball outside off stump. She tried to do on Sunday, but sit around a bit by Graham Clark. 68, which is 58 balls on Sunday. Cleared the berm quite a few times, hit the sport ball a couple of times as well. There's Neil into Nichols, cut away, and it goes through the point region. Sharma running back from short third. Chases that one down. A couple of runs to Callum Nichols. 86 for 4. Just 4 wickets. It's competition so far. Just defends that one on the inside edge. To the leg side. Up ball. 4 wickets, 70 apiece. More expensive than he was last year. 14 wickets for him. Hampshire runners up. Second time in 3 years. In the One Day Cup, Nichols defends this into the offside this time. It's the end of the over. 7 runs coming off that one from Andrew Neil. 86 for 4.
It's a couple of more fruitful overs in a row there for Glamorgan. Callum Nichols, he progressed his way through the Glamorgan pathway and academy system, represented the second 11 and Wales national counties while he was still a schoolboy. He signed his first rookie contract with Glamorgan ahead of the 2025 season. He scored 45 against Durham, but he's had 2 ducks either side of that. On 10 at the moment, trying to create somewhat of a partnership with Nichols, and Eddie Jack is going to be brought back. Just the 4 overs he's bowled so far, no wicket for 20 runs. He didn't bowl badly necessarily, but he was just completely outshone by Kyle Abbott at the other end. He's going to come in from over the wicket to the left-handed Ingram. And this is down the leg side. There's a appeal for a caught behind. A very confident one by Brown behind the stumps. It hasn't been given. It's been given as a wide. Well, Eddie Jack has his hands on his head. And make of that what you will. It's going to be very difficult to tell anything really on the replay. It was an 85-mile-an-hour delivery from Jack down the leg side. And, well, it can only be a bit of glove, really, if there was a noise, because his hands were far away from his body. And judging by the reactions of keeper and bowler and the fact that Ingram looked behind, that would, to me, potentially suggest he did get something on it, but he remains and he tucks this one into the leg side. There's no run.
Yeah, but like you say, it could have only been glove. It was far away from his body, and Jack and Ben Brown both seemed pretty confident. But I like the way the umpire just waited for the appeal to die down and then give the warning. Didn't give it immediately. I like sort of teasing Eddie Jack.
Well, I don't think it was a tactic from Eddie Jack because there's no leg slip or anything in. If I was this one's straighter and there's a half-hearted appeal for, oh, that was a cry of no, I think, because they were thinking of the leg by. But no, there's no leg slip or anything, so I think it was potentially just a first ball of the spell, bit of a drag down that maybe could have bought him a wicket. But his pace is up, Eddie Jack. 86 mile an hour, that previous delivery.
There is a plan though. He's bowling there or thereabouts, leg stump. So two men out on the leg side.
Ingram miscues this one into the leg side, out to deep square leg. They'll come through for a single. Moves on to 24. The run rate has sort of remained at just under 4 and over for most of the innings so far. It's actually gone up a little bit. It was even lower. But the required run rate at 6.4 is not necessarily a problem, especially with the likes of Ingram at the crease. But as mentioned, he will need to do the bulk of the work. If Glamorgan are to get their second win of the competition, a game that both sides desperately need to win, Glamorgan not mathematically out, but all but. As Nichols faces up to Jack this time, and this is a play and a miss. It almost looked to go through between the stumps and the bat from Nichols. It's a Yorker length. Well, rather an eventful over from Eddie Jack, this one. Nichols slightly higher backlift than Ingram. This one's into the leg side, and they might look to get a couple here. A good diving stop by mid-on, and they will not get a couple. That's really, really good fielding. Can't quite make out who it is from our vantage point up here.
Sharma mid-on. Just going back to that wide, it doesn't look like there's any deviation as the ball goes through to the keeper.
Ingram on 24, and this is a play and a miss. A really good delivery from Eddie Jack to round out what was a good over. I wonder if that might have been a cutter. Only 76 mile an hour, suggests he may have just rolled his fingers over the top of it. But Glamorgan, this pair remain for them. They're 89 for 4 after 23.
We could start to a second spell. Eddie Jack, just 3 runs coming off that over. Discussions out in the middle. Gubbins and Ben Brown. Championship captain, one-day captain. Discussing tactics. Seagull flies past that position, a few circling around the ground. We go over to our left-hand side on the eastern part of the ground. Andrew Neil will continue from the Hilton end, cut away by Nichols. There's no run. The sun seems to have perked up a little bit more today. Slightly darker cloud. So over the Mackenzie stand. Neil tosses this one up, drives, does Nichols. Stop from Gubbins in the covers. It's the 175 lead of victory for Glamorgan. Neil in left arm round, short ball cuts, but can only find pressed at a point. It's DLS time, which is usually a good indicator of where a team needs to be. It's saying 137, so run shy of that at the moment. Neil hit once more to Nichols. Goes to the cut again, but finds press. So 2 in a row now for it's really missed out his last couple of balls. Neil in again, goes to the cuts once again, and finds Tom Prest. 3 in a row. So it's that plan that Neil's you said, trying to hide that ball outside off. As he's in again, this one defended. And because of the offside, it may be over. Brandon here. A round of applause from the crowd here. And a good comeback. 87 in the first over, Glamorgan 89-4.
Hearty applause, the crowd appreciate. That's at this juncture of the game, the 24th over, but it does just show that Ingram and Nichols aren't necessarily worried about that run rate. Keeping wickets in hand is the most important thing. Now, is this going to be a slightly more becalmed over from Eddie Jack? 5 overs, none for 23 his figure to read so far. He's going to resume his battle with Ingram, and he is going to continue it from over the wicket. Let's see if he bowls a few more just on that sort of leg stump line. And this is leg side, and it's been pulled and out. Jack gets his just reward. Colin Ingram dismissed for 24. Straight down the throat of square leg. Andrew Neil built the pressure in the over before with a maiden. Colin Ingram tried to go on the attack and clear the square leg boundary, but he has been dismissed. Glamorgan in trouble, 89-5.
Yeah, you could almost sense that was coming after that last over from Eddie Jack. That sort of leg stump ploy. And he almost got the wicket with the first ball in the last over. He gets it with the first ball of this over. It's Colin Ingram after a very un-Colin Ingram-like innings. 24 off 41 balls. 2 balls. Yeah, big jump of celebration from Andrew Neil into the hurdle there. It's the bowler who just bowled a maiden, got a round of applause for that as he went down to the boundary. Takes the catch.
Yeah, well, that's why bowling in partnerships is so important, and it was a simple catch for a professional cricketer, really, but well taken nonetheless. And Ingram will be disappointed for a few reasons, but one, he should clear that boundary with ease, really, given his strength, so he can't have got it anywhere near the middle of the bat. And well, the Hampshire players just having a drink and probably a munch on some energy gels or whatever else they're being given. But a fantastic first 24 and a bit overs for them. Glamorgan 89-5, chasing 264 if you're just joining us.
First half for Hampshire. Good ball. With the bat in the first innings, the halfway stage, they were 129 for 4. So 40 runs ahead of where Glamorgan are. We're at the start of the 24th, not exactly halfway.
Well, wicketkeeper Alex Horton, who did that fantastic piece of glove work to dismiss Toby Albert with a stumping, has got a lot of work to do with the bat here as he joins Nichols, who's on 11. That partnership was worth 27 runs between the pair. I think that may have been the highest partnership of the innings so far. We'll check that. No, not quite. The second half. As we're going to have a change, Wes is going to make way as the new man Horton marks his guard. I think he's going for a middle and off stump guard there. Hi, Kevin. Hampshire in a commanding position.
That's a massive wicket. I think for me, Glamorgan win this game from here. That's an amazing effort. I think Hampshire basically got this. They need 3 wins as a minimum for me to qualify or to give themselves a chance of qualifying.
Well, we were talking about their net run rate earlier, which of course is always important in these competitions, or seems to be anyway. That's a good bouncer to start from Eddie Jack, and a really long follow through about 3/4 of the way down the pitch, almost in the new man Horton's space there. But if they are to get a properly thumping and resounding victory here, then that would do wonders for their net run rate.
Well, it will help, that's for sure, but they've got a lot to do. No doubt about that. Yes, it helps. But they've still got to win their last 2 for me. And hope at least that one of those is a big one.
Jack comes in. This is defended. There'll be no run.
So Alex Hall, I don't know if you've mentioned this, apologies because I've just been in the background. He's the top run scorer for Glamorgan this year. 240, averaging 48. Averages 31 in his 15 matches in this day, so he's greatly improved on that. He's played a first class, another one of these youngsters that hasn't yet played first class for Glamorgan.
Comes in and there's a big cry and appeal, and it's been given. He's wrapped him on the pads, and it looked to be pretty plumb in front. Well, Eddie Jack, having had an appeal of Colin Ingram turned down, he's now taken 2 wickets. 2 wickets in 4 balls. And it's hit Horton on the back leg. Eddie Jack was very confident. And he's been given probably just about the right decision, I would say.
It's nip back. It's a great delivery. Stuck on the crease, length ball, nip back. It's a great delivery.
Morgan 89 for 6 now.
Not a good one to get first up or second up. That's a difficult delivery to face when you just walk to the crease. That's superb bowling.
But with pace as well. 86 and a bit mile an hour. He's been at that sort of number for most of this spell, and this spell has been superb from Jack. His figures were none for 20 off his first 4 overs, but he's been brought back. 2 wickets in this over. It's been good, fast bowling. And it brings Dan Douthwaite to the crease, who bowled nicely earlier on today. 3 wickets for 38. The pick of the Glamorgan bowlers to put them in what we thought was just about ahead of the game, really. But they're certainly well behind it at this juncture. 81 runs so far with the bat this season. And there's still 2 deliveries left in Jack's sixth over.
He bowled well in the last championship game down at Sussex that Hampshire played. For me, the best he's bowled. And I think what Eddie Jack needed to add to his game was a bit of consistency. Just get a lot more balls in the right areas. He's got pace. He's got no worries about that. And I think there are signs that just maybe there's a bit more control in his bowling. Still early days yet, but does look as though he's going in the right direction.
Well, he has Douthwaite in his sights here. But Austin Douthwaite gets on the back foot, defends up to Jack, who collects off his own bowling. And I always look for bowlers if they're properly running through the crease and completing their run up. And Jack certainly is at the moment, getting once again right up to Douthwaite there. One ball shy of the 25th over of this innings. Glamorgan 89 for 6, chasing 264 to claim victory. The right-handed Douthwaite crouches down and punches this one to mid-wicket. There's no run. Very, very good over from Jack, and gets a hearty round of applause from this Hampshire crowd. Glamorgan, double wicket made in Glamorgan 89 for 6. Jack 2 for 23.
This is a long haul for Glamorgan here. Can't really see them winning this. It's just a matter. Dan Douthwaite can bat, there's no doubt about that. He's a very positive batter. But I think there's just too much to do. Still 175 from here. You're asking a lot of him. Asking a lot of these youngsters. Callum Nichols, just 21 years of age. Out there in the middle, there's a lot to do. Andrew Neil on his 3rd over, none for 7. He'll be bowling 2 Nichols. Drives, goes to extra cover. Bowling from our commentary end, the hotel end, and it's on the back foot, cuts it away, finds the gap. And only be a single. Eddie Jack out there. He's gone a long way actually from the end of his over out to deep cover. That's the big boundary side as well. Deathwaite looks around. Behind that short boundary, I'm sure. At some point, on the back foot there, just nudges that away square. Julian Travis is on the emails, solidcricket@gmail.com. He says, how many runs have been saved by good fielding? Earlier, Toby Albert saved a certain 4. That's right, on the short boundary side. Kept it down to just 2. Douthwaite cross forward. My old captain used to say, if you fielded well, you were worth 20 to 30 runs. Who do you believe to be the most productive with their fielding in the Hampshire side? And who was the greatest? As Douthwaite's off the back foot. Can't find the angle. Names like Jonty Rhodes going way back and Colin Bland come to mind. It's way before you, then, really. Certainly Colin Bland. Might have been a little bit before me in some ways. Jonty Rhodes was certainly a decent fielder. I think the general standard of fielding is that's played back to Neil, just the 1 run off it, so things getting even tougher here for Glamorgan. Double wicket made in the last over, just 1 run off that, and that run rate required from here is approaching 7.5 runs per over. Well, certainly good fielders are worth their weight in gold, but there's a lot more of them around.
When you played for Hampshire, who was particularly of note?
Paul Terry was a very good fielder. Played 1 or 2 tests, really. Good slip catcher, good at extra cover. There was Raj Maru was great in the slips. I mean, to have a great slip fielder is just to have confidence as a bowler in your slips is magnificent.
Jack continues into his 7th over. This is driven and not quite timed, but they will get a single. Mid-off runs round, does the fielding.
It's such a difficult area, slips. Oh, fielders that catch a high percentage in there and make it look easy. It's not an easy job. There's so many good fielders now. They can run, very athletic, very nimble, supple.
Jack this time bowling to Douthwaite, who's yet to get off the mark. And there is no run.
I mean, if you say one individual can save you 10, 15 runs a game, you think you multiply that by 6 or 7. It's a lot of runs. It's a lot of runs to save. And in tight matches.
But I also think, well, you tell me, but it's a skill that they seem to train much more these days, especially when you think of the sort of relay catches, which when they first started being done by fielders on the boundary rope, it was sort of, oh my God, that's incredible, as this one's just played down into the ground, there's no run. But now it's sort of people barely even blink, it's an everyday occurrence.
A diving catch these days is, well, okay, yeah. Just another diving catch. But I think that has a lot to do with a lot more videos and cameras on. Sure, I don't necessarily think there's more of them. It's just that there's more of them captured for people to watch.
Jack looking in beautiful rhythm. And it's another dot ball. This one just pushed up to mid-on. Douthwaite yet to get off the mark. He's faced 9 deliveries so far, 3 dots in a row from Jack after a single off the first delivery. 91 for 6. Glamorgan approaching the 100 mark. They were 26 without loss, were Glamorgan, but other than that, wickets have fallen at a pretty steady rate. Haas partnership of 32 between Hope, Bell and Ingram. Jack bowls it to Yorker, a really good delivery, and it's dug out very nicely by Douthwaite.
Good cricket that. Douthwaite's done really well. That's a toe crusher, that one.
There's not many sights better than watching a fast bowler who's in this sort of rhythm.
He's such a good bowler, Eddie Jack, when he gets into a good rhythm and he bowls boring in a way, which is silly when he bowls this pace, but he's better at it.
And this has worked into the offside, and well, his figures are spoilt by a single as there's a misfield. Just trying to see. He stayed down. at cover, clutching his shoulder. I'm not quite sure who it is. I've got the binoculars on, but he's crouching down on the ground, still holding his shoulder. Is that Neil?
Gubbins.
Is it Gubbins? Okay, well, hopefully he's okay. He's still holding his shoulder and whirling his arm around. But remains on the field as he trudges to cover.
Might stop him bowling a couple of overs. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. Neil bowls and Southwaite punches that up to deep mid-off. It's fielded by Manny Lumsden. 93 for 6, then Glamorgan. We are into the 28th over here. They still need another 171, and the big wicket of Colin Ingram has already been taken. He went for 24. Drive, oh, just past the dive of Gubbins in the covers. Aerial drive there from Callum Nichols. Moving on to 95 for 6. They have so much work here to do from here on in. Run rate from here is 7.5 and over. Neil in again, bowls, and Nichols plays that very late off, straight off the stumps. Goes to backward a point, fielded by Sharma. We haven't seen Sharma yet. I think he's equal second top wicket taker in the tournament at the moment. He was top wicket taker in the Sunday game, and he's bowled 2 overs in 1.5 games. So played back to the bowler.
Well, I guess the services just aren't really required at 95 for 6. Everyone who's bowled has bowled really nicely.
Bowls again, and that's played behind point. Pressed was quickly across to make sure the batters didn't look for a single. Nice when you get the fielders who will start to believe that this game is virtually won, but still enthusiastic and willing to run in the outfield. That's good. Good to see. 95 for 6. Modon is pushed deep. Neil bowls, and that's cut away past a diving press down to deep point. Jack Fields. Might as well hold on to the ball because that's the end of the over. So 22 overs remain. Glamorgan are 96 for 6. 24 without loss in the 7th. They still need another 168. Should be Hampshire's game. Barring an amazing innings or two from the away side, or pretty average bowling. I'm not sure either's going to happen, if I'm honest.
Well, there's going to be a change of bowling here.
Ah, Mr. Sharma.
And just as we were thinking. Yes, it is going to be Sharma.
He's very much medium pace, but what he's very good at is just mixing up his types of deliveries, slower balls, off cutters. Very skillful the way he cuts his fingers across the ball.
Well, Ben Brown has come up to the stumps and he's just waving his arms around, gesticulating for fielders to get themselves into the right position. Sharma had wandered in off his run-up, so he's had to go back. But he will now come into Nichols, who's the last recognised batter standing, really. This is tucked off his legs, and they'll take the single. They'll look for 2, but I'm not sure it'll be there. No, it isn't, even with a misfield. 97 for 6, yes, 65 mile an hour, as you say, very medium pace, but he'll just roll his fingers across the ball. And he's another one who's got one of those sleeves on that Wes and I were talking about, quite a few of them.
Well, if you want to keep the skin on your elbows, it's advisable to wear those.
And as Wes pointed out, why not just wear long sleeve shirts? Southwaite faces up this time, 2 from 12, and he defends. There'll be no run.
Well, that is an option, but then it's a bit difficult in this weather to justify that.
True.
Even on a relatively windy day such as today.
Sharma bowls. This is driven and stopped in the covers. No run.
Douthwaite hasn't played a big shot yet. I think he is one that likes to be positive. Again, I think he's just having to be mindful of he needs to be there for a while.
Sharma bowls. This is defended into the offside.
All the time he's out there, that run rate is creeping up. It's not far from 8s now. 6 down. It's, I mean, as I say, it should be a formality really from here.
Oh, and he takes a swipe at a fuller, wider delivery from Sharma, but doesn't connect with anything. A sign potentially that he might just be getting a little bit frustrated. He's faced 4 dots from Sharma. He's 2 from 16. The run rate required is up at 7.89 now. Target 264. They're a long way short at the moment. Glamorgan. This is driven and he will take a single. It's a good pickup with the left hand at cover. But they do come through for singles. So 2 from Sharma's first over. Score moves over to 98 for 6.
There's never really been a big over, has there, in this Glamorgan innings? Not a big over where they've really got hold of anybody, not even a big 2 or 3 overs somewhere in their innings. It's just been a bit one-paced, really.
But if you're losing constant wickets, it's difficult.
Agreed. Which is where Hampshire have done so well. Just never had a spell where they've never really been under pressure, really. Jack and Abbott setting the tone right from the very start. When Neil bowls and he cuts it away, does Douthwaite. Goes out into the deep. Jack Fields throws it into Neil. 99 for 6 then at the start of the 30th. Hampshire we're already around the 150 mark at this stage. Shows you how far Glamorgan are behind. Neil bowls. Of course, it's off the back foot. He also finds the gap in the covers. That's the 100 up for the visitors. But it's come at some cost. Eddie Byron for 14, Zain Hassan for 11, Harry Wallace for 3, Jack Hopebell 21, Colin Ingram 24, Alex Horton no score. Neil bowls. Douthwaite drives up to deep mid-off. Moves on to 5. Do feel sooner or later somebody's got to target that short boundary side. Not pepper it, not go mad, but just try and ease the pressure that's building slowly but surely, and has been there for most of the innings. It's driven off the back foot to point. I mean, that's the easiest side to look to hit. Graham Clark was hitting Andrew Neil over that side early on in the Durham innings. So it's played away out on the onside for a single. Ali Orr there at mid-wicket. I just think these overs that are 4s and 5s and 2s and 3s and 1s. Something soon. Just up the tempo. Neil's in, bowls, and just a straightforward forward defensive from Douthwaite to end that over. Those noisy gulls are back. There's a few more of them actually. There was about 2 early on, wasn't there? There's about 7 or 8 now. They always seem to congregate down this end initially. You're off, Billy, for a little while.
See you later.
Wesley Spearman is back. Alongside me, Kevin James. We're on the live picture feed on the Hampshire Cricket website. That's going back to the Glamorgan Cricket website. We're around the ground on the in-ground commentary. 5 o'clock exactly here at sunny Utilita Bowl, if a little breezy. Hampshire are on top here.
Certainly are, Kev.
I haven't said that too often in the tournament.
I know. Bit of a turnaround from Sunday's game. Hampshire lost by 9 wickets to Durham. A win today will just about keep their chances of qualification alive for the quarterfinals.
Yes, it'll be an away tie. They're not going to win the group, are they? So even if they get there, it'll be an away one. Sharma Bowls, that's cut away by Nichols. No, in fact, he's sent back by Douthwaite. It was a little too close to Alior at point. Sharma's the new bowler. Well, it's bowling in second over. Quiet first over that went for just 2. It's breezy at times, isn't it? I think the wind's just whipping up a little bit here. The effects. Sharma in again. Bowls, and that's driven out into the covers. And there's no. I'm just trying to work out which way the wind is going. Is it right to left as we look?
Looks like, yeah.
I can't see a flag up on. Oh, yes, there are flags. Yeah, I think up that end of the ground actually it looks pretty docile, doesn't it? I think it's just more down this end of the ground. Right to left, it looks like. As we look, again, it's a length ball, and Nichols just nudges that away on the onside for no run. Nichols is 19 from 35. Douthwaite is 5 from 20. Neither of these batters showing much urgency at the moment. Probably looking to set some sort of platform, but as I say, they can't leave it too long. As Sharma bowls, Nichols drives, finds extra cover once more. Just feels like this game's going nowhere at the moment.
I mean, Nichols, his top score of 45 came against Durham in that game at Gossip. Durham won off the final over. Like you say, something needs to happen here.
Nichols hits that away up to mid-off for a single. Moves on to 20. We have 1 ball left off the 31st over, which means we'll have 19 overs potentially left in this game, and Morgan still needing 161. That rate required has always steadily built, and it's close on 8.5 and over now. Which, when you're 6 down and your main batters have gone, it's particularly easy. Big wicket of Colin Ingram in the 25th over, one of 2 that Eddie Jack took in that over. 24 from 42, that really did feel like a big moment in the game as far as Glamorgan chasing down Hampshire's total is concerned. As it's turned away on the onside by Douthwaite for a single, moves on to 6. Another quiet over from Sharma. 2 overs, none for 4. And Glamorgan 104 for 6.
Yeah, I think Glamorgan just trying to take the game as deep as they can, really. Like we saw, was it last week, Hampshire against Worcestershire, leading 12 and over, nearly got there. Andrew Neal, 48 of 22. So Glamorgan are going to need something like that if they're going to get over the line today. Still a long way to go. Still 160 runs to win. But then when you look at it, 160 runs off 19 overs, standard T20 innings. Neil in bowls to Douthwaite, trying to swing back down the ground for a single. The difference with being a standard T20 innings is they're 6 wickets down. And the Andy Gorvin, Tom Edwards and Romano Franco to come.
Got a good question on the emails here.
Neil left arm round. Wicket to Nichols, who goes a massive heave over the leg side and 1 bounce 4. Good shot from Nichols. It's his 2nd boundary. Just as you were saying, they need to start targeting that short boundary. Yeah. Nichols, so not over the ropes, but into the airports.
It's the first time for a while, isn't it? Across the line. This is a great question from Julian Travis. I'll come to that in a moment.
Here we're into Nichols. The response from Nichols is to send that one for another boundary, another 4 runs. So here we go. He moves to 28 now. Neil's got to think a little bit here about what he's going to do with his bowling, with his field.
Yeah, and I think that's the first time actually that bowler and captain have had to think.
Neil in again. Nichols again looks to heaved it away, cuts us out to the offside where Eddie Jack is stationed on the cover boundary for a single to Nichols off strike now.
And 2 good shots as well. Andrew Neil having to pitch a little bit further up after the ball before. I think Nichols was expecting that. Just 2 good shots over midway.
Neil into Doubtwaite. Tosses this one up, almost Yorks. Dan Doubtwaite there. Digs it out. Come back from Andrew Neil. Glamorgan 114 for 6. 10 runs off this over. 1 ball left as Neil balls to Doubtwaite, cuts this one up, puff dust as it hits one of the wicket ends. Work for Eddie Jack today, running round to his left and just about keeps it inside the rope and keeps his feet inside the rope. Good diving stop from the young fast bowler. It's the end of an expensive over for Andrew Neil. 12 runs coming off that one. 116 for 6.
That's got to be just about the biggest over of the innings, that. If they can back that up, maybe not with a 12, but back it up with some meaningful shots. These 2 are still together, then all of a sudden it does give Hampshire something to think about, but I think they've basically had it all their own way for this innings. Now, Julian Travis, this is an interesting question. You might be better, in a way, to answer this one, Wes. Solidcricket@gmail.com. Under the heading of slip catching practice. I don't need too much in this game. Are slip cradles still used? Do you know what a slip cradle is? Yeah, you've seen it.
Yeah. Used a few of those in my time.
I've not seen one for years. Have you?
Not for they have these plastic ramps now, don't they?
Yes.
Or the little like the little nets that you have on an angle.
Yeah.
It's like a springboard.
Used to, from my recollection of slip cradles, I have used them before. Have you used them before?
Yeah.
Was that you usually found them at club grounds, sort of hidden, sort of somewhere where the grass was about 3 feet high because the mower couldn't get near it. But they were lethal. If you actually hit the right bit of the cradle, they came off at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Lethal things they were. Some people had a knack of knowing where to hit for the ball to come out at about 10 times the speed you threw it at. Other people didn't. Sometimes it was right on the end, wasn't it? Other times, if you got it right early on, it went shoot down the chute. Right, start of a new over from Tom Preston. That's swept away by Callum Nichols. He moves on to 30 from 41. Glamorgan 117 for 7. So it's basic, yeah, there was, wasn't it? It's sort of, so if you don't know what we're talking about, it was like a cradle shape, wasn't it? With these long wooden slats.
Yeah.
And as I say, some people have the knack of getting the ball in there, and it flew at you so fast it was scary. It's played up towards mid-on by Doubtwaite onto 10. 118 for 6 in the 33rd. But you're right, yeah, they've kind of been sort of usurped, haven't they, really, by these plastic ramps. I've never used one of those. That's played out on the onside no run. Have you used one of those?
Yeah.
Are they better or worse? Or?
Well, it depends on the thrower. So I'm not the. I usually miss the ramp when I'm trying to throw it.
It's played out on the onside by Nichols. He's found the only fielder there, Gubbins again.
I think the trick with them is to almost get on one knee beside them rather than behind them, so you can
really get the width.
Sling it in.
It's played out on the offside for a single. 19 for 6. 1 ball left of the 33rd. Yeah, I used to have the old club slip fielding practices, and somebody said, let's get the cradle out, and about 4 of you sort of wheeled it out. You think, oh God, it's going to be interesting. Oh, there's a lovely shot over the top here from Doubtwaite, and that's gone all the way towards the Shane Warne stand. Lovely pickup shot. Well, there are signs in the last couple of overs that Glamorgan have decided that they do need to just push on a little bit with the scoring rate, and there's another example. Lovely shot to end that over. Prestige 5 overs, none for 23. Doubtwaite moves on to 16 from 26. And Glamorgan here need another 139 from the last 17. It's still just over 8 and over, but it hasn't climbed anymore through that.
9 runs off that over from Tom Prest. Backing up the 12 from over before from Andrew Neil. And like you say, signs that they're trying to not let the run rate get too out of control. So if they have been carrying on, still the overs prior to those couple of big ones. 2 runs, 4 runs, 2, 4, 2, 1. Maiden over, double wicket maiden over from Eddie Jack. Going back 5 or 6 overs. So Glamorgan trying to not let that run rate get into double figures. It's their main aim at the moment. See, even 10, 11 over the last 5 overs. I know they're 6 down, but again, to bring up that Worcestershire game again, you can see it can be brought back just by one player, just playing an incredible innings. There's going to be a change of ends for Ashutosh Sharma. It's going to bowl from our Hilton end, the commentary end. It's away from us, bowls to Nichols, taps this one into the offside. There's no run.
And that breeze has just got up.
Feel it when it comes through. We've got the glass panels over in front of us, but there's a gap just over to our right, and feel it when it comes in. Ooh. Seagull.
The old goal nearly got in.
Sharma. It's away from us. Bowls to Nichols. Drives this one back down the ground. Back to Manny Lumsden. Long off. Turn for him. Back in the side. 1 for 23 off 6 overs. I'll see him a bit later on. Glamorgan 126 for 6. 138 required to win. Sharma is in to Doubtfire. Goes for a drive off the outside edge. That's a Lehman at short third. Score on the stream. Let's tick down to balls remaining now. Time that
in English as well.
In English. It's not 99 balls and 138 runs to win.
If you were listening earlier.
Sharma to Doubtfire. Drives down the ground. Out to one on. The oars down there. Single taken. 27 for 6. I was looking up actually earlier, just when the Ashes was on, and just having a look at on the broadcaster's graphics, and it's still the same. It's wickets before runs for bowlers. Obviously, wickets before runs for the team score. Sharma into Nichols cuts this one to backward point. There's no run.
But I suppose if you're not used to it, and I suppose we just do it without even thinking. I mean, I know I do. But I suppose if you're fairly new to looking at scoreboards or ticker tapes at the bottom of picture feeds, and I suppose you'd look at it and say, well, hang on a minute, they're both round the wrong way, but that's just the way it is.
Sharma into Nichols, puts this one down the ground. We'll take the single. 3 runs off the over from Ashutosh Sharma. Tidy spell from him. He's not for 7 or 3 overs. 128 for 6. 34 overs gone.
Stephen Clark's back on the emails. suncricket@gmail.com. He says he's done a quick search and slip cradles are available from around £95 to £850. That's a huge difference in price. One, I guess, needs a bit of work done on it. Some new slats, wooden slats. I've never seen one before, but they look a work of art. I suppose there are people that would never have seen one because they just aren't. They aren't around as much. I don't do the tour of club cricket grounds, so I don't know, if they're still sort of lying around. I wouldn't say every club had one, but a fair few did.
A few did, yeah.
A base of metal with these wooden slats on top. But that's a huge deficit in price, isn't it?
Just wondering, does that higher end, does that come with someone specifically to throw the balls at you? So you're not taking each other's head off.
Yeah, it's difficult to know exactly
800 quid.
What you get for not 850 quid, but maybe it's just brand new. Here's Manny Lumsden into the attack again. 1 for 23 from 6. That's cut away to backward a point, fielded by Ali Orr. Yeah, I say 50 quid is. Oh, sorry, 95 quid. That's literally got to be in a little rotten state. Yeah, you've got to. I imagine it's not easy. You've got to bend the wood as well, wouldn't you? You'd have to. There is a technique of bending wood, isn't there? I don't know how you do it. I'm not a woodworker.
Not mine.
No, I think you do something with the wood. I don't know if you wet it or something. I don't know. is Lumsden. Down the wicket comes Nichols. Gets that out to deep cover for a single. He moves on to 34. 129 for 6 then Glamorgan in the 35th. Run rate is hovering around the 8.5, just over mark. So despite a couple of positive shots from both these players, the rate is still challenging.
Not halfway to their target yet, Glamorgan. Still 135 to go.
These two have put on 40 so far. As Lumsden's in, fighting against that wind. Douthwaite flat bats that one down the ground. Bit of a awkward shot, but it's effective as it's gone for 4. But that bat coming through horizontally back over the bowler's head. Wasn't hit with a lot of power, but it's done the job. 21 he moves on to. 133 for 6 then Glamorgan. Fine leg comes up and there's now a deep mid on, so immediately there's a response to that last shot. Lumsden bowls, that's cracked away. That's a much better shot. And that's hit wide of mid on, it's gone for 6. It's almost like Douthwaite was expecting the short delivery. He really did give that a huge whack. And that's the 50-run partnership up. And that's come off 60 deliveries. 39 for 6. I think it was a bit of a telegraph delivery, that one.
Yeah, Douthwaite usually pretty handy in the back end of a T20 innings.
Yeah,
his strike rate 138.
Yeah, he's useful. Yeah, he's useful. Lumsden bowls. Douthwaite gives himself some room, drives that up to extra cover. Good comeback there from Manny Lumsden with the full delivery. Douthwaite had walked a pace or 2 to the leg side, trying to drill that away on the offside. It was just too full. That's ball of the 35th coming up. 25 needed from 91. Not out of the question. Remember, Glamorgan are 6 down. Lumsden's in. Douthwaite again gives himself some room. It's full. And it's worked up to mid-on. Good comeback the last 2 deliveries from Manny Lumsden. Ends the over. 139 for 6. Douthwaite on to 27.
Yeah, signs from Glamorgan. So we're not out of this game yet. It's still a long way to go. 125 runs to win. 15 overs in which to get them. It's a normal T20 thing. Okay, yeah, that's doable. But like we keep saying, 6 down. In the greatest of respect to Andy Corbin, Tom Edwards, and Romano Franco, not that much left in the locker. There's been a good partnership, nonetheless, between Nichols and Douthwaite. Easily the highest partnership of this Glamorgan innings. He's in the 32 between Jack Hope-Bell and Colin Ingram earlier on. It's going to be Ashutosh Sharma from the hotel end, right arm over. Slower ball driven back down the ground, stopped by Sharma in his follow through. And this gets interesting with Douthwaite on strike, the short boundary to his left, to his leg side. Freeman out, square leg, deep mid wicket, long on. There's protection there. Going off the other man out on the boundary. Sharma past the umpire, bowls to Douthwaite. Drives this one into the covers, stopped by Nick Gubbins. 140 for 6. Sharma in once more to Douthwaite. Oh, Douthwaite, let's give himself some room. Hits us down the ground. Is there a catch for Lumsden? There is! And there's the celebration from Ashutosh Sharma. Arms out. It's a hug from Ben Brown. And there's the wicket that Hampshire wanted. Dan Douthwaite has to go for 28. I'd like to think that if Glamorgan were going to win this game, he'd have to be the man to take them there. Dangerous at the back end of an innings. Tries to go big. Holds out to Manny Lumsden, takes a sharp catch, well, a simple catch in the end on the boundary. That's the end of Dan Douthwaite. Glamorgan 140 for 7.
He's got too far away from that. Far too far. He's reaching too far. Never had control on that slower ball as well from Sharma, and he's just scooped that away. Ball's a long, long way away from his body. He looked so disappointed when he got out. He's almost committed to playing the shot no matter what.
After a couple of hefty blows down the ground off Lumsden previous over, Lumsden almost gets his revenge for taking the catch along off.
Catch in the end, because there was no real pace on the shot. Because he was reaching so far, there was nothing behind it. It's one of those where in the end the ball's dropping on you and he's having to sort of reach forward completely, but he's behind it, but not as close to the ball as you would like. But it's kept his eye on the ball. This might be a good moment to have a quick change. Wesley Spearman is staying on, and he'll be joined by Billy Stevens. Next voice you'll hear will be Billy. So 3 balls left of the 36th, 124 from 87. And it's 7 down now, Glamorgan, with Andy Gorvin at the crease and the bowlers. It's going to be tough, Billy.
It certainly is. That was a very important wicket as a false start for Sharma there. He came into new man Gorvin, but was made to turn around and start again, which he has done. Ben Brown crouches behind the stumps. And it's a dot ball pushed to cover. An absolutely vital wicket, as you guys were saying. Whereas the game was almost sort of meandering, but now you really have to think that, barring some sort of miracle, it should be Hampshire's.
Should be, stranger things have happened, this being cricket, but yeah, Dan Douthwaite, the last of the recognised batters for Glamorgan.
Oh, there's a play and a miss there. A really nice delivery from Sharma, and Gorvin just groping and a ball outside off stump. But it goes for unharmed. We could be heading for another wicket maiden here. Dot, dot, wicket, dot, dot. Sharma 1 for 7. Closing in on the end of his 4th over. It's been tucked off the hip, and his maiden has been spoilt as a single is taken out to mid-wicket. So Glamorgan move on to 141 for 7. Gorvin gets off the mark. He's on 1. Nichols at the other end playing nicely for his 34.
Yeah, excellent stuff from Ashutosh Sharma. Continues to do well with the ball for Hampshire in the One-Day Cup. It's his 15th wicket now, I think, in this competition. And come into this tournament with, I think, only 6 professional career wickets. Double that and some. In, 6 games? 14th wicket for Sharma.
Yeah, 14th. But no, he's been fantastic for Hampshire. And good once again today. It can be difficult when you're the leading wicket taker and suddenly have to take a while to get into the attack, as that one is left alone by Gorvin. Lumsden continuing from the far end. Coming in over the wicket to Gorvin, who works this one to point very nicely, and they'll take a leisurely single. Doubles his total. He's on to 2. Glamorgan 143 for 7. Just under 14 overs to go as well, and 121 to win.
Yeah, I was just thinking, what does Callum Nichols do now? Does he try and be the hero, if you like, and start swinging now, or do you give it another 4 overs?
Well, I think we might get the answer to that as he does tee off and hammers one down the ground for 6. A really nice shot charging at Manny Lumsden and moves himself onto 40. It was a slower ball from Lumsden. It's got the treatment it deserved. I was about to say that he has to tee off. And he duly does move himself onto 40 off 51 deliveries, because that's the only real way to play at Glamorgan. Well, if they have any sort of hope of getting through the group, they have to win this game. And he's been bowled and promptly swipes his bat in disgust. He was in two minds as to how to play a fuller delivery from Lumsden. A good comeback from the youngster, and his figures are now 2 for 43. He has his second wicket. Glamorgan 149 for 8.
Yeah, like you say, Billy, Nichols, caught in two minds. That nips back a little bit from Lumsden through the gate of Callum Nichols. And that's pretty much it in terms of bats for Glamorgan. Lumsden gets his second. His first game for Hampshire in about 2 months. And he's been a little bit expensive. We're pleased with his work today. 2 for 43. And Glamorgan, 115 runs to go. Just Tom Edwards and Romano Franco yet to bat.
And from Lumsden's perspective, you have to think he's probably quite happy to just be back playing some cricket, because he's been at the 100 and not playing, but being released for this game, and is using the overs to good effect here. His second wicket. Franco comes to the crease to join Gorvin, who's only faced 4 deliveries himself. Made his first team debut in the Metro Bank One Day Cup last year and won the Academy Player of the Year award as well. So they signed him on a full rookie deal this year. 3 balls left in Lumsden's over. Not a bad comeback to being hammered down the ground for 6, is it? And he starts again. Franco, the left-hander, in his sights. Bowls, and that's made its way off an inside edge down to the fine leg boundary. So he gets off the mark rather fortuitously with a 4, an 88-mile-an-hour delivery from Manny Lumsden. And that's what happens if you bowl that quickly. A sort of fine edge like that may well go through for 4, and it does. 150 up for Glamorgan, 153 for 8.
Yeah, it's a good ball from Lumsden. Almost sort of wasted on a number 10, and an inside edge. That way, he's now gone for 12 runs or so.
Yeah.
Yes, he's got the important wicket of Callum Nichols, but
can he finish it off with another wicket? He can. Full, quick, straight. Too good for Franco. His stay was brief. 4 from 2 deliveries. The end is nigh for Glamorgan, 153 for 9. 12 runs and 2 wickets, and Lumsden can finish it in this over. 3 for 47, his figures read so far.
yeah, he's got 1 ball left, so yeah, could be over with the final ball of his 8th over. Let's have a look at this on the replay, and yeah, just full, fast and straight, as you say, Billy. Franco backing away. Yeah, what was that, 87 miles an hour from Lumsden. Quick enough for a lot of players, and quick enough for the number 10 batter, that's for sure. It's Hampshire now just 1 wicket away from victory.
Well, that is really the shot of a tail ender, isn't it? Backing away to a quick bowler. That doesn't change whether you're young or more experienced. No one likes really quick, fast bowling. And Lumsden could end with 4 for here, and it could all suddenly be over rather quickly after that prolonged partnership between Duthwaite and Nichols.
Yeah, we've got 17-year-old to 17-year-old now in Lumsden to Tom Edwards. I just wonder if they have played against each other a bit for like age group level in sort of pathway cricket. Edwards at Glamorgan and Wales National Counties, obviously Lumsden here at Hampshire. I'll look that up actually, see if they've got up their pass across.
Slip has now come in. Edwards has one delivery to face from Lumsden. You think it should be full and straight. Can he wrap it up for Hampshire here? He bowls and well, it's a play and a miss, and he very nearly caught the thinnest of edges. But no, Edwards survives. Gorvin at the other end on 2. Glamorgan 153 for 9. They need 111 to win this game.
One of the stumps, Manny. Bowling at 17-yard number 11. Nice. It's been a great comeback from Manny Lumsden that over. He'd been hit for 6 from Callum Nichols. Nichols looking to get a move on things, try and win it by himself. It's sort of what he had to go for it, did Nichols, and good delivery from Lumsden. Nip backer to clean bowl. Nichols, and then just too good for Romano Franco. So there's going to be some more pace in Eddie Jack, so no let up for this Glamorgan tail. It's bowling to skipper Andy Gorvin. As a full delivery is flicked away by Gorvin out to the field for a deep square leg, and could have easily come through for a single, but doesn't take it. So Andy Gorvin's going to have to farm the strike for 30 overs off the basis of that delivery.
Well, surely they may as well take the runs at this point.
Glamorgan now need to win all 3 of their remaining games. It's looking that way at the moment. Here's Jack to Gorvin, goes for a big swipe on the leg side, doesn't make contact. Good diving stop from Ben Brown behind the stumps. And Eddie Jack looking for that full fast Yorker, not quite on the mark there. Gubbins comes over just to have a little chat. Eddie Jack, Manny Lumsden with him as well. 159 for 3. As Jack begins his run away from us at the hotel end, right arm over, bowls to Gorvin and goes for a big swing. And that goes off the outside edge to backward point. I didn't know quite where that went for a second. Didn't hear the crack of the bat, so I knew he hadn't got hold of it. There was a puff of dust. But in the end, it's a dot ball.
Is Eddie Jack's been particularly impressive for me. Well, they all have. The big 3 of Abbott, Jack, Lumsden. They've taken 8 wickets between them, and Abbott and Jack particularly have been miserly with their figures.
Jack to Gorvin, goes for a heave down the ground. Get all of it. Goes out to Ashutosh Sharma at mid-on.
I mean, Abbott was superb up top, 3 for 10 he had at one point, which is just exactly what Hampshire needed when they put on what we felt was a slightly below par total. But they've bowled brilliantly. Both bowling attacks, actually, to give Glamorgan their dues, have been pretty good.
Here's Jack into Gorvin, backs away, defends this one back down the pitch as Eddie Jack follows him with the ball. As the field now tightens for the last ball of this over. Eddie Jack 2 for 25. He was 0 for 20 off his first 4 overs. It's actually saying, Billy, a really good comeback from Eddie Jack. 2 for 5 in near enough 4 overs since then. That's Jack. Last ball of the over. Past the umpire. Bowls to Gorvin, who flicks this one away down to fine leg and gets the single that he was after. So it spoils the maiden for Eddie Jack, but just the 1 run coming off it. Glamorgan 154 for 9. 12 overs to go, 110 runs to win. Fairly certain that they're not going to get there. It's a matter of time as to when Hampshire can take this last wicket.
Now, you'd think that Lumsden will probably continue. He'll be eyeing up a 4 on his return to Hampshire. Utilita Bowl bathed in beautiful sunshine now. There was a bit of cloud cover early on, but as it has been in England for the last over a month, really. It's another beautiful day. Right, Lumsden running towards us. A buzz, and this is driven, and just evades the leaping mid-off. Very nearly took an absolute screamer there, and it was going to go for 4 runs. Down to the long off boundary. A good bit of aggressive intent from Godwin, who moves himself onto 758 for 9.
I think that's Kyle Abbott there at mid-off, and yeah, one of the taller players on the field, but like we saw, I think at the start of the innings where Sharma just got one that went over his head.
Lumsden in once more, and this has been turned away into the leg side, and it will be 4 once more. 2 fielders converged on it and very nearly collided. Well, Gorvin's moved himself onto 11 from 12. Lumsden's first 2 deliveries have both gone for 4. That's not gone to script, has it? 162 for 9.
Yeah, you can see what he was trying to do there. He looked for that leg stump Yorker, but I think just got it a little bit too full. And Gorvin just whipped that off his legs and yeah, almost had another collision between, I think it's Neil and Prest out there on the leg side.
Lumsden to Gorvin again, who backs away this time and wisely lets it go through to Ben Brown, who sprawls forward to take it.
Yeah, slow ball bouncer from Lumsden, just mixing things up. Just making Gorvin think, okay, what's coming up next? He's got the 3 men out for that short ball. And take the pace off, and Gorvin trying getting caught in 2 minds.
Gorvin on 11, 102 required for Glamorgan's victory. And this is full and driven. And he will find the gap once more, I think, as the sun is streaming through our window. And he has 4 more. 12 in the first 4 deliveries of Lumsden's over. Gorvin moves himself onto 15.
Yeah, it's good cricket from Andy Gorvin. Yeah, just pouncing on anything either too full or too short from Manny Lumsden here. Again, he's still trying to look for that Yorker at the base of the stumps.
2 deliveries left. Into Gorvin once more. Bowls and tries for the pull shot, and this one's a wide. Down the leg side from Lumsden. Hasn't quite got his radar. This is into his 9th over, potentially just feeling slightly tired. That delivery was down at 80 mile an hour.
So if you're 17 years old, you're probably 80 miles an hour.
Two balls left in the 39th over. Comes into Gorvin. Bowls, and this one's left alone once more. That one will not be signalled a wide. But it is going to be 1 for the over, I think.
Come up as 82.2 miles an hour, but I'm fairly sure that was another slower ball bouncer from Manny. Sure on the bounce to Ben Brown.
Well, this is his last ball of his 9th over. 97 for Glamorgan to win. Gorvin a runnable 15. 167 for 9. Lumsden's figures 3 for 60. Coming in over the wicket. Bowls and Gorvin defence, and at the other end Edwards was alert to the potential of a single for Gorvin to keep the strike, but he doesn't, and that's important for Hampshire and will delight Eddie Jack. And we're going to say goodbye to where's this Kevin James? Will step in for what we think is going to be the closing moments with just 1 wicket required. Hello again, Kevin.
Hello.
Well, you nearly didn't get back on.
Well, I was thinking that was a chance. The way Manny Lumsden was revving up. Gorvin's played a couple of nice shots at the end. Bit of late entertainment.
Eddie Jack, can he wrap it up? balls, and this has gone all the way through. I think, yes, no bat on it. And it's going to be byes. Can't see that ball at all. The sun glaring through the...
Yeah, it gets very low now.
Just the one bye it was in the end. Which does mean that Gorvin is back on strike, 15 from 16, 168 for 9. Jack balls, and it's attempted a cut shot, but he doesn't connect with anything. Goes through to Brown behind the stumps.
Well, if Hampshire can wrap this up shortly, it will be a decent win here. I mean, it's a 95-run win if it was to end next ball. And Hampshire do need to win well in these final group games to drag their run rate back and give themselves any chance of qualifying, because even 3 wins out of the last 3 group games may not be enough.
Jack turns at the top as Mark, bowling from the hotel end. This is cut into the ground and cut really nicely by Gorvin. He's dealing in boundaries here, moves himself onto 19. That one's crunched out to point. Glamorgan 172 for 9.
Some nice shots he's played. It's rather too much though, unfortunately.
Jack comes into Gorvin, and this time he leaves alone a bouncer. Just sorting out the windows because the sun is shining right into our face here in our commentary position, which is making it rather difficult to see and bring you the action in the closing stages. Jack comes in, and this one has been slogged down the ground, but it hasn't really connected, and there is no run. Gorvin will once again be looking for a single, as this is the last delivery of Jack's over. The field all encroaches. They don't mind if this goes to the boundary, Hampshire. They just want Edwards to be on strike for the next over. Gorvin faces up and goes down the ground. This has been gone high in the air. Oh, and the man running back at mid-off can't quite get there. So they will take a single, and Gorvin will keep the strike at the end of the 40th over. He's on 20, Glamorgan 173 for 9.
Well, he's giving it a go. It's going to be too much, but he's having a go, and nobody can blame him for that. He's got to somehow protect Tom Edwards as well. But Manny Lumsden.
You could do some sunglasses up here.
You're fine, mate. You're a bit shorter than me. So
Yeah, yeah.
the sun for you would probably be sneaking under those black sunshades, whereas for me, I'm a bit taller. I can. You're okay.
All right.
You're all right. It's been a lot worse in here, I can assure you. So Manny Lumsden, a chance of a 4 for here. As he comes in and bowls, and that's whipped away. And although it wraps him on the pad, Gorvin walking across his stumps, trying to whip it away to the leg side, where there are 2 men patrolling the boundary, the big boundary side. So at the moment, Glamorgan need 91. I mean, this would be a biggest win of all time in terms of unlikeliest win, I think I should say, all time. But you never know. Cricket does have a habit of throwing up some unlikely results. Gorvin hits that away on the offside. He's only going to get a single, so he doesn't go. Decides that he's going to take all the bowling, which is the right thing to do. Of course, every time he does that, it means that there's more pressure to hit more big shots.
Well, he's played a relatively decent hand, to be fair to him. I think it might just be in boundaries, really. He had 5 boundaries for his 20.
Lumsden's in, he goes across his stumps, tries to flick that away, misses, goes through to Ben Brown. So far in his innings. Gorvin. He has hit 4 boundaries, 16 of his 20. Lumsden at the top of his mark. Now he's into his 10th over, so he's got 3 balls left to record a list A best. As he's in, Gorvin steps across, and he's gone up in the air, and he's caught Sharma. At short third man, Lumsden does get 4 wickets, and Hampshire have bowled Glamorgan out for 173 and have won this game by 90 runs, their 3rd victory of this tournament. It means Glamorgan still have only 1 victory from their 6 matches. And what it does do to the table, with this being the only game in Group B today, others, of course, coming up shortly, but it does close the gap in Group B. It means Hampshire move on to 12 points. Depending on how the run rate works out, I think they might still be behind Worcestershire, who are 4th, so at the very least Hampshire will move up to 5th, but it does mean now they are 1 win behind Durham with 2 matches to play. But of course Durham do have that better run rate, which is effectively another victory really that Hampshire will need. But it keeps themselves in the hunt, Billy.
It certainly does, and that was a simply superb all-round bowling effort from an attack that on paper looked like it was relatively strong. 3 for Carl Abbott, 3 for just 20, and that was all his 7 overs were bowled from the top. Eddie Jack, 2 for 31. His second spell was particularly ferocious, and Lumsden finishing it at the end there with 4 for 60. It was a very, very good performance.
So Glamorgan stay on 4 points. They sit in the 8th, and their likelihood of progression was slim, to say the least, before the start of today. That now is mathematically impossible. But as we say, Hampshire are keeping themselves just about in the hunt for at least a quarter-final place. So an emphatic all-round performance from Hampshire today. Their performances in this competition have been a little bit erratic, but today they are a little bit more on it with bat and ball. And 263 all out in the air. We thought might have been slightly below par. As it turned out, it was more than enough.
Yeah, it was. And it was good performances from Lehman, 68, Ben Brown, 54. I think you have to give a bit of credit to the Glamorgan bowlers, especially at the top. Douthwaite and Ul Hassan were very good. But a good performance for Hampshire, and one that came at a time where it was very much needed, as you've discussed with the table. As it is, they've done some miraculous things in the One Day Cup over the past few years, and they'll be looking for something similar over the next week or so.
So that's it here from the Utilita Bowl. Hampshire will next go to Hove on Friday, and on Sunday. Sunday, and Glamorgan host Worcester next Sunday as well. Friday, they're Friday. That's right. I knew somebody was playing Friday. Yeah, we got out of that one nicely, didn't I? Thank you very much, Billy. Thanks. Well done on your first commentary with Hampshire. I know you've done it before with Durham. Wes, as always, well done to you. And hope you've enjoyed it. We've enjoyed your emails as well. And we'll leave you with Hampshire having won this game by 90 runs.